Howdy. Nice little day we got for Collegiate Rocket League. Right now we're still we're in like the early stage of the brackets where teams are trying to like synchronize since everyone starts at like slightly different times and people are waking up and people are getting their warm-ups out of the way. I am actually trying to get Cumberland Academy and Syracuse on stream. They're up next in their bracket. However, Syracuse, weirdly enough, they dropped game 1 in these still best of 3 series to Spring Arbor University, which is a team I have never heard of. So weirdly enough, Syracuse, which is like a top 25 seed, is like kind of on upset watch. They're kind of on throw a clock right now, but we'll see if they pull that one out. But either way, for everyone looking at all these different teams, I haven't made a command, but I might make it now as we're waiting. That there is a bunch of different broadcasts going on for a bunch of different teams. So therefore, I think it's important for you guys to have access to links such as this one. So in case anyone would like, so I'm just going to post it in Twitch. If anyone would like that one, I know it's very long and annoying, but it is a command that is pretty relevant. So !streams is what you can use for basically seeing all the different broadcasts that have been approved for CRL qualifiers. So if you guys want to see a specific match or a school-specific one and you don't know where to go, !streams, and that'll take you to wherever you need to be. I saw you in here earlier, Quip. How you doing? Man, I always do this. This is this is a curse actually of CRL qualifiers that I've dealt with for a while, where I will select 2 teams that I think will naturally meet like right there in the bracket, and I'm like, that'll be a great matchup, and I'm sure it'll be nice and breezy and easy, and we'll get right to the action, and then it's the last game in their pool to get to actually ready up. So, so unfortunately, yeah, that's not really working out super cleanly right now. So I'm trying to check around to see if maybe there's another one that would be worthwhile to take. I think I pretty much grabbed the best possible match. So I think we're just gonna stick through this one. As my cat's joining me. Say hello to Luna. You guys can't hear her, but she's giving little chirps. We'll check in with her later. Hello, Right Quip. You're doing well. I'm hype. I'm really excited for games to get going today. To the cat, I said pss, pss, pss. Right Quip says pss, pss, pss. She saw a squirrel out the window. She is locked in. She is not hearing your pss, pss, pss. So I spent all of last night touching up the overlay I'm going to be using for qualifiers today. And I'm not going to lie. In my back of my mind, I was just like, you know what? Like, this will work well. I like the font. I like the sizing and all that stuff. Just hope we don't have any team names that are too long, because I don't know the wraparound text font. And first team we have is Cumberland Academy, which is a super long one word in Cumberland, but also takes up 2 lines. So I guess we'll see how that works out. For the most part, it should be fine. But at least for right now, let me check in one more time on Syracuse. They should be... Okay, they reported that they won. So I'm going to refresh the bracket. Hopefully things update a little bit. We're still waiting for the update, chat. All right, well, anytime. Yeah, this is what I've been looking at. ! bracket in the chat will give you access to the main dissemination page for all the CRL brackets, but there are 8 to keep in mind. I think because we had to redo seedings because some pretty critical teams dropped out, it is not A1 through A8. It is A1 through A5, then B1 through B3. That does not mean anything. B1 through B3, I think, just act as like pools 5 through or 6 through 8, if that makes sense. Like they're just subbing in. I think they just had to be redone because some teams dropped out and they had to reshuffle. Because that is the practice. If a top team drops out, we don't want to say like, well, this is the same, because like if a 3rd seed drops out and they're the top seed of pool 3, it's not really fair to the other groups that they suddenly just have the hardest team in their bracket cut off. So you have to kind of like shift everyone over one and make sure that all works out. So we had to adjust a little bit from there. That being said, looking around the bracket, pretty much everything is as expected. I don't think I've seen too many upsets. I've seen like 1 or 2 DQs that are upsetting. Shout out WV Lotus. Started as the first all-women's CRL roster, but unfortunately Kira no longer playing on WV Lotus, so doesn't quite hold that tag. It still has Kira and Emma. So and shout out Jakob. So definitely a decent team to watch. Good group of people. And again, we're trying to get this one. We got Syracuse locked in, so that should be good. And then Cumberland, North Illinois, they're really going at it. This isn't even the Northern Illinois. Oh wait, no, maybe it is. Okay, yeah, because Northern Illinois is a pretty good team. I don't remember if this is exactly them. I think they're seeding. I think it's their alt team because I don't think they'd be this low. I think their main team is elsewhere. But yeah, NIU, like any other large team, has a decent size roster. Oh no, San Jose. Oh, this is different San Jose. Okay. Like San Jose is a good team. I don't know why we're already in lowers, but yeah, West Virginia's in there. I believe they are not broadcasting the perspective, so that is something that I'm going to try to grab games later. If you guys want to see any specific matchup, there is a possibility that I will not be able to give it to you, only because there are rules in regard to team streams. For the most part, we are not allowed as community streamers, myself, Bepic, Bass, I believe Seb later, we are not allowed to touch any game. We can jump into anything we want, except for broadcast games that the school themselves has a team stream for. And I believe that some of the top teams have that. So if you guys are like, why are we not watching Ball State? Why are we not watching Indiana Tech? Why are we not watching, I don't know, just any number of like ridiculous teams, I might just have to shrug and be like, I'm not allowed. In the past, they've been kind of chill with it. I think St. Clair, people were like, hey, can you please put a broadcast up for blah, blah, blah. I asked St. Clair because they're streaming their perspective, and they said, yeah, that's fine. So in some cases it's fine, but for the most part, we want to avoid it just because as a community streamer, I don't want to take views away from the school's stream. So for this time, I will try as hard as possible to avoid those conflicts, and so far I think there's more than enough good games to go around all the community streamers, so I think we should be fine. Just noticed Fisher Falcons are behind Carthage right now? Question mark? Okay, Fisher's reporting as a win. Okay, that's good. Man, this match has taken a fat minute for Cumberland. This always happens, chat. Like I told you, like without fail, this will go down whenever I'm choosing games in bracket. I will always get the last possible game in the bracket to finish up. This, okay, keep in mind, chat, these are only best of 3s. Like the best of 5s don't even start until winners semifinal. So the fact that these guys are still going means it's not only like probably like a best of 3 going all the way to 3, but it's like a full-on overtime nail biter, which I don't really get. Like Northern Illinois is like pretty decent depth. I'm fairly certain that's their B team, but Cumberland Academy is a very good team. I'm not really sure why they're taking that long. If you guys are interested in Michigan State Green and UCSB Gold, that is over on Bass's channel, so he'll be kicking that off in a short minute, really. I don't anticipate that being take two. It might actually already be started or just about to be started, so something to check out. Bepic is doing some, Florida Southern and ASU, which is like a fun little sneak matchup, like early stages. I believe Florida Southern University is also where the ex-pro Astro plays. I want to check that. Yes, Astro. So they're always a team that goes pretty decently far. Shout out USF Gold. I used to coach them. Unfortunately, I do not anymore because they won't pay me. Because those budgets just don't exist anymore. Also because as a commentator, historically, you're not allowed to coach for a team and also work on the broadcast. I don't really know why. There's something about that you said, like, oh, there's something like that's unfair about it, and I think that's kind of nonsense. Also, good to know that my curse maintains over several different brackets. The other matchup I was going to take was this one. Pool A1, San Diego State, I thought, and University of Florida. I thought that'd be a pretty good matchup, but I was like, let's go with the Syracuse one. And literally, as I don't choose that, the only other choice I had in mind is also the last of their pool. So don't act like I don't know how to pick them, all right? I know how to pick the series that are going to take absolutely 5 ever to actually get started. I am blown away that we are 24 minutes into this set and we do not have a winner. Again, best of 3. Average length of a game is like 7 minutes. At least based on my estimate. That's usually the math I use whenever I'm trying to calculate how long a set takes. So this one either is a screamer or they both readied up and took forever to get in lobby. I'm really going to hope it's not the latter because those are really annoying series. When teams are playing and it's green and the timer's counting up and then like 10 minutes into the timer, they're like, hey, we just started. It's like, all right, cool. Well, then we have much longer to wait. We might pivot depending on what's going to go down. Kind of curious like what's going on with these because I might just want to grab these. Hey, shout out WV Lois for taking that game. I might want to just take this game because it feels like it'd be wrapping up pretty quick. I don't anticipate Indiana Tech B being able to beat Chippy, Naz, and Clyde. That's a pretty good team. I'm not going to lie. That might be going to game 3. I don't know. We're going to try to stay on our feet a little bit or on our toes a little bit with brackets like this because sometimes you do have to pivot really rapidly to make sure you actually get a game. I think the only good excuse would be so while you're broadcasting, you're more neutral. You're more naturally surprised by both teams get played rather than knowing what they've worked on or trying to achieve. No, but that's the thing is like, it's not like I'm casting football and I know the playbook. Like, yeah, I know player tendencies, but the thing is, as a broadcaster, by definition, you are like a storyteller of what's happening. I think, honestly, I think you're a garbage talent if you let your affinity for the team impact you on a neutral broadcast. Like, yeah, if you're doing a team stream, show bias. You should 100% show bias. But I think it's always kind of stupid when people are like, oh, a commentator, they're going to be biased if they coach a team or if they're fans of it. It's like, no, they're not. That's like the whole point of your job. Even if I'm a huge fan of one of these. In fact, this team I'm going to be casting, Syracuse, I grew up in upstate New York. I freaking love, I mean, as you know, right, Queb, like, I love Syracuse University. I grew up, like, so much rooting for Syracuse, watching them in March Madness, watching even, like, Syracuse football games. So, like, I love this university. Probably more in, like, a personal sense than any other school in these brackets. But when I cast them, I don't think anyone would be able to tell that, considering I'm not glazing them super hard and being able to, like, poop all over the other people. If the other team scores a banger, I'm going to freak out. I'm not going to be like, good game. So I always hated the idea that it's like, oh, a caster, you're not allowed to do that. Especially since, and this is not a dig, this is more so just like a consistency thing. Like, Epic passed that down, but at the same time, like, all the RLCS casters worked on RLCS team streams, like, and was able to do that. And then even worse, you had people like Daz who were, like, literally signed as a creator to Generation G, and then was casting their games on RLCS. So it's like, is that really, like, the same thing? That feels kind of like you would be biased. You wouldn't want to critically analyze your own org, but I don't know. I digress. I just like the idea of getting a bag. If they're genuinely concerned about professionalism, then I think I find that kind of like a dig. Oh my God! We got Northern Illinois! All right, that's an upset, Chad. I'm not going to lie. Oh, damn. I did not expect that one to go through as an upset there. That's a really good Cumberland team, too. How you doing, TV? How you doing right now? I'm doing well. We're casting CRL. I'm changing over to the face cam just because I need to be able to. I just realized this huge chat window I have up on the top left of the screen does not show any of the YouTube chat, so I should probably fix that. Anyway, we'll fix that in a sec. I'm great. Thanks for asking. Good TV. Yeah, okay, well then we are going to Northern Illinois University Black versus Syracuse. So I am going to be chatting with these guys on screen. And I had a screen share up, so I don't want to, like, I'm on this one because I don't want to accidentally, I've done this before where I've, like, communicated to a chat and be like, hey guys, this is the code we're using. And then I'm like, I just broadcasted that out to, like, 30, 40 people. Like, if there was trolls in here, they could just join that lobby and screw things up, so. Yeah, either way, let's make sure I do that correctly. I have to change my team settings. I'm not going to lie, Northern Illinois. I'm just going to change it to NIU. It's a lot easier than me typing out Northern Illinois. We don't need YouTube anyways. Wow, right, Quip. Hi, Saigon. Or Salgon. Oh, yeah, sorry, guys. I started the YouTube stream a little prematurely. I thought this bracket would be a lot faster, and I'd have a game for you guys, like, on stream. Hey, Flow State, Q, Northern Illinois. Yep, Gavilon. Okay, I'm going to set up a test lobby real quick for these guys. Communicated lobby info to players. I normally just do this quick. Even though we have admin controls, I don't 100% know how they work when it comes to live games. I haven't screwed around with it too much. So for right now, I am just going to let them... We're doing my favorite way of setting a test lobby. Let's go, Warren. Take good riff. Flow State, how's it been? Yeah, we're just doing a quick little rundown here. Syracuse is Tim, Leisure, and Gababy. We have Jonathan, Sappy, and I believe as the final third should be Storm. Yes, Storm on NIU Black. Syracuse, I would say, comes in as the favorite here. This Northern Illinois team is, like, I think based on the overall seeding, they're in, like, almost the 90th seed. So them beating Cumberland Academy, which is significantly higher, is a pretty big deal for them. I think, for me, this looks pretty good. Yeah, again, we had admin controls, so unfortunately I have to wait for these guys to... I told these guys for the ping test, it's a max 1-goal game, so I have to wait for them to score so I can reset the lobby. But we're good. Hope we're doing well. Yeah, we are. We have CRL coming back in exactly 1 week, which I may or may not be casting, but I guess we'll find out. But for right now, we have Quals, which is honestly some of my favorite streams to do because it features a lot of teams that obviously you will see in CRL and sometimes ones that you don't, but it's always really dramatic knowing how much this means. These players is stuff like that you practice for and play for like weeks on months and stuff. So being able to see that all come to fruition here will be pretty neato. So we're just resetting teams, hopefully readying them up, and then hopefully we can get right into it. All right. Well, there we go. It is CRL Fall 2025 League Play Qualifiers, Pool B1. It is Northern Illinois Black and Syracuse in our, I believe, third round of play. So we're getting back into things. Again, as I mentioned, Syracuse a little bit heavy as favorites coming into this one. But, of course, I actually predict this to be Cumberland as their opponent. Cumberland Academy, that is, their B team. Which is still a very good team, and Northern Illinois beat them in 3. And Syracuse also had to go to 3 against Spring Arbor University. So I'm not sure if these teams are coming in slow, but I know a lot of these players play on gamer hours, so sometimes it is really yike. It is really yike to try and separate these two teams. But either way, it seems like things are going well for Syracuse, getting goal number 1. And not too much time actually taken. Kind of sloppy a little bit by Lesher, but is handed off, and that's perfectly timed up to Tiz. Apparently Tiz is on an insanely high, like, hours past 2. So I'm really curious to see what that even looks like. Either way, Looks like Syracuse is going to try to use those hours to its best effect. Tiz nearly getting the air dribble all the way back down. Northern Illinois not going to be rewarded with the open net. Looks like Leisure timed that one well. Tiz is always high pass to. Yeah, well, we say that, and then I'm not really sure. But to know that people have gone out of their way, we were ranking Syracuse and talking about their chances yesterday on Champ League to be able to make it into league play, or whether they have a decent potential. And someone was saying, I think it might have been Bepek. He said Tiz is apparently on very high pass too. And if that's usual, that's one thing, but he went out of his way to tell me that. So it makes me feel like it's like a special circumstance this time. Gababy, perfect pass down from Leisure. He's going to get his own finish at the end. And right now, the middle of the field, passing is clicking in for the Orangemen. Ah, yes. The fabled double doink, chat. Things we love to see. Tiz. Drop down 50. That's going to go straight down. And therefore, straight back up into Gababy with a flip reset. Backboard, Tiz back down. Lesher may be thinking about that, but doesn't want to give away the breakaway. As Jonathan will get kind of an awkward reset, but it still did most of its job. No hesitation, though, from Sappy. He's going to try to flick that one immediately downfield. Syracuse doing well to be able to pick a lot of these plays off. So it doesn't mean they're completely foolproof in the back. Maybe had to get up quickly to this one. That's going to be open for Jonathan. I love the pass down to Storm, but I could have used a little bit better on the finish, just wide. And NIU's first real chance going to go out the window. Jonathan. Not going to be able to get on this one, and it looks like Lesher's trying to just slow things down with a soft touch, which is a decent enough idea. It seems to be working. NIU cannot get this one out of their half. A double tap attempt coming in from Tiz, and it's going to go through. Another quality finish, and look at this finesse off the ceiling. Gets the reset into the double, and slots one bottom 90. Woo-wee! If you guys had any concerns about how Tiz is playing, it seems like he is doing just fine. Tiz, another double, trying to get the Hattie, and Storm's going to deny him on the goal line. As a reminder, these games, at least in the beginning of this bracket, starting in the winners' semifinals and lower quarterfinals, those are going to be best of threes, best of fives kick in at those later points. So this is still very much high intensity, or high intensity, high density maybe, depending on how many calories these guys ate prior to these matches. You got a carb load, chat. Seems like Tiz has done that, shooting 60%, getting his hat trick. Syracuse doing really well at just putting the ball in weird positions. Leisure also, in the games that I've covered for Syracuse, very good at just kind of tapping a ball in a certain situation and then immediately trying to hunt down the nearest player to go get it. It's not always resulting in a demo, but it almost always makes the other team kind of take a half second just to think, like, can I get that? And in that moment, it's normally when they do strike. Speaking of, Jonathan, open shot, Gababy out of nowhere with perfect reactions and timing on that. Keeping this one on a clean sheet for right now. Trying to pre-jump now is NIU. They're getting desperate. It's not working out. Tiz catch into the reset. Goal number 4. Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty right there. Technically that's a double, if you want to consider that off the bar. Well, damn, Syracuse. I agree, TB. That is. I thought this game would be a little bit different in game number 1, but granted, this is also game number 1. I do like to give credit where it's due for some of these teams. Sometimes you just don't anticipate the play style, and you kind of get smacked in the mouth, and then game 2, then you can start to maybe adjust things a little bit. Granted, Syracuse definitely one of the higher seeds within these pools. Across all pools, they are seed 23. So not necessarily a team that you would expect to get into league play immediately, with no doubt, but definitely a team that you'd expect to do well, and it seems like they are playing like that after Spring Arbor University gave them a little bit run for their money. Nice little dish onto the backboard. Nobody reading that one. Gababy. Again, Syracuse just cooking all of game one. That's a clean little touch there. So the final seconds of game number one coming to a close here. Tis another one as he's just, this is stat padding, chat. This is just straight up stat padding. As Lesher just hands it off to Tiz. That's a 5th goal. I mean, we don't keep track of stats in qualifiers. I really wish there was a system to do that. But unfortunately, yeah, there's not. Maybe we can get one more. Sappy says no, that enough is enough. And if I said game one is a warm-up game, then very much so that has to be the truth if you're a Northern Illinois fan. Because right now, it is not looking ideal for the Huskies. I believe NIU are the Huskies. Trying to test my knowledge of collegiate football mascots as I'm thinking back. Anyone who's an aficionado on college football, you guys can correct me on that one. Because I remember the NIU thing is like, it's like a dog is their logo. But I'm now kind of worried I'm mixing it up with someone else. Syracuse taking their time to ready up. Tiz has to recharge his power levels, apparently, because he used up all his goals in game number one. No, NIU's a dog. Yeah, I know NIU's a dog, but, like, are they the Huskies? Or is it just, like, the NIU dogs? Northern Illinois Huskies. Yeah, it's Northern Illinois Huskies. Screw you, TB. I told you it was a dog. Solid Syracuse W, go orange. Yep, just waiting for game number 2 here. Also, guys, I changed up the font on my overlay. Hopefully you guys like it. I like it, personally. Screws up on some characters because, you know, people like to put in weird characters in their stream and whatnot. But, yeah, this is my new, or kind of like alternate design. I wanted to change things up. So, yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy the aesthetic change. And hopefully you guys enjoy the Syracuse onslaught. If game 2 is anything like game number 1, really Tiz getting that double tap right off the rip. Sappy, lob up and over, the dunk by Storm, the prediction by this man. He's so literate on the read. I love challenges like that. I'm a huge fan of challenges like that where you just kind of dive in and say, hey, if I was them, I'd probably try to push that one to the corner, so I'm just going to dive in, completely forget about the middle of the field, and just go for the corner. Storm's going to try to do something again, but this time on the hold-up play. Sappy, immediate shot. Gababy sends that one up and over. Jonathan, I think that was probably dropping it in the middle. Miscommunication on the rotation, as Sappy had no boost. He will still turn and get a 50. That's about all he's going to do, is Gababy looks like stole that boost away. Jonathan dusts him to the aerial, though. And that's Northern Illinois Black with a 2nd goal in the 1st minute. That's a good read by Jonathan as well. He didn't fade away from it. He didn't hesitate. He didn't just pre-jump it and loft in the air. He just went in a straight line right to the ball. And that's really all you can hope for. Syracuse maybe a little over-aggressive. You can write the 1st goal off, and now the 2nd one gives you a little cause for concern, at least until Leisure goes for the air dribble bump. Gababy affirmatively gets one back. One of the most unsavable setups possible in all of Rocket League. Do not envy any defender who has to deal with an air dribble bump coming in at that angle. Tiz loses that 50. So Sappy's going to try to get another read on, and I do like that. Storm, not the catch he's looking for. He will be beaten to it by Lesher. Jonathan slow playing it as he's waiting for Boost to apparently spawn in front of him. He tried to stay in the play, but not much really you could do. 1-2 into the giveaway, unfortunately, from Syracuse. As the ricochets around the field, not benefiting possession, but at the very least keeping everyone on edge. As Lesh is going to put that one straight down to Jonathan. Double tap attempt, maybe a pinch off the sidewall, or maybe C, none of the above. Next attack going to have to come in, but you can see Syracuse trying to bide time. Not the angles they're looking for. A much improved NIU in game number 2. This Jonathan guy is going to make it not far. Not right now, but maybe in the future. Good to know, not Rodriguez. I always like messages of support in chat like that. Baby, not the shot he's looking for. Puts that one wide. And he will have a little bit of a reprieve as they try to go through the corner. Lesher instead says, absolutely not. Watch this reset. Oh, apparently we'll have to watch the next one. Baby, short angle. Nice jump by Jonathan. Monitoring the situation or NIU at times. Diving in only when they need to. Seems to be a strategy that's working for them. Not really sure why they backed off on this one, but either way, shouldn't harm him much. Sappy's going to send it right on back. Storm. Dumb it away, Baby going for the skim. A little too over-eager. Tiz playing 50, no 50 to be had. Baby will be deflected. 2 minutes still to last for NIU, bringing this one to game 3. Syracuse certainly starting to knock on the door. These rotations kicking in, however, they're not stealing the boost away. May not matter. Tiz, that's an open shot. Bar, save, and out. As the Huskies showing resilience. Despite getting bumped, getting boost stolen, and leaving goals open. Tiz across the field will be found. Syracuse found their way back. I'll just have to see if they can keep it. Again, NIU doing better so far. That one was top corner. Problem is, didn't really have the speed to be able to trip up the defense. Everybody missing on this one, playing each other's touches. As Jonathan will find Storm. Tap down to Sappy. Solid contact, but good prediction. It's actually going to go right back to Storm. Unfortunately, he'll put that run right down the middle. I think he was between a couple different ideas on how he wanted to deal with that. Storm going all the way back. Tiz gets a deflection. What a read into Baby. He didn't even expect it. And again, everyone almost taking deep breaths now as they're starting to take a bit more time in the build-up, wrapping around the field, taking possession touches, or just getting dishes right in the middle for Leisure. Baby, follow-up well wide. I think he was going for power, or maybe forgot the placement. Into the ceiling. Storm going face-to-face with Leisure. Jonathan, soft touch, trying to find Sappy. They'll crisscross each other. As Storm will actually get the beat over the top. If not for the bar, could have very much been the go-ahead goal. And yet it still might be in the cards. That's a demo. Leisure needs to buy all the time for his team. And he will. Not only air dribble, but the reset. How about the double, the triple? It's off the bar. Baby! 14 seconds to go. And Cuse has 3 unanswered in game number 2. Man, oh man, this is why Syracuse gets a high seed. Game number 1, pure domination. Game number 2, saw some struggles, and yet they fight through it, and looks like might have been able to close this one out. Of course, as I say that, Leisure takes a heavy touch, which gives Sappy one more opportunity. I would say to throw a 4, but how about just straight up? Storm going to be met with a cold, icy demise straight into the ground, and Syracuse going to propel upwards in the upper bracket. And they should be playing Fisher in the next round. GG's on both sides. Hello, Stove. I was rewatching the VODs of the Scenic City Invitational LAN, and I saw you cheer for Concord. I have to say, you are probably the biggest Concord fan. Apparently, Ole Miss just lost to Borregos, best team in Mexico, by the way, so kind of crazy. I accuse them of being too good. I also do that. All right, Syracuse is going to be playing Fisher. Honestly, that'd be a pretty banger game to grab right off the rip, but I don't like repeating teams, so we're going to take a quick look through brackets to see anything else that pops up. LSU St. Edwards, that is going to be streamed on St. Edwards stream. Exclamation point streams, STREAMS, on Twitch if you guys want to see any of the other POVs. For example, Mr. Bepic is doing one, Bass is doing one, obviously I'm doing one. Seb is going to be on, I think, maybe a little bit later. I don't remember, but either way, he is going to be bouncing around. Michigan State Green's a team I want to grab, but unfortunately Indiana Tech has a team stream, so I think Bubs is running theirs. I'm not entirely sure, but Indiana Tech is a team, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to follow through. Boise State George Mason would have been a really good game to grab. We were just a little too late on that one. Davenport, and I think this is Bruton Parker B. Oh, wait, no. This is a great game. We're going to grab this, chat. Ding. Is Boise GMU streaming anywhere? Unfortunately, I don't think. I think every single other team streamer, because it's Bepic, Bass, and myself, I think are the only 3 community streamers where we can bounce around. Seb, I think, might be like watch Ball State. Ball State has their own stream. So if you go to exclamation point streams, let me just pull this up for you guys. If you go to exclamation point streams, Ball State is streaming right now at twitch.safe. It's the full thing is Ball State University. So twitch.tv/Ball State University is covering both the A and the B team, depending on their matchup, I think. So if you guys want to see Ball State, this is not the place to be. In fact, it's not Bepex, it's not Bass, it is specifically Ball State University, the Twitch handle. Again, exclamation point streams if you want to see this. You guys can't see most of it. That's okay. If you guys want to see this specific webpage with like all the different streams and teams. For example, Cumberland is doing their own broadcast. Indiana Tech is. Shawnee State, St. Edwards, Texas Tech, Ball State, all them. They're all doing their own stream. So please consult that if you guys are complaining that I'm not covering the games you want. Like, I also want to cover those games, but I'm not allowed. Stove, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. I think Davenport Bruton Parker is probably going to be the best one we're going to get. And this is like the Bruton Parker. I was surprised. I'm not sure why the 20th seed is down here that far. Anyway, so yeah, I think this one's going to probably be the best matchup we're going to get, Davenport and Bruton Parker. So I'm going to let that one ready up for right now. Back into the full screen. Let me ready this up. Just in case. This will be the first best of 5 of the day. This is winner's semis. So, what about SSU versus St. Clair? I am not allowed to stream because both of you guys are running team streams. Okay, I was about to say Slayer. I'm like, buddy, like I'm not allowed to cover either of those, even if I wanted to. So, that was a very loud motorcycle that just went by. Hello, Evan Carson. Yeah, Boise versus GMU, unfortunately, is like a game I think every single team streamer wanted. We got pinged about it, actually, in a chat. We're all keeping together. You have Concord as a team stream? They do not. I'm going to try to grab Concord a little bit later on in their brackets. They're a little tough because I think they're pool 2, yeah. So Indiana Tech, if they win and go, no one can cover those matches because Indiana Tech is running their own thing. Grant, you could watch on the Indiana Tech stream. If they don't, I'm going to try to grab Concord on broadcast because I think that's a team that people should be seeing as they go further into their brackets and whatnot. One more time, could you give the site that shows the stream schedules? Exclamation point streams. So I'm just going to put that right in the chat for you. That is the broadcast link for every single broadcast that's going on for Qual. So if you want to see most of the most important games, you're going to be able to find them probably on those. We used to have like a whole army on some of these days. It was actually kind of overwhelming. We used to have like Pyro J, Kevdog, DJ, Epic, myself, Bass, and VOD all covering games. And so basically there was like literally no good game that was not covered. But nowadays it's a little sparse. It's hard to get people available on all these days. So yeah, I guess we'll see. Anyway, it looks like Britton Parker and Davenport are up. Seed 20 versus seed 13. Hell yeah. Hello. Just greeting the players, making sure they're aware that I have their game. They're literally not allowed to set up a lobby without me, so I'm just hoping they understand that and they don't just play off stream and then just tell me the report. I specifically set it up so that if I broadcast a game, they're not allowed to get lobby info until they chat with me, because that way it avoids the situations where they all just add each other in a party and play, and then they're like, "Wait, I can't report." It's like, well, yeah, of course you can. Idiots. Let me change these scores. Are just changing the team names in the lobby. I don't know if these players just asking if they want the test lobby. Wait, I have a hype train going on? I'm really confused. I saw a stove prime with prime and that somehow started a hype train. I have no idea how that works. That literally is like not how a prime... You know, I don't mind. Cool. Okay. Players are just talking about potentially doing U.S. Central, so I'm just gonna determine whether or not they said that. Okay. Just making sure I'm not leaking any lobby info. Budget-friendly hype train? I guess. I mean, it's a little weird that it's kicked off immediately with, like, one prime, and that's it. What's funny is that it said the prime went in 5 minutes ago, and then the hype train started 3 minutes ago. So it was a full 2-minute, like, buffer, and then they were like, ah, you know what? And then they just threw one in. It's like, why? Doesn't really make sense to me. Damn, what the frick? Cam joined in to the lobby and has 8 ping. It's okay, we needed this win, I guess. Me and Cam both have 8 ping because we both live in Texas. That's funny. Let's go, AD John. It was actually my buddy Ready Set Go. He's a caster for Brawl Stars Esports. He's on like all their world championship and like convention stuff. Great dude, really friendly guy. He is actually I learned when players do Brawl Stars qualifiers as pros. Since it's a mobile game, it's really, 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 really important that you have good internet. So a lot of players don't obviously put on data or anything, but they want to make sure they have like the best possible connection because it's really connection dependent, kind of like any shooter or whatever. So he used to basically invite an org rather used to ask him like, hey, you live in Dallas, which is where most central servers are for Brawl Stars. Can you like, can we use your apartment basically to play these qualifiers? And so he would have teams and allow them to stay in his living room, and he'd be in his bedroom casting. And I'm like, damn, what a crazy, like, what a really, like, friendly way to do that. See, the thing is, I think he was doing that for free. Personally, I'd charge a little bit. I'd be like, yo, throw me a little money for my time here. I said score and I'll reset the lobby, and Cam just immediately goes for a flick and bars it on open net. That's a dope idea. I mean, personally, I was like, I think it's friendly to do that for an org. It was Tribe Gaming, which I think is like one of the bigger orgs in Brawl Esports. So I understand like it's like a good gesture to do. But personally, if like you're an org, you have a headquarters in Austin, Texas, I'm like, I don't know, man, throw me like $300 or something, you know? Just like, not anything that's like egregious, but cheaper than going to like an internet cafe and doing it, you know? I feel like that for me would be more than fair. Anyway, looks like this game is all good. This is best of 5 between Davenport and Bruton Parker. This is a banger matchup, not gonna lie. So hold on to your pants. I always try to get Davenport or Bruton Parker on my stream at least once, which is not hard because when you are a streamer for these qualifiers and you're trying to cover the good matches, they will almost always feature one of these two teams at some point in one of these brackets. So I'm just glad we get it this early on. So again, best of 5. This is winner's semi, a chance to go on even further. It looks like everybody should be good, as for some reason Bruton Parker is taking their sweet time joining up in the lobby. I think someone might have walked away real quick from their setup. All right, well, we can restart that one. Okay, I'm just waiting for everyone to join back up. All right, there we go. Whoa, what the? Okay, well, I guess we're just going to do that. Match admin is a little bit buggy, but that's okay. I had to restart because people didn't join immediately. I restarted for kickoff and it just immediately put them right back in the game. It was like a 1 and then went. So looks like no one really complained. They're like, whatever, it's kickoff, and no one scored from it. So we can get underway, best of 5. Davenport is not up by 1, by the way. Unfortunately, my overlay counted that test lobby. But Davenport definitely coming in as the higher seed, and this one, man, is a big reason as to why. Cam getting the nice 1-2 with Bolty, off ceiling as well. Ranks X Cameron, NA Twitter warrior. Not really, but I like to say that at least. A really confident player, but deservedly so. One of the few non-powerhouse org type players that have won a national championship within CRL. Now on to Davenport, chasing some greener pastures with a fresh new look roster. Apparently they have not scrimmed too much coming into this competition, but honestly, this is a team that's so good individually, I don't really imagine it's going to harm them that much. However, they are playing against BPC, who's been playing a heck ton together. And a lot of other top teams in these competitions have been saying that BPC lately look real locked in, they look real confident, and most importantly, they look like a pretty solid team altogether. That being said, Cass can show it by putting this one top corner off the double. Bellissimo by Cass. That's still a lot of work to do, even with that double. He was approaching that one quickly on the backboard, and I think at times it can get a little weird when you're trying to read that one and try to spike that one down effectively. Sometimes it's so easy to put that one into the bar, but being able to take just a little power off it to make sure you can tuck it underneath is all that's really required. BPC going through a lot of different changes. Typically, Antics and Corrupt have been on these lineups, but no longer. They have the Dutchman Cass coming over from EU, playing on BPC, as well as Milk, kind of a newcomer within a lot of this BPC rotation, but they have found their way, along with Manny, to create the definitive A team for this squad. And results kind of speaking for themselves. coming in at high level. I believe BPC also playing, I believe, potentially on LAN right now. There was a LAN going on, the Scenic City Invitational at Chattanooga. They were playing within that one, and I think right now, I don't know how jet lagged or bus lagged. Is that a thing? They are, but either way, we'll see how it goes. Even Urba wants to see some competition here. A Davenport supporter, but this is lock-in BPC in chat. You know, I like it. Got to keep everyone aware. Brock gets a really good touch. Problem is he has no support on the next one, so Cam has to come in after the demo. Tap down, unfortunately, almost right to Bolty. Cam understood Milk was around it, even through the demo smoke. Late to that chow, back post, Brock. Gonna rescue that one away. Manny stolen away, and right now, Davenport. You can tell they're confident. They're pre-jumping everything possible. Cam straight down to Brock. I think just trying to lob it up past that first challenge. Didn't really have much more than that. Manny not able to get this one, so Milk will send it away. Two different pre-jumps, and this is what I was talking about from Davenport. They are a cocky team in the best possible way. When they feel like they have an advantage, they're going to try to press that one. As you can see, two players in the midfield, before the ball's even hit, we're already up and pre-jumping this one. So good job to be able to set that up. BPC, though, despite Davenport starting to pour it on, obviously not out of this game. In fact, very much in it. Lacking behind on some opportunities of possession, but ultimately, within one goal, can be the winner. Although, even though as they look for the middle to try and get those reads off, they're not finding the success they're looking for. Cass going to get a 50. Hands that one off from the backboard, I thought, to Milk, but heavier touch means that is not going to work out all the way back to their own half. Taco, who's your top 3 to 5 in CRL this season? Well, if you guys watch Champ League, which is every Friday/Saturday, depending on the scheduling of different CRL events, you would know that we did our power rankings. Oh my God, that was a crazy skim. My power rankings at the beginning of the week and now kind of at the end of the week are pretty much the same. I would say Concord are my #1 in the nation, Northwood probably #2, St. Clair #3, Akron #4, and #5 kind of oscillates back and forth. I'm going to go tentatively with Winthrop right now. Mainly because I have not seen Winthrop play. If they have a decent matchup later on, I'm going to try to snag that game so fast. I am really interested to see how they look. Cass, 50 around. Manny looking for demo. Cam is going to be able to evade that one as Davenport scrambles just a little bit around the middle. And it looks like Cam, spree jump, will be able to cut out that last second clear into Brock, right down the middle. Manny saves the side. Cass will just send this one deep, and I would say Cam's going to let it drop, but instead he will look for Brock. He might even have boost, and might keep it up. Maybe not in that way that they're intending. Manny, no dunk. So naturally, it's going to be a Game 1 OT to start off the first best of 5 of the day. Milk, ooh, wow, I was getting scared there. He was dropping really fast and did not use that flip. I thought he was going to sail right over top of it or underneath it. Cass. Ceiling, Milk not going to be able to have this one. Bolty, more or less uncontested on this one. Nice reactions from Manny, but he will pay for it with a bump. Low shot from Cam. Let's call it a team save. As Bolty's coming back, looking for back post. Manny with the save again. Cam, middle. Bolty probing back to Cam, and it's going to be intercepted yet again. Davenport really trying to pour on this pressure and force this advantage. Problem is these longer clears from BPC, not giving them possession back, but at the very least does give them time to get some boost to use it in situations just like that. Demo in the midfield. Cam one-on-one with Manny, and he's going to make no mistake. Both goals for Davenport, and that'll secure game number 1. Bonk. Really well done. All it takes is one demo. I just realized, chat, my overlay, Davenport is just wide enough that it looks like it's overlapping with the sides of the screen. So We're going to fix that real quick. Let me go into the back-end coding. I'm Hacker Man, chat. Change it to this. There we go. Look at that. Perfect sizing. Yeah, that's the hardest part about like changing the font on these certain scoreboards. They're like programmed specifically to be a little bit more precarious, I would say, in like terms of like what they're allowed to appear as. Because you change one thing and everything goes out the window. Also, this is pool A4. In case you guys want to keep up, exclamation point bracket. But this is going, at least in some people's mind, according to plan, is the 13th seed Davenport, and then Milk is AFK. Let's check again what happened here. He turned up field. I just don't think he anticipated that shot coming in. You could see him spin in a circle. I think he was waiting for a lighter touch, and then as soon as it just went heavy, he just kind of blanked out there. He was saying, oh, did not see that one. Granted, he could have seen his team equalize immediately, but not anticipating that bounce down, that kickoff. So instead, BPC going to try to get back into things. Problem is, you're playing against Davenport, who's already back to their pre-jumping ways in game number 2. Milk going to lob that one high because no one really available for the second pass. Cam, double tap with the booty, and it's not going to be able to go on in. He did his absolute best to get over that one. They pre-jump so much against, I bet, yeah. I mean, they're a team that's fast enough and the recovery's so good that it doesn't really harm them at all. Bolty is going to harm him with this one. Stealing it off the sidewall. And look at the man work. Perfect adjustment and avoids the goalie. Bang, bang for Davenport within the first minute. Trying to plant the flag in this series. Cammy with 0 boost, so imposing. Flip reset, bang. Wow. That's a player who knows how to control that car. Ran out of boost, just uses a little bit, tries to, I guess you could say that was a musty. I mean, it hits kind of like the back bumper. I'm not really sure what you'd call that. Either way, I'd call it a goal. Cass. No catch. Has to slow that one down. In fact, actually, him taking it slow did kind of fake them out. Bolty going to send that one over to Manny. He's going to try to put that one in the back post. Milk. Nice control. Lob it up and over. Brock saw that coming. Was waiting for pretty much that exact play, it looked like. Second team beat Baylor 3-1. Ball State upper final. What? BK, what did you just say to me? Bro, this is what I'm saying. Like, Baylor is scaring me because I don't know how they play. Yo, I gotta share that in the GC. All Ball State upper final. Wow. Wow, that makes it so easy for your team stream, BK. You guys just have to broadcast one game. Cam Bolty, we need one from Brock O'Clock. I mean, it's always Brock O'Clock somewhere. So we're certainly getting a lot of goals here. Davenport really starting to pull away. It's a terrifying team when they're playing confidently. As much as we have doubted Davenport at times, man, when they're playing like this, it's really hard to. 3 goals, 4 shots for Cam. Oh, that's pretty. That's just pretty. That's pure efficiency. That's a man who's top 10 in 2s from time to time. Actually, I don't know in the beginning of the season. It's like that. Oh, apparently OC Esports just beat Kennesaw State 3-1. Alrighty. Okay, okay. Oh, man, that's a big deficit. I mean, we had a 7-0 in the last series in game number 1. Then it immediately got much closer, but... Gas 50, and there it is. Let's stop the bleeding. Uninterrupted goals. You know what, chat? If they can get 5 in less than half of a game, then that means this comeback is entirely doable. That's what I'm choosing to think. Cass dishes that one off. Manny trying to roll that one, and it's not going to be able to go past Bolty. Milk. As Cam lobbed up and over. Brock gets a solid dunk on this one, but not going to go much further. Bolty, soft lob. Flitz can't be happy with that. I mean, it's interesting because Kennesaw was playing pretty well all weekend within the... they might be a little bit tired because they were playing in a LAN. Granted, so are BPC, so maybe we are seeing the effects of that. Cass. Soft touch, stolen away by Bolty. Brock, no redirect. Instead, going to be Manny trying to lob that one forward, going for a bump, I think, as he started leaning forward. I think at this point, just trying anything is BPC. Nice little passing play, execution not there, but Manny still has a chance. That's near post into Milk, who's already up for it. Cass is just going to be able to retreat. At this point, honestly, I don't really care if BPC gives up more goals. They kind of just need to dive in. 80 seconds for 4 goals is not doable otherwise. Cass, that was the opportunity. Davenport bailed. Unfortunately, just not in the cards. Was it a failed 50 or successful 50 block? Porque no los dos. BPC are playing at the venue. That's what I thought. I mean, for a lot of these teams, people were like, I wonder if they have time to commute back. I'm like, buddy, they're playing in like Tennessee. Like, there's no way they're driving back to Georgia in one day. Ooh, Manny, nice little save there. As Cam says yes, denying him of, I believe, his 5th goal. Manny, there's one. Able to keep this one in the realm of the realistic. BPC Concord and Indiana Tech are here. Well, very cool of the facility to be allow them to play. I know a lot of organizations that I always kind of got bothered by is like they schedule this stuff on the same day as other things, and then they're like, all right, you have to be out of here by like noon. And it's like, dude, we got stuff to do. So very cool that the teardown is keeping their facility open for that. Cam with the, let's just say deliberate time waster, I'm going to say. Cass will not be able to beat Bolty on this one, but that's a piece of setup from Manny down to Milk. Top shelf. That's going to be a close angle save. Can anyone dish this one? Milk is trying his best, but Brock not only gets the first save away, but then gets the clear off the pinch. Their first man of the day made it home to my surprise. Oh, those priority R's. Land was great. One boys have a good setup. Yes. Ooh, wait, hold on. Milk gets another one. And now everything pretty much rides on this kickoff. Yeah, no, that's the way it should be for all tournaments, especially in collegiate. You're going to have stuff collide. You're going to have a bunch of conflicts, so you got to make sure people can play at both. Because it shouldn't be an either-or thing. Manny, high flick, Brock. Saved off the ceiling. Cash should be able to get that one down. Milk was there, and Cam patrolling means no. It's not going to be that easy. BPC will fall in game number 2. Davenport, 13th seed in CRL League Play qualifiers. Going to be moving on to match point. Brock has the one more game bound in his quick chat for post games. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen someone use that. That's confident right there. Second team beating Baylor 3-1 is pretty wild. I don't know if I've seen any other super shocking results outside of the Borregos one. Boise State 3-0'd George Mason, though. That's pretty handy. Fisher and Syracuse currently going at it. I think Fisher just finished the 2-1, so pretty interesting brackets going on here, chat. Who did Borregos beat? Borregos just beat Old Miss. Oh, and Old Miss. Old Misses. I miss Antics on BPC. I do too. I always loved the Antics' username. It's a fun word. Elderly Mississippi, yes. Milk actually going for potentially a bump there. and it did not work, so BPC trying to figure out some form of ideal strategy. Maybe it's just Manny going right down the gullet with an air dribble. Bolty more than able to handle this one. Brock sends that to Bolty off the ceiling. Oh, he wanted that one. Again, confidence flowing for Davenport. This is a team that repeatedly got Northwood in their brackets, and it went from, okay, they have no chance, to, on their day, this is very much a team that they could win. Davenport has been slowly progressing, trying to utilize their skills in more well-meaning ways. Sometimes pre-jumping is the answer. Sometimes it will get you into a lot of trouble against really high-level teams. Right now, it seems like it is clicking. That is gorgeous from Davenport. Brock backflip into Cam off the backboard, into Brock, back across his body to Cam. Filthy. I'm sorry, but I don't think the defense is doing anything about that. It's very hard to predict that. Of all places to put that from Brock, that was the last place I thought he'd be able to reach to put that. And Bass said we'd fall off. I think it was more so just a little concerned because Cam was basically like, we have not scrimmed at all. And I'm like, I know you guys are really good, but it does make me a little nervous. It's funny, though, because BPC was like my definition of a team that has been playing a lot together. And therefore, it would be like, if you guys match up, it'd probably be tough for you guys off the rip. But no, it seems like you guys are just locked in and you guys are all good. BPC might not be playing from their own facility, but looks like they're at least hanging in there in game one up until something like this. Nice 50, roll back from Bolty. Brock going to top shelf cut that one, and cut that one a little bit too much. Perfection was the enemy of good on that last attack. Ooh, Cass taking that away. Honestly, might have been better to leave that one for second man. Though we don't know the calm situation. He's just sitting on top of that one, Milk! Wait a minute! Hold on! He pancakes the 50 and pushes it through! What in the world is that? Hello, ZBZS. What is the topic? This is Collegiate Rocket League, the official league qualifiers for Rocket League. This is brought to you by Epic. Not this stream, but the league itself. And there are two colleges playing. Bruton Parker College in Georgia and Davenport University from, I just tied myself into a corner. Davenport's in Michigan, I'm going to commit to. I was going to say Ohio, and I'm like, no, it's not Ohio. Gas out to Cam. I was going to think maybe that had the placement over anything, but no, in fact, it's going to go all the way to the far side. Bolty stealing that boost, going to pay for it with his life. Cass tried the cut. Cam did well. Shut away all angles. Manny, no reset. That's fine. Milk able to put that one, I would say, close to a double. Though nothing more than that. Bolty, no double. Cam, that's a really quality bump. However, that bounce still keeping things dangerous. Cam trying to 50 that one down. Davenport does not want to let their foot off the gas here from the ceiling. Bolty, no way, he gets that flip. He's going to let it drop, and it will not be able to tuck underneath the bar. Pass down, Brock, back post, saved again. All these passing plays, all of these pre-jumps and pre-flips. It's working out so far. But for how much longer? Cass trying to get back. Manny doesn't want to use any boost on that one. Didn't trust in the angle. Cam slowly waiting it out. No boost, but he's got a wave dash. He's got a catch. He's got to flick the bar, and he's got teammates, but no finish. Manny trying to lob this one over to Cass, but will be dunked to the side. And Manny trying the creative pre-jump on that 50. Even if it doesn't work flawlessly, it's something they're still getting away with. Milk, near post, right in front of goal. And the only one there is Cam. Milk, back post, Cass, tough angle. I think he might have been looking for the 1-2. No momentum to really carry through that plan. Milk, delayed flip, double commit front of BPC. Cass waiting patiently for it, and good that he did. Why do you always show up when I'm talking trash? Bass is omnipresent in these streams. Oh, you know, that's one thing I should have forgotten. I forgot to do. I wanted to do the Omni View command and then have a multi-stream for all the community streams. I was going to try to do that with like them and all the major schools broadcasts. Uh-oh, that's a miss. Oh, that's a miss. Oh my God, what a disaster in front of the goal. And yet, wait a minute. Milk tried to get the flick. He had a bit more time, but I think he didn't realize it. Either way, Manny's going to keep that one up. Cass into Manny. He's got a catch. He does not have his life, though. They kind of need that to carry through, especially if you're going into OT now. Bruton Parker trying to pull off the reverse sweep in our first best of 5 of the day. And it's not looking good, especially with Bolte carrying this one all the way through. Demos as the assist. The flip reset with style. Capping this one off. Davenport, upper final of Pool A4. Who has upper final? You guys are playing Winthrop. Honestly, I might just take that. No one's taken that, so I'm just going to take it. Straight up. Because I have not seen Winthrop play yet, and I feel like this will be a fun one. I was gonna. Yeah, you were gonna, Seb. Slow as hell. Slow ASL, bro. Do you want to do it together? Yeah, sure. You want to call? Winthrop will be orange team, I believe. So it'll be Davenport versus Winthrop. Winthrop! Between you and me, Preston, I've watched Taco for 1.5 years. Hell yeah, ZBZ. Calling Seb right now to see if he wants to cast this one. Oh, he's already calling me. you were already calling me. I didn't realize that. That's funny. We're waiting. Hold on.
I like overlay stuff sorted.
Well, there you go.
So I was just about to hop on and do the Winthrop match, but then I saw that you're in that pool, so I'm like, all right, wow.
I mean, yeah, it's tough.
Well, you know, it's fine.
Yeah, I have to communicate with these guys real quick.
Okay.
Just trying to hit up these players. Winthrop might hard ego me because I think Garrett might be streaming. I have no idea if Garrett's streaming this or whatever, but
I can look it up for him.
He's I said hello, lads, and then Cam says meow, so sure. Let me share my screen real quick to Seb so you have access to what I see.
Garrett's not streaming, no.
Right,
Kind of
cool.
crazy. You think that would be like prime streaming material, right?
I guess we'll see.
Eh.
Whoa, that's making me a little framey when I'm sharing screen with Seb. Might just get you in this lobby. That might be easier.
I can get in the lobby, yeah. Well, wait, hold on. Do they have a coach or something?
It doesn't matter. It'll be 6-6, and then us two. So they'll have more than enough time if they have coaches.
Yes.
And neither of them are streaming, so it's fine.
All right, send me a lobby info when you can. Oh, I wish I grabbed coffee before I got into this, though. Oh, God.
Classic Sebworth.
Wrong Seb. Or Sebadam.
All right, Sebadam.
How many Sebs do we got in Rocket League now? I think I'm the last one, actually. I don't think there's another Seb left. I think the
coaches aren't allowed to spec. I think it's like one of those things where, for me, I personally, don't hate me, Epic. I think they're not allowed, but for me, my rule is if both teams agree, then they're allowed. That's kind of my vibe. I'm like, if you both agree to it, like, what am I policing at that point? Like, really?
Policing life. Davenport has coach on hold.
Actually, let me remake lobby real quick, Seb.
We extended stall hours to a 4-year. Okay, sick.
Just trying to talk these players real quick, get them on the right page.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna grab some water.
Do as a coach on walkabout. he's just out and about. He's just chilling. Have coach on layaway. Streamlag goes crazy. Yeah, Preston, that was me trying to screen share to Seb, but unfortunately, I'm doing a stream to Twitch. I'm also doing a multi-stream to YouTube, and then I'm also doing a third stream through Discord, which is such a resource hog. So I'm just like, yeah, it's not gonna work. so I decided like let's just keep this one chill. But yeah, I'm just gonna do U.S. Central if these players don't get back to me soon. Two pieces begging for help. I think we're fine now. I just dropped the frame a little bit. I think Seb can just jump in the server. That's what I'm doing. I'm giving him the invite, or I'm giving him the lobby info. I'm just trying to make sure these players are agreeing because I don't want to make the lobby and then they're like, well, actually, we want US East, and it's like, all right. I think Cam has said yes to US Central. I'm just going to commit to that because Winthrop is not communicating to me, so I'm just going to go with that. All right, Winthrop says sure on that. I guess Seb on to glaze Winthrop. I mean, I figured it's nice to have a co-caster since it's really hard to actually do this alone. I don't know why I'm DMing Seb. I'm literally in a VC when he gets back and just tell him join. Anyway. Bend over backwards for Seb, for sure. Excuse me? What? All right, looks like... Wow, the players got in here immediately. And it looks like all the ping is pretty good.
I have agua.
All right. Well, then I sent you lobby info. Just join on in. All the players are already in here. Oh, you're in there. Let's go. Look at Seb. Look at Seb already on it.
Professional.
Anyway, yeah, this is a new coming team. If you guys are not aware, Winthrop is the newest addition. I mean, it's hard to say newest because there's multiple new teams, but one of the, I'd say the highest profile team coming in, it is Garrett G, T-Krell, and Percy on a squad. So they have been having literally no problem at all through this bracket so far. This will be the first, I'd say, hyper high-level team they're playing against in Davenport. Really excited to see how this one looks.
Yeah, they just went through, if I'm checking, we're in A4, right? They also just went through St. Clair's B team, smashed him, poor Christian. Hate to see it, but it is what it is. That was like, honestly, I mean, this match is probably like the best we're going to see. I don't see any other team in this pool outside of maybe Bruton Parker, but even with Bruton Parker, I'm like, I don't know if there is a challenge to this team in this pool, to be honest.
Yeah, it's I mean, stuff like this happens where you're going to have a really good team and they're going to be playing against other good teams. But for the most part,
we went through it yesterday, right? On Champ League, where we kind of had an idea of which pools were going to be more competitive than others. we kind of saw that, like St. Clair's pools, for example, is like not competitive at all. Whereas WVU, like they have to deal with Fisher, right? So I think this is definitely on the less competitive side. But you know, I'm down to be surprised. It's not as if Davenport are a bunch of plumbers. I think they're very capable. But you know. It is Cam on 8 ping. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, he's in Dallas with me, or Dallas area, I think, with me. So Dallas servers are pretty much all the central servers. So 8 ping is how it's going to work, and how this one's going to work is a best of 5 to be able to go forward into the grand final of this pool. Again, 8 pools for CRL Qual League play. Only one of these 2 teams can be able to actually make it all the way through.
With so much on the line for both these teams. By the way, first time I'm actually using the headset to cast, so let me know, Taco, how it goes. Hope it sounds good.
I mean, it sounds good to me. I just have to. We're actually using the same headset, I believe.
We are actually using the same headset, so we should sound the exact same more than we already do, including our voice.
I think I got to be a little deeper, though, unfortunately. My vocal cords don't lift like yours do.
I see. It's blessing and a curse, because, for example, I can't sing at all. I have a really good baritone, but then I like can't sing anything at all. Brock, careful, please. Oh my God.
Now, it looks like everything's fine on that regard, but at least for this first attack, T. Corral, Percy, and Garrett, this is a squad that us on Champ League yesterday, we were saying we were not doubting this team. We were still going to say it'd be shocking if they didn't make it in league play, but I was wondering how they'd look. And so far, it seems like just skill alone, they're doing just fine, but they're not impervious. Brock, cherry picking downfield, going to be able to put that one back post.
I mean, you look at this, and this is just purely off a double commit, no trust or comms, potentially, and no boost to speak of. Percy's still in the rotate back, and that's just a lob in. I mean, like, dude, we were talking about where this team is at in terms of skill. I mean, this is a new team at the end of the day, whereas Davenport have been teaming for better or for worse for, like, what, a year now, essentially? So they have that chem in place already.
Yeah, and beyond that, I mean, these are players that I would have to assume have played together before in ranked, in tournaments, being able to do some pickup stuff, 6-mans, whatever. So it's not entirely unfamiliar. The thing is, they're also playing against a team that is really high level. For example, don't need much of an invitation. T. Corral getting a gift.
You know how weird it is to be like, oh yeah, dude, Taka, let's just like do CRL quals like we've been doing for the past like forever many years.
Yep.
And then this time it's like, oh yeah, we're just casually casting world champion Garrett G on the field for CRL quals. Like, what timeline is this?
Yeah, look at that tag. Look at that tag, everybody. Also, major elite from T. Corral, you know, shout out.
Meanwhile, Cam got a 2022 champion. That team that will never have, I mean, the mythical, you know, like that team doesn't exist.
Yeah, just a flash and then it was gone, unfortunately.
It burned twice as bright.
Exactly. yeah. JD, Cryptic, and Cam, elite squad, super entertaining grand final. So maybe we'll see, try to reignite something here. But ultimately, yeah, Cam definitely has that pedigree. One of the best players that we've seen in the modern era of CRL. And right now, Winthrop is trying to be just the next edition of a super team to be able to enter the fray. Garrett G getting a nice pass. Cam read that one like a textbook.
Kind of seeing a bit of boost struggle on the side of Winthrop right now. I mean, I've seen Garrett and Percy without boost a lot. I mean, maybe they're adjusting to the pace. Great pass. Garrett with a shot on. Brilliant save from Cam.
T. Corral trying to lob that one forward. Decent 50. Cam should be able to get on top of this one. He's waiting for the bounce. Maybe trying to bait in Percy. Turn around is Brock. Circumvents that first challenge for T. Corral to then handle. Should be just fine. Gets most of that 50, and Cam will go off the side. Well, he scored a couple from there, but that one really does not have the velocity to turn into anything.
Pass. No, T. Corral a bit too far behind, but Percy's still able to steal the boost, too. Cam going to get bumped out. Bolty. Good pre-flip to get it out of the way. T. Corral immediately challenged. Brock! Okay, almost puts it down. Cam's still going to put one on. Straight to Brock. Bolty's going to have to rush back and keep it covered in the midfield.
So potentially Cam could tuck this one underneath, and that pre-jump by Winthrop not work out in the way that they expect to. Garrett seems unfazed by all of this. Heavy touchdown in the back line, but it's fine because Brock has the first one. T. Corral's the set down. Percy a little bit delayed on that one. And I think Davenport sniffed it out just as quickly as we did.
Yeah, it was a good read on the pass, too, especially in the modern meta. I mean, Cam, lots of boosts, and completely overshoots the ball. That's not very Cam-esque, but still keeping that possession. Cam going to collect in the midfield as well. Go for it again. Percy going to have to dive in. Good demo, though, from Cam. This actually could be dangerous. Percy's going to send it down. This is a free one. 2-1 for Winthrop.
And again, this is the margin of error that you deal with when you're playing at this level. Just one read that you go really hard for, just trying to get the cleanest of touches right off of the bounce from the sidewall, and then suddenly you miss it by just a little bit of a millisecond, and then everybody moving forward has such confidence in their teammates, because why wouldn't they on Davenport? It all unravels. Winthrop getting 2 unanswered, able to take the lead here in the final minute. Now it looks like the Michigan boy is going to try to engineer something on the comeback. Winthrop going to try anything to deny that. Garrett almost with a whirly.
I will say, at least, like, for the most part, the defense has actually been quite good for Davenport. I mean, they've been getting a read on the offensive plays that they're going for. Pass over to Brock. This one's going off the crossbar. Percy dives in for it just in time. Percy, no boost to speak of for both Ticarella and Percy, but they're going to have to chase this down, actually, to mitigate any comeback potential from Davenport. Ticarella just dives in, straight up beats Cam to the ball with the last few seconds. Winthrop want to end this one.
Cam might be going for, I thought, a demo, but no, him and Bolte go on the same read. Brock, therefore, trying to play that next touch, but Ticarella does well. Talent get it out, but then distribute to Garrett. Wrap it around. Percy trying to hold this one up, and he will mostly do that. In fact, he will entirely do that. Brock doesn't get it. Percy does. And a little icing on the cake in game number 1.
So much of this fell apart. Brock just, if I can make an ESPN meme, that's what it'd be for. Yep, Cam, last second here. And that will be game 1. Go to over Winthrop.
And not super surprising. Again, Winthrop, top seed in this pool. I believe this is means that there would be 4th seed. Based on how we adjusted some of the different brackets, as I believe this is still Pool A4. Either way, very good to be able to see Davenport be able to hang in this, because I agree, this is not like a walloping. This is not Winthrop, getting 17 shots to 2, and they're just burying everything with a bunch of demos and boost steals. Like, Davenport has the ability to hang in there, but this is also very much classic Davenport in this aspect of, we watched them play against Northwood in the same pool. They got them all the time, which obviously historically Northwood, very good team. And Davenport got closer and closer, but the biggest thing that I always felt like I was struggling when I was trying to root for them is that the ball would get in dangerous positions, they'd move on forward, and then the goals they would give up were just like the most straightforward giveaways or misses that just cannot happen. So game number 2, that is my biggest focus. Can Davenport patch that up? Because otherwise the offense doesn't look that shabby.
I mean, yeah, I think there are adjustments both these teams that are trying to make. That was a great idea. That was a beautifully offensive play that was in the making. Brock was just a tiny bit late. Bolte having a lot of space to work with here, but underway in game 2. Percy's just going to punish. Can't do that, brother.
I'm a little lost on what Brock was doing here, because I thought he was just going to catch it. Oh, he was back. Straight up, I did not realize he was backwards. I thought he was driving back. I'm like, why would you catch it like that and not turn faster? That's a rough one. But yeah, I think he was trying to back up enough to be able to catch that and then maybe flick it, or at least pop it back up. It doesn't work out. And again, you do not have space for those errors, and kickoffs aren't an error, but it's still something you gotta shut down. No double by Garrett. Hard angle shot from Percy. This man is shooting the lights out.
Dude, seriously, he's literally just like, okay, I'll take that, thank you. I'll take that, thank you. I'll take all this, thank you very much, for the lead here, 2-0. Percy, he's a shooter.
Flash Bandy, I still do a double take when seeing this Winthrop roster. It is, yeah, like we were saying, it is a little bit of a jarring change of pace to be like, yeah, there's collegiate players, and then, wait, hold on. Then you see this roster out of nowhere.
But you mean this player that I literally just casted on Shopify a month ago? Oh, you mean this world champion? Oh yeah, that guy? And Ticarella?
Yeah, but hey, Ticarella is a national champion. He's had some accolades within CRL back on Northwood White back in the day. And also beyond that, being able to just get basically 3 high rank X, rank S players is just ridiculous achievement. So being able to launch that one forward means a lot for the collegiate scene. Definitely going to give a lot of eyes, as it should, to this competition. The Winthrop are going to try to be able to put these scores out as far as possible, show that they are a step above and worthy of proving wrong any doubters that thought they might not adjust well. Nice shot and the save. Bolte, top shelfer, bar down.
That rebound, or excuse me, that rebound was actually a lot harder than it looks because that was coming in at some pretty high speed. Bolty coming in with no hesitation, perfect placement off the crossbar and in. That was very difficult to make work, but still cleanly done. Davenport not out of it just yet.
And being able,
you know what would, real quick, you know what would make the perfect, like, player to come in? It would just encapsulate all of, like, old school NA Rocket League. It's like if ZPS comes to 0.
I mean, it would be nice to have him in here. I mean, he was.
We need zombie Bootswork here.
He was in APAC for a bit. Then unfortunately we're not seeing that anymore. We are seeing. Oh, I was going to say T. Corral continuing to score, but apparently that is not what we're seeing. At least not yet. We're getting brief previews of it. There's a lot of like old school players. I think now that Kronovi's in there, I was saying if we can get over Zero and Chinio in here, I'd be overjoyed.
Dude, get Chinio on a team, bro.
I needs it.
I needs it. I needs it to happen. I mean, I hope Sosa considers it at one point. You know, if he's coming back to NA and he's gonna get his career, like depending on where he takes his career, I'd love to see him in CRL. I think that'd be really cool for him.
Multi, nice little pre-jump. Davenport, as we mentioned, when they're feeling confident, their pre-jump video. And notice they are not pre-jumping that much in this game. I think they want to stay as controlled as possible. They know if they get a little too goofy, it's just going to go all out the window. Cam straight down, looking for the back post. Garrett was able to suspect where that might be going and positions himself accordingly. And now maybe waits for a bump to assist him on the next play. A flip reset, Bolty rejected.
I think we're both just waiting for Garrett G to pop off so we can just have a Garrett G go, "Hey, Garrett G, what the double?" You know, like something crazy. And then that's like an end goal here, just like T. Corral wants to end this one. 3-1 here. The beautiful pass attempt. Percy tries to get the double, but nice cleanup from T. Corral here. Bolty just couldn't get the read and misflips.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was Percy purposely trying to put that one as near post as possible because you could see the backboard defender coming across. And sometimes if you hit the ball behind them, it kind of trips everyone up. It's kind of like the fake misdirection type play. It throws everyone off. And yeah, Bounce is not in the best position in the middle, but it's also something that maybe Davenport was 100% expecting. Either way, looks like they are digging a hole that Davenport has to climb their way out of, and even though they get the occasional wide open chance, doesn't look like Winthrop is too concerned about it. T. Corral somehow gets a flip reset. I have no idea how he got a reset. It looked like his front bumper.
That was very, very strange, but good comms as well for Percy and T. Corral to get off the ball. Cam was left in a bit of an awkward spot, but this one with 90 seconds remaining. Nice fake, nice fake. Usually the fakes work out in your favor, but in this case it didn't. However, T. Corral, full tank. Gonna play it over, try and get over Brock, gets the bump, and does T. Corral, the solo.
Ooh, this isn't just the textbook. This is like the world standard of how you do a flip reset. Be able to delay that one, get the flip cancel into the little lob and a bump. I mean, there's certain air dribbles and then there's just undefendable moves.
Yeah, there's layers, as a Shrek would say. Layers.
Like an onion,
move.
Brings a tear to the eye.
He's kind of cooking. He even was trying to go, like, if he had a little bit of boost here and he didn't mess up his flip, like, that would have been a pretty nice attempt, too. That's just saved by Percy. I actually thought that one was going to find its mark, but the way Winthrop are playing this, they're getting a bit more confident, they're showing a bit more style, and this, again, I mentioned it before, this is not a team of bums, of plumbers. This is a pretty solid Davenport who have continued to be, like, a bit of a gatekeeper for a lot of the top echelons of CRL.
Cam trying to just cause chaos. And even with getting bumps on 2 players, it is still not going to be enough. It really is a situation, it feels like on Winthrop, if you're going to score on them, you have to get it through every single player. It's not just getting this singular beat. As Percy's trying to show that, maybe on his side with a lead block, still getting the save off is Davenport. I would say keeping themselves in this game, but with 30 seconds, they're really going to need a lot of offense. They're going to need it yesterday.
T. Corral definitely taking the weight of his team's effort on his back. Garrett's just kind of chilling. It's like, all right, boys, go off. You're the mechy ones here. Brock, however, wants to at least send this out with a bang. Tries to get the pinch, but Garrett, as experienced as ever, gets the read. Last attempt here. Garrett, no boost to make anything happen. Clock will wind down. Game 2 will go to Winthrop here.
So James, it turns out Winthrop is playing well together. I guess a lot of these questions, at least I've had, has been answered. Brock says one more game, so not losing too much faith. I mean, if you look at that shot differential, it's not like mind-blowingly different. It's just the quality of the finishes really coming through from Winthrop, capitalizing on that good defense.
Wait, someone said I thought Baylor was stacked. What happened? Wait, did Baylor lose?
Oh man, Seb, you're not paying attention to the group chat. Yeah, the Ball State B team took them down 3-1.
No.
It's all Ball State in the upper final for their pool.
No way, that's crazy. Oh no.
So the answer is that Ball State is stacked, or Baylor is stacked, but without watching that game, the biggest concern we had about Baylor was that their third is JT, who is still like a 2000 MMR 2s player apparently.
B+.
But the rank X average is basically like what CRL is. So if like you have a player that's below that, it's going to be really hard to keep up. And I think that's the issue is like Hoxer and Andy obviously are incredibly high level, but you also have to play at the level of basically all the players you're playing in like RLCS quals with a B+ player. And some players are not going to be capable of that. So according to Super Smurf, Akron Blue swept by OC Esports. I'm sorry, what did you say to me?
Wait, hold on. Excuse me?
You said OC, and I was like, what is Europe doing? Like, what is Oceania doing in there?
Oh, Akron Blue swept. Hold on. You get the game going. I'll report it.
No, it's that is accurate. Akron Blue just swept by OC Esports. Someone contact Bass right now.
Also, real quick, shout out to Conestoga making it to losers quarters. That's cool. Hold on, I gotta see this. Now. Okay, why can I not find Baylor's pool? Oh my god.
Technically, Oklahoma Christian is OC because Chile is from Australia, and Cam is right now a previous king of North America, getting the pass just about immediately in game number 3.
Oh yeah, Akron Blue did get swept. Wow, goodness me. All right, let's get back to the game. Davenport, I believe not the first lead they had. I believe they scored early in game 1, but since then it has kind of been downhill throughout the course of this series. However, this is a Winthrop pass over to Garrett. Good read by Cam, blocks it away. Brock, it's an attempt to try as all of the Winthrop members loaded, ready to go, wondering how they're going to handle this one. Cam gets the challenge. Bolte, no boost to speak of, is going to do what he can in the midfield, but T-Corell is going to have to go up for it. Cam tries to get the bump. Not going to be able to make any sort of damage or dent against this spear that's coming their way. T-Corell coming for the corner, looking for an attempt. Bolte with the challenge. Cam sets it down pitch, and so far it's just going to be back and forth between the two.
Spike off the ceiling. Cam's going to dust him to it, luckily for Davenport's side. T-Corell's just going to get the light lob. Tapping across as Percy throwing it into Garrett. Top shelfer. You cannot place it better than that by Captain America.
No, not at all. And how great did that feel to say, Taka?
I mean, I was trying to find a way to work it in. That was a little clunky, but I'll take it. Also, Urba, I absolutely refuse that nickname you've just decided, you've assigned Davenport. How about How about the
Come on.
the BCB? How about CBB?
How about the CBC? No, wait, no, that doesn't work. The BBC. No, well.
What? What a save! What was that by Garrett? Driving backward into the goal and pinches it off the bar. Davenport, I mean, that's just something you got to sigh and just move on.
That's only through about like a decade and a half of experience, but it's fine. That one will find its mark, though. Listen, it's. I don't know why you're thinking the BBC's crazy. It's the British Broadcasting Company, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I know, but we're gonna get sued into the ground if we use that. Obviously, that's what my first and only consideration was.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. I love how, like, by the way, for our internal chat where we have, like, you know, we update each other on results, like, VOD just tags me, like, 4 times letting me know the Baylor results.
I mean, we gotta be alert to each other. I mean, we make some hot takes, gotta back them up, and gotta know the consequences, but I'm just waiting for my reckoning. We got a lot of ridiculous upsets so far. I thought this is going to be kind of a boring thing, but turns out it's anything but. You can look at like the 2nd and 3rd seeds in each pool really starting to pull up. And now we're going to have to see maybe Davenport can follow suit. as they're trying to hang on to this lead with half the game remaining in Game 3.
Yeah, this is getting a bit precarious here for Winthrop. I mean, they haven't had too many opportunities, and Davenport has actually done a good job of maintaining a bit of the midfield boost, midfield pressure. Really hasn't allowed too much space to go Winthrop's way. Garrett G going to send it down to Percy. Redirects. Brock has to die for this. He does. Garrett a little bit too far advanced, but will be able to receive a pass from T. Carell, who's not going to be in the best position here for Percy. They're just going to do what they can. Bolte, actually, this might be risky. T. Carell is going to go off the ceiling, will be dived away from Brock.
Yeah, well done by Brock. Also, not to just immediately ramp it back up, catch the ball, wait for everyone to recover, get your boost, and then ready up for defense because they're really going to need it. Brock left all alone with some demos, able to stand up against 2 players and get that 50. I don't know if that passed exactly what he had in mind, but at the very least, it's going to buy some more time. Everyone resets with some 50s. Cam straight down the middle on target. Garrett a little bit late, no boost, still gets it away and gets that one to the sidewall, albeit not convincingly. Davenport still knocking, redirect Brock over onto the backboard. No follow-up,
like
but none needed.
Oh, good pass though, Cam, and this will be Brock being able to put it through and convert. Just shot after shot after shot from Davenport. Finally putting on 90 seconds. We might actually see them get a game here, by the way.
And this is kind of what I was waiting for. And also, it's a good demonstration of the understanding of momentum and player expectations. Like, there's not really such thing as a change-up in Rocket League, but a play like that where a pass comes down, you could try to slap it as hard as possible, but sometimes you just throw it low into the middle. If everyone's on the backboard, that's a really weird save to get to the sideline. Oftentimes, it's just going to pop out into the middle. And kind of like that one, T. Carell not getting it. Garrett pre-jumping it, but nobody's getting this one. Davenport really putting an exclamation point on game number 3.
122 kilometers per hour. That's actually insane speeds from Cam. Great power shot. Garrett save it once, can't save it again. By the way, how do you feel that York University has taken more games off of OC Esports than Akron Blue?
That's a great stat for later in the day. Got to get that on the Champ League Twitter.
No, I mean, that pool, I don't think I realized how crazy that pool was going to be until I looked at it. And then Akron lose, now it's all just on fire.
Percy going to get the first 50. Brock, I love that lob up. No demo attempt, but don't think he expected it to be as high as it ended up being. Bolte, nice recovery and the dunk, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. Bolte, not necessarily the weak member of this, but I would say the less competitive accomplishments on the Davenport roster. So whenever I see those players confidently going up for those reads, going off ceiling, getting crazy dunks, it just really warms the heart.
Yeah. No. When you see like I mean, it's kind of like the Helix effect, right? Like Helix is playing with insane, talent on all ends of the pitch. Yet when you see him pop off, it's like, oh, well, that's nice. Either way, this one will touch the ground. 4-1 here for Davenport. They get their first game of the series.
And what a way to get it. I mean, it's one thing to be able to get a win and you look back, because there's some series where it's like, man, that was pretty close. And then you look and all their wins that the opponent gets of the eventual losers are like 1 goals or something. No, this was a really solid performance. 10 shots. I mean, pretty even with Winthrop still, but this is kind of what I was talking about. Brock O'Clock has to use the restroom. All right, well, we're going to give him a minute. He has 45 seconds. None more.
Yeah, got a timeout. So I hope it's not a number 2.
I mean, also it's up to Winthrop if they want to actually give him more time, but I'm assuming he just means he's been chugging water. He's just got to go use the restroom real quick. Brock just typed speedrun. Brock, why are you? Oh, he's already back? That's different. If he's already back, and that's pretty impressive. That was like
speedrun.
That was like 20 seconds.
That's actually impressive.
I don't want to think about how he was able to achieve that.
I don't want to imagine the sound of the toilet.
The aim alone has to be pretty.
Sounds like a fighter jet.
All right. Well, it looks like everyone's read up, so it looks like we should be able to just jump
Did
right
he
in.
wash his hands?
Yeah. We gotta wonder that. Chat would like to know. I will ask after this game. I'll let them focus up at least here for game number 4, because they're going to have to need it. Davenport, 1 win is a good, but you're going to need at least 2 more for their reverse sweep attempt against the top seed in Pool A4 in Winthrop.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we just want an interesting series. Either way, double whiff from both members. T-Corel doing great with these challenges, actually. Actually draws out a good amount of the Davenport squad. This is going to be a rebound. It's going to be a pass attempt as well, but brilliantly saved. Cam playing the slow, no boost at all, just trying to bring out more defenders outside of the fold.
Say Winthrop playing these follows really closely. I've noticed a couple times. I mean, Garrett looked like he was kind of like Mimi following T-Corel, but I'll say I think there was the plan behind that. I think they're not really goofing off. I think they're actually just trying to make sure that they are immediately following up all these challenges, make sure Davenport's reaction time has to be on lock, kind of like this, as Cam will generate a decent save. Garrett actually keeps that one in. Unfortunately, he's not able to wrangle it after that. So we'll be Winthrop back on a defense with a double commit, with a wide open shot from Bolte, which will still be knocked away.
T-Corel could have led to disaster there and accidentally redirected that one in. So thankfully, another Winthrop defender was able to get up there to keep it out. But I mean, I kind of like how Garrett is playing this. He's trying to play these touches, not exactly perfect, not exactly trying to score every time, but playing for just more elongated possessions, more focus on boost management, recognizing, yeah, this is kind of how Davenport are getting their bread and butter right now. Brock, great challenge. Percy, even a better 50. Let's see if he's able to get anything off of it. Brock, good redirect downfield, and Winthrop gonna have to reset.
I was about to say, I'm like, Brock, you have no more boost. You have to get underneath that, and he does. So no harm, no foul on this one, but maybe the harm comes a little bit later, like with T-Corel getting the 50, back across. Reaching for it is Brock. Garrett taking a lap around. Will get the boost steal. I think that was ultimately what he was going for. Maybe afterwards a pass to Percy, though too close quarters to actually force that through the first defender.
Challenge from Percy. Bolte, that's a straight pass to Cam, but well timed from T-Corel on the defensive touch there. And they'll be able to keep it out. And this is where things, I imagine this will be low scoring. This is a precarious game. Everyone trying to play this carefully, knowing that there's actually a bit of risk right now. Great demo from Garrett. Will that be enough? Yes, it will. Garrett setting downfield. Brilliantly done.
That's tough because Cam is going for that redirect. Brock is playing off that. Honestly, if Cam doesn't hit that and Brock went for it, that probably would have worked out fine. But in the moment of doubting whether or not he's going to get there, maybe trusting Cam too much with that redirect, it leaves him in that no man's land position. Demo or not, I mean, that's probably going to be in. And that's a tough one to give up, but particularly, as you mentioned, this one looking like it's going to be a bit more of a closer match. Of course, as I say that, I almost had an immediate answer back.
Someone said, after did he wash his hands, someone said he used the water from the bidet to be more efficient. Jeez, man. Bolte saying no, this one will not be a Winthrop runaway with a fantastic challenge from Cam to open that one up.
Honestly, really good comms, I will say, coming in from Davenport, because I've seen too many times that exact situation happen where a player gets a 50, it's sitting right in front, and then the one player has to jump over the other player, but in a panic, they both kind of flip, they bump each other, and then the ball just kind of like spurts out to nowhere.
Exactly.
I've seen that so many times
easy.
that I was thinking, okay, that's probably might happen here, but no. Comms are unlocked, Davenport back in this game, and again, trying to get back to how they were looking in the prior 5 minutes. Granted, Winthrop can't be too happy about it. They're looking for some vengeance, although rotating up a bit too collectively. Absolutely nobody there for that weird deflection, and they all have to rotate out.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Winthrop are kind of taking the foot off the gas a little bit too hard right now. They're like, okay, well, this one's basically done, and basically just give it up. That one's a shot on. T-Corel having time for it, just barely gets a hand on it. Bolte keeping in the midfield. Teammates going to look to recover. Brock tries to play around T-Corel, but his challenges are so on point right now. Straight up keeping Winthrop in the game at times. What is going on?
Cam and Percy having a little beef. I don't know. I'm getting that mid boost. Get out of my way. Just tried to, maybe not rule one, but just bump them a little bit. I don't even know if either of these teams would want to get into 2v2. I don't know if that would actually work better for some of these twos demons.
In terms of just like setting it up via rule one?
Well, no, just like as a matchup. Like sometimes you're playing 3v3 and that's good.
Dude,
but like,
yeah,
if you're playing a player like Cam who plays almost exclusively twos, I don't know if I want to deal with that. I also don't want to deal with these demos and 50s. Garrett G getting the lead.
I mean, first off, fantastic 50 from Garrett. Also following up with the bump onto Bolte. That was essentially entirely set up off of his back. A great 50 to be, and sometimes that it really can be all you need is just a very well thought out, well done 50 to just gain the advantage on the ball. This one is still risky. Bolty able to dive for it. Still dangerous here though. Only within one. Winthrop don't have that insurance goal, and frankly, it hasn't been too convincing throughout the majority of this game.
However, at the end of the day, they got a lead, and that's really all they need to cling on to for at least 30 more seconds. A little time wasting maybe with that flip reset. Percy, double tap, no contact. T, going to keep that possession. Tuck past one, Bolty circumvents that one, out to the sideline. Again, these just cute little touches from Winthrop are doing so much, just burn off the seconds, and now they only got 10 of them to work with.
Careful, careful. Cam's diving in for this one. Will be able to tie it up. Gets away from the rotation, and at the very last second, might be able to push this to overtime.
Oh my god, I thought he missed that. I thought he barred that or like post that and it went straight up or something. I was thinking, oh man, if that doesn't go in, that's a heartbreaker. But what a clutch play. Look at being able to look at Brock take that one down the sideline. Now it's up to Brock to play defense. He's gonna miss that one! Percy back post! 1 second, what a fumble!
There's no way you crash out this hard! You had one job!
Oh no, I think Brock was so convinced it was gonna go more in the middle or near post. It goes behind him, he can't adjust in time, and now it comes down to a kickoff like this, which is just asking for too much. GG's, Winthrop into the grand final of Pool A4, and they're gonna have to wait for that lower bracket to wrap.
Well, at least whoever was using the bathroom can wash his hands now.
Yeah, seriously, you gotta get some soap on those. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, sometimes your hands are a little sweaty, a little greasy. You get a quick little hand rinse, dry them off, and everything's fine. Unfortunately,
yeah, typing that because
unfortunately he's gone. So yeah, we're not gonna do that. But solid series by Winthrop, I have to say.
That was good.
I would say Davenport at the same time though, looking clean, looking prepared. Not able to pull it out in the end, but like this is the best team in their bracket. Like if they're going to play that well, I'm interested to see how it works. If they can work their way through lowers and then play them again in grands.
Yeah, I would love for like people who, you know, because I know that we're gonna probably talk about this on Champ League, but like for people who are wanting just a vibe check of where Winthrop's at, it's like they're pretty good, but I would. It's one of those ones I would love to like look at the VOD. I'd love to look at the VOD and be like, hey, like this one was not as out of reach as I think people might make it seem. So Davenport. Okay, I actually want to update the bracket and see where Baylor's at. Baylor's still waiting for GCU Black. Ball State.
Ball State
A and B.
Well,
wow.
Ball State A and B also went to Game 5. Man, we're in a scenario in which Ball State almost lost their own B team to go down the lowers.
Dude. The scenes of that. Maybe Ball State B is just really good now.
I mean, Ball State B is very good. I think it might be very similar. I think it might be Phoebes, Altor, and Variety. Yeah, Phoebes, Altor, Yags, and Variety. That's an insane.
Well, we knew that they were good, but I mean like good. You know, like
they have the support of the streets are talking about Ball State Black. As so many really high level players are like, no, Ball State. Like Altor is insane. Like Variety is really good. So they were getting a lot of respect. Variety was even getting subbed in for Ball State A team in some events that I think Wovo was not available to play in. So that's looking pretty good. Mr. Bepic somehow streaming St. Edwards, even though that's being streamed on St. Edwards channel. I don't know if that's maybe they're not streaming, but either way, I guess if you're looking for Northwood and St. Edwards, that's on Bepix. Concord and Michigan State, 23 minutes in. Unfortunately, nobody was able to claim that. Sag. St. Clair and Boise State probably going on the St. Clair one. That's 29 minutes in. Winthrop just wrapped. OC
GMU wrapped. Northeastern.
Man, OC getting a 3-0 over Akron. This would be
that's kind of awkward.
Kind of mind-blowing. Granted, OC did say...
Bass has WVU and Fisher right now.
A solid choice, yeah. Twitch.tv/Bash in the past is West Virginia and Fisher right now. Fisher's also a team we kind of lit the fire under a little bit. We were kind of saying, like, hey, I don't know, man. Like, are you really working at it? And Fall said, nah, I got 110 past 2. Like, we're on it.
110 past 2.
Apparently St. Clair 2, Boise 2. Ooh, Boise? Hello?
Wait, like St. Clair, like green?
This is St. Clair Green, yeah.
Oh
Third
no.
seed, 14th seed.
Oh no.
That should be on Saints Gaming CA. That is the Twitch
Probably,
channel
yeah.
for that.
Yeah.
Again, if you guys are looking for particular teams, we are technically not allowed to cover any team with a team stream that includes St. Clair, Indiana Tech, Ball State. So if you guys want to see that, go to Twitch !streams in the Twitch chat. It'll bring you. Whoa, Kyle! Thank you for the $50 super chat out of nowhere. Unfortunately, that also potentially means I have to take off my shirt. That is the rule of my YouTube channels. Fisher WView also going 5. Thank you, G-Man, for call-outs on that one. Also, G-Man, congrats. How you feeling after that Akron game?
Yeah, dude. How you feeling, brother?
We're not necessarily doubting you, but you were saying in the chat yesterday in Champ
Oh, come on.
You were saying that, like, well, in terms of, like, we're not saying, like, you're going to get, like, pummeled, no chance. But it was, like, he was saying that, like, no, we feel pretty confident we got Akron. Last time we played them, we were playing pretty well. I think you said, like, last time you played Blue, you did beat them. So far, so good. What about you? Honestly, games have been pretty banger. I just got to watch Winthrop for the first time. They just 3-1 Davenport. Davenport kept it surprisingly close, for sure. But I would say if I'm Davenport, I'm not really upset about that. The way that Game 4 ended, I'd be upset. But other than that, I'd be like, job's not finished. Oh, I know. Yeah, I mean, these brackets are like demon hours here. Surprisingly. Well, I think it was more so Winthrop I expected to be like incredibly good. And I was like, I think Davenport for me, the biggest test is like, they're going to be able to beat, in my mind, anyone in this bracket. Winthrop is going to be like, how is it going to to go? Surprise. Shaner. Okay, geez.
Boise has a lead currently on St. Clair in Game 5.
Cumberland is taking boot to butt in their bracket so far. They have dropped a single game to University of Maryland. Shout out Cozy P. Fun fact I learned.
Did I just watch?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Sorry. Sorry, Taco.
Fun fact, Cozy P, shout out to a famous YouTuber in the Rocket League space for University of Maryland, Cozy P. He took a game. His roster is the only one that's taken a game off Cumberland all of today. That includes Grand Finals. They just 3-0'd East Tennessee State. So right now, chat, yeah, we're just looking through some of these to see like which games probably would be the best to grab. But to be honest, it might be in our best interest just to watch party something for right now because I don't see any.
I think we watch party this Boise St. Clair match so you can see me crash out live on stream.
It's on. That's Bass, right? You grab that?
No, it's Saints game.
All right. Saints.
Bass is Fisher WVU if you want to watch that, which is also game.
I'm gonna watch party this a little bit just because I want to see not this Tic Tac ad. You're not paying me, Tic Tac. I don't want to see that.
Dude, I'm getting crazy dumb ads right now.
My workaround is on the little mini display on Opera. You can do the picture-in-picture, and you can pop out the display and maximize it. So it's like a 360p stream, but you can still watch in like full screen. Granted, it's no audio, but still. Boise State 2-0 against St. Clair Green in best of 5 upper final. Ayo.
Yeah, they're not.
Love Opera GX. Yeah, Opera GX isn't the best in some ways, but I will say this one feature is such a cool thing to be able to just make any screen like the perfect size or just to kind of throw it in whatever area of your screen you want it. Okay, ad's over. So
what am I looking at, man? Who loses to Boise in the Big 2-5?
Wait.
Okay, Arju, come on. God, imagine losing to a West team that isn't Maryville.
I will say I do like watching team streams that are from students because you can tell how disappointed they are as some of the series go on. I still think a shout out to Jar. The greatest clip I have ever seen in my entire life is I think Kansas is playing ASU, and the final moment they threw the game in the worst way possible, and Jar just stops talking for about 15 seconds straight. It just goes, ugh. And I'm like, yeah.
Have you ever seen that Canadian college football clip of like what is it, like a pass that gets intercepted and then they run it like down the field and then you just hear the commentator go, no! Oh my god. St. Clair, let's go. Let's go.
Excited to watch back our team stream, see how they were casting. I mean, yeah, that's got to be interesting to watch both players. I will say Ball State's looking, you guys are pretty tight-knit. You guys have been posting a lot of pictures of you guys like all going out to lunch together, all hanging out, memeing each other on Twitter. And I like to see that. It's very, And I don't mean to say this as if you're copying, but it brings to mind like the reason why I like the Akron program so much is that that's what it seems like. A lot of programs seem very disconnected from each other, but I feel like a lot of these in-person programs are doing really well with like the team bonding and chemistry and making sure everybody's like getting along, hanging out, and not trying to force people to get along, but it just naturally kind of happens. They scrim every week against each other, so yeah, I mean, it definitely showed. You guys were entirely prepped. The fact that it was a game 5. St. Clair marching back.
Yay! Taka, I'm gonna send you a clip because I don't know if you've seen it before. This is a Canadian college club, by the way.
I remember there was a clip similar to what you're talking about, though, but I think it was like a smaller college where it was like a wide open touchdown pass, and they airball it, and they just go no! And, like it peaks the mic so hard because it's just like pure agony, and I'm like,
it might be the one that I'm sending you.
Yeah. It's like a last-second touchdown pass, and the mic starts clipping. It's so good. Yeah. Well, it was a YouTube short I remember seeing where they said like top 5 football commentary reactions, and that was the #1 one that they started off the clip with. It was like outside pass. They're looking for he's open to the end zone. No! Just like loses all professionalism, just like blood curdling scream, and I'm like, that's pure agony. I love that. That's like the best type of casting to listen to.
Listen, Canada barely cares about like college football, especially our own schools, but in the times we do get invested, especially like Queens and Western, who like, as far as I remember, hate each other, then yeah, like it's Brad. Yo, Jazzy. All right.
M3, dude, I love that clip. M3, how you feeling about your boy Ticarel marching through the bracket? Just gotta get Uno Mas series. Granted, he's unfortunately the biggest downside of this bracket format with 1 per pool is that they have to wait like probably an hour and a half, 2 hours for that game. A little bit of cooldown. Just gonna hop on Val.
I think after the St. Clair clip, I might take a break to make another coffee, like an actual coffee instead of an instant coffee. So,
giving him a
like
pep talk
real
right
man's
now.
coffee.
I knew it. Or chat, you can just be like me and get a juvee. Oh.
Or you could get a juvee, which does in fact have the same amount of caffeine as a coffee.
Exclamation point juvee chat. Code the Dean's Chocolate. Shameless. Dude, I'll be shameless. I freaking love Juvee. The fact that I got a code with them, and they sent me like two packs a month of this stuff. Hell yeah. Still need to try Juvee. Honestly, I was very much of the minds. I've been sponsored by a bunch of different like energy drinks because of like random affiliate programs, broadcasts that have given me like free packs and asked me to like, do stuff. Stream now! Stream now! Okay. Who is he? More like Dorko? Press it now! Oh.
All right.
Noise.
Boy.
Close one.
Boy.
Close
no
one.
one loses to the West.
Wow, look at RG's look at RG's side smiling. They're all cheesing. They're like, oh my god. That was spooky. What a spooky one, chat. Where's Bass? But Juvee's like energy drink I really like because it reminds me of back in the day. My biggest drink that I used to have is Rockstar, but specifically the Rockstar Recovery because it was non-carbonated and it was like tasted like a juice almost. It wasn't like a super sugary thing. It just tasted like you were drinking like a juice. But
real quick, sorry, don't mean to cut you off, but switch to Bass stream right now because it's 90 seconds left. Game 5 WVU pusher. Yeah. Yeah, no, I went to the Juvee creator meetup thing in Toronto that they had, where it was like in the factory, and it was super sick. They met all the creators. They like treated us to a good time. You could bring home a bunch of Juvee as well, and it was very tasty. It reminded me of not of Rockstar actually. It reminded me of Amps back when Amp was good, and it wasn't, it had like the good branding before it just turned out bad.
I think the thing I like about it is that it's like low carb. I don't think it's zero carbonation. There is like some, but it's
oh
very
my
low.
god!
Man, you're so ahead of me.
Sorry.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, or you're behind me because I don't know. The game's moving so fast with these close goals that it's hard to know what we're reacting to.
I'm at 35, but it was like off the crossbar, like insane.
Yeah, you're behind me a little bit.
All right, 24 now.
Yeah, for me it's I also like how it's 127 milligrams of caffeine.
Oh my
god! That's a good save. Which I always hated. These new companies are like 300 milligrams. I'm like, that is so much in a drink. Like,
I think there's a law against that now in Canada.
Good.
I don't think you're allowed to have that much in.
Royales.
Because I think the most you'll see in a can right now is like 180. I think I might be wrong, but I know like listen, only because I used to work at Red Bull, and I know how strict Health Canada is when it comes to high caffeine stuff. Because like even nowadays, like you need to have a like a high caffeine like label on the can now.
Yeah, I would hope so. I wish the US did that. Honestly, it scares me how much of my YouTube audience people will be like, yeah, I'd go through like, I drink 4 like 200 milligram caffeine things a day. That's like my daily intake. And I'm like, dude, your heart's going to give out at like
bad.
27. Like, holy crap,
really
dude.
Drink responsibly, everyone. Drink responsibly. Remember that the limited or the recommended maximum for caffeine per day is no. Oh wow. Wow. No shot.
WVU
No
pulling it
shot.
out. All right, top seed, keep it alive. All right.
No shot, dude. What a rude.
That's
cool. That's sick.
All right, one more check in.
Yeah, recommended maximum, by the way, PSA is 400 milligrams of caffeine. Okay, that's like 4 cups of coffee. No, like
wait,
yeah,
he's
like
got Huntington and Mizzou. Oh, he's doing lower bracket. I was about to say, like, wait, this is an upper final. I was like, how did Huntington get here?
Yeah, wait, look at that football clip if you get the chance.
Oh, are we watching this on stream
Yeah,
real quick?
just real quick, just real quick. It's so funny while we wait for a match.
Gillick draws back the pass.
I
He's
also love that.
It's gonna be long. No!
that Judy animation thing.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Touchdown Western. Shavon Magnay Jones.
Touchdown Western. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of when I had to watch. What cast was it? When I had to watch like St. Clair get absolutely smacked in bracket, and someone made me cast it, and it was like the one match that I got to cast, but it was just like them just getting absolutely bopped, and yeah.
No, I can't even replicate that. Also, I have to call
that's
out.
from the soul, dude.
I have to call out that it is shocking how many multi-billion-dollar like endowment universities have broadcast setups that are not good. Like, it's really weird when even college football tune into like local broadcasters and their mics are peaking. And I'm like, how are your mics peaking when you have like $1 billion to spend on this football program, the broadcasting? Like, I don't know, man. It just seems a little.
I think honestly, it's like
a little weird.
Well, money laundering, but also it's so last in the list of priorities for these guys that they just don't care.
It's true. Man, Bepic just is still in his land setup. He's got his
Blue Jays Grand Slam. Let's go. Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
All right, chat. For the remaining matches, I'm trying to look through what would be like a one to snag real quick. Indiana Tech, unfortunately, we can't grab. Conestoga already started. These lower bracket timings are not conducive to grabbing games. Shout out to Sean. He's still plugging through, though. Even though
Andy
they're playing
RL fan. Yo, Baylor. Check Baylor. I think Baylor might be available because I think they just Baylor lower match or lowers.
Oh, cool. God, I'm so bad at knowing pools. Baylor GCU Black. I would rather wait. For
I mean, it's
I
up
would
to
rather
you.
wait for this one for BP because that would be Baylor versus probably Mizzou. I feel like that'd be a better matchup. Than
Yeah,
GCU.
yeah,
I
that's
don't
true.
know if GCU is going to be that interesting.
To those who are wondering, I put a tweet down there of Jay. If you ever want to know the Canada diff, Canada's Costco has you can get a Costco hot dog, Sprite, and a caramel sundae for $5
You snooze, you lose. Andy, they'll if you guys win, then it'll be fine. Like it'll be good. Like I feel like GCU Black is like that's my boy Nando, I believe, on that one. Yeah, Nando, Bean Boy, Nightmare Rally. Like that's still a good team, but I'm like I'd rather wait for Mizzou as like their higher ranked team. Problem is we have to wait for Bepic to get this game started because I think his bracket was delayed, so he's only at the end of game 1 of this BO5.
Who do we have? Like, who can we cover then? Because I think we're still kind of progressing through lowers matches.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're into best of 5s now because lower quarters is where it starts. So,
Yeah. Syracuse versus James Madison. Isn't James Madison a president or a founding father?
yes to both.
Great. Good to know my history.
Yeah, they actually, I don't know what's going on with them because they used to have Pigeon on that roster, and then he's not on there.
Wait,
and yet
like
they're still
Pigeon? Like that Pigeon?
Yeah, P-I.G-E-O-N, like that Pigeon, but he's not playing from what I can tell, so I'm not really sure what happened there. Maybe he just didn't want to play, or maybe he graduated or whatever, but yeah, he was looking really good on that team. We Bass and I did
He's really good.
the Gen G DMV area collegiate tournament, and it was pretty much entirely JMU versus University of Maryland, Baltimore County, I think.
I mean, Pigeon qualified for the Bellland, and he arguably looked better than Wavy.
he's a really good player.
Arguably.
He's basically a freestyler.
He subbed it.
Parker just 3-0'd ASU Inferno. They're going to be playing winner of St. Clair's Gold and University of North Dakota. I don't gotta say, I want to shout out University of North Dakota. They have continuously been pretty good. Pincus Cat, I run into him in ranked every once in a while. He's a bro. So shout out Pincus Cat.
Indiana Tech, I mean, if you're desperate for one for losers quarterfinals, I think Drexel and Indiana are probably going to wrap up too. So if you want to do Drexel and Indiana Tech.
We are not allowed to do Tech, unfortunately.
Oh,
they,
right.
They have their own stream. If nothing else, we can always watch party. We can always hop around.
Yeah.
And see what
I can find more blood curdling.
No! I don't know if they do it in any other sport or even if they still do it. I always thought something that I thought was pretty funny in generating those exact type of clips was, I don't know if anyone else remembers this, but I used to have a Fox soccer subscription back when they had like rights to the Premier League and everything. And they had a show that they would rebroadcast. I don't even know if it was theirs or if it was like the BBC's or something, or Sky Sports, but they had one that was basically just a fan cast where they would get two casters, one of which was a fan of one team and one of the other one was a fan of the other. And they would commentate the match, but be oppositely biased toward their teams. And it was really, really funny to listen to because a goal would go in and they would start like crap talking each other in the booth, and you could hear them like live coping, like, defender slipped. He's like, no, he slipped because he got deked out. He's like, no, it's like, you overpaid so much for him. And they're literally just like screaming. It's literally like a tailgating argument in the parking lot, but in a broadcast booth broadcasting the game. And I'm like,
can I
it's
point
such
out that
a
you're still calling it like casters for like soccer commentary?
I mean, just the term, but like, it's really funny. It was a really funny thing to tune into, especially if you like, you didn't really care about the match.
Oh my goodness.
But either way.
Also, I don't know if anyone here is a fan of golf, but oh my god, watching the U.S. get absolutely battered has been so funny, bro. Dude, like they're in, I can't remember if they're in California or not right now, but like, do you know what the Ryder Cup is?
Yeah, it's U.S. versus basically everyone else at this point.
It's U.S. versus Europe, basically. And this U.S. crowd is like kind of awful. Like they are like if you were imagine playing golf in like Fenway Park, it's or like New York Stadium, kind of like that. And the problem is that they're doing all this like really nasty trash talk to like Rory and to all the other European guys. Like Shane Lowry is like Rory's partner, and he's like actively like while Rory is shooting and playing his game, he's like actively calling for people to get like ejected from the game because they're just being that nasty. Like they're talking about his like weight, they're calling Shane Lowry fat and like all this stuff. Like it's really bad. But then, dude, like the problem is that the U.S. is losing really bad by like 10 points or something like that. Which is also really bad. And so all you hear now is just silence from the crowd, except for like the Europeans that came out and are doing like all the classic football chants. It's so funny.
I see we joined to how atrocious the Ryder Cup is. I mean, yeah, it's a shame. U.S. has...
atrocious how? Because the cup itself is great. It's just the U.S. sucks.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what we're getting at, I guess. U.S. is funny because like we're like super dominant in a decent number of sports, but then every once in a while we just have like these like weird gaffes. Personally, I will never forgive the U.S. for being basically dominant in every Olympic sport outside of the only one I ever played growing up in soccer. Like that's always been the most unforgivable part for me, where I'm just like, man, all I want. The crowd. I was at the practice rounds earlier this week. Ooh.
Oh, were you really? Oh, okay. So
fun.
yeah, you're aware of how the crowd has kind of been. Any ones that you heard personally? Yeah. No. Well, hold on, because this isn't to say that like the U.S. is bad at golf. They're just really bad at this Ryder Cup. Like the best player in the world, Scotty Scheffler, is American, right? Like the U.S. is phenomenal in golf. It's just when the Ryder Cup comes around to like play this choose format, like 2v2 format, they just collapse and fall apart. I think the stat that they put out is like this is like the worst performance that a world #1 has put in to the Ryder Cup like ever, because they've lost like, or Scotty's lost like 4 in a row. I was there during the early days, so it was more tame. The awful fans didn't show up till Friday. Yeah. Yep.
I think it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's just like I mean, I related back to RLCS, but like for me, I always thought it was kind of like, I understand booing happens in sports, but I always thought it was kind of weird to like have booing against rival teams universally, in a sense.
Yeah.
Like, I always like it when home stadiums boo their team if they're doing badly or they do something stupid. Then it's just like, okay. But like, for example, the EU used to make fun of NA crowds, like, oh, you guys leave before the end of the series. Oh, you guys are booing the EU team so much. You're not doing it evenly, blah, blah, blah. But then in Europe, like, there was a point where, like, the Falcons beat a European team, and they were booing them during the interview to the point where, like, you can barely hear them. And it's like,
crazy.
I don't know, man. That's kind of over the top. Like, you gotta, you don't have to cheer, but like, just give like a polite, like, okay, yeah, applause, like, whatever. I feel like that's the bare minimum. Like, it's not necessarily if you don't have anything nice to say, but I'm like, if you're gonna trash talk, you might as well do it like during the broadcast. I'm personally not a
Scotty
fan
Scheffler
of
is the
dicks, though.
first since like 1975 to go 0-4 in group play. Yeah, that's really bad. No, because especially like for golf, where it's like like. I think the country rivalry stuff is like really like it's fun. Like it's much more lighthearted than it is just like EU football level. Cat. Yeah. Whereas and people generally respect it as such. The problem is like you're dipping into the territory of what a freaking adorable kitty. Oh, meowing. Oh, so cute. Look at that mane, dude.
Yeah, she's fuzzy. I gotta brush her. I have to brush these cats like every single day.
Concord lost to MS. No.
Concord lost to Michigan State. Like the Beacons.
The Beacons are lit. Concord goes for aid.
Oh my god, dude! This has been a crazy freaking qual. What the heck? Hold on, Chad. Hold on.
What? So that means, yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we gotta check this from here.
I'm calling the group chat.
We gotta get everybody in.
All right,
here.
fine.
All right. Oh my!
What is happening?
What is happening? What is happening? That's like 3 first seeds that have lost.
In best of fives too. It's I mean, they're updating it lazily, but it's 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. But all the batters is best of 5.
How many of our league play locks have just now lost? Because I think it's like 3 out of the 5.
That's 3 of them. I think Winthrop's won, Northwood's won.
That's the only 2.
No, St. Clair won. Sorry, I should say St. Clair Green won.
That's true. That's true. So did WVU actually. Okay, so of our
WVU.
locks, 2 of them lost, and then I think one of the 50. Wait, where's the? Hold up. Where's the?
Akron is one where if we had to rank them, I'm like, it's probably most likely they would be among the locks, the one to lose. But I did not in a million years think Concord would drop a series today. That's kind of wild. All right, Michigan State.
I'm in complete disbelief right now at everything that is
I need
going
Morvo
on.
to get in the chat right now. He normally does come
was
in
in mine
after a big
earlier.
series. Yeah, I was also he normally
Yeah.
comes into someone's chat. So
Oh no, WVU was in Please Play Well. Baylor
no,
was
wait, at
also
the
in
end of
Please
it?
Play Well. Yeah.
did we move them down? I don't remember if we moved them. Hold
Yeah,
on.
it's in the tweet. It's in the tweet. So
For reference, chat, this is what we're referring to. We made a tier list of basically.
Oh yeah. No,
the
we did move them
teams-
to please play well at one point.
Champ
That's
League
true.
picks taking it hard right now. Dude, I take it hard.
So yeah, this was our idea. Was essentially like Top thing is like we would be absolutely shocked if they don't make it. Next one is like if they play well, it should be all fine. Don't worry about it. League play potential is like, you know, they could make it, but let's not be like super cocky. Long shot, basically no chance, but you know, who knows if they peak. And then nope was basically we just think in a million years that's just not gonna happen because the talent's just too good.
So Michigan Tech definitely gets a bump. We
I
got
tried to argue. Y'all told me no. That's
Baylor
all I'm saying.
lost. They're in lowers. Ball State, where are they right now?
Ball State are in or in grand finals. They've blocked a spot. For
I
that
was,
reason.
Oh yeah, because they had to play Black, and that went full best of 5. Jesus.
For me, it was
But
like
Black
more
ended
so.
up beating what's it called Baylor.
Yeah, I think for Michigan State esports, for me the biggest thing was like if you keep 2/3 the same roster, and that roster was kind of getting like blown out the water by OC Esports. I was kind of like in most quals, I felt like, or a player of a team of that caliber. I was like, is Drury going to improve them that much more? Like he's very good, but like, is he that much better to elevate them beyond that? And apparently, yeah, the answer is yes. Like that's exactly what they needed to be able to push them forward. So the fact that Michigan State is in grands of their pool is huge. We are living in a world chat in which the winningest program of all of last year might not even be in league play if this keeps up.
I'm gonna go post that on Champ League because I've been trying to keep up with it, and it's been
I
exhausting.
love, by the way, that you definitely tweeted out. It's like the death
yeah.
of the West was greatly exaggerated.
Canada's happening in real time, and I'm thrilled about it.
No.
What do you mean, dude? Have you seen York University, bro? York University's balling.
Who the heck is York?
York
Exactly.
University, dude.
You don't know York University, located in
Toronto. Yeah.
What the heck is
with it founded in 1959 with 49,000 undergrad. What the heck? Is the whole city of Toronto York University? What the heck is that?
55,000
for a
total
city
enrollment?
university.
What?
That's so many.
Yeah.
What the heck
York
is that?
huge. York is huge, dude. Yeah.
God, yeah,
That's
but
a
it's Canadian, so does
gigantic
it really
school.
exist?
Do you guys know that Toronto is like one of the most populous cities?
Yes,
in
of
North
course,
America?
but I wouldn't expect a
That's a
city
lie.
university to be that freaking big. The only college low-key I knew in Canada growing up was because people kept going to. We had a game where we did fantasy college admissions, or me and my friends made an algorithm based on the U.S. News and World Report ranking of a team or of a school you went to. We drafted people in our chat in our class, and based on where they went to school, we would get points based on where they committed. To go to
wait,
school.
I just
But we had a
realized
special
this-
rule: if you went to a Canadian university, it was automatically negative 100 points, and
That's
the only
crazy.
Canadian school everyone went to was McGill. So that
Okay,
was the
but
only
McGill
university I
is
knew.
literally like Harvard for Canada.
We had like two people
also,
there.
just realized York is Bosco's team.
Ah, there we go. Okay, that's what I was wondering. I was like, I know there's like a player that's like insane.
Yeah.
What's good? I was Noah on York. You, hello, Nader. Tough ending for my York boys. I mean, you guys are playing. in very stacked brackets.
Noah, did you guys lose to whoever
Is that
you're
Seb,
playing?
my boy? I'm in a call right now with Bass and Seb, by the way.
Does anybody know what
Trigger
Concord
Happy is also the coach
ad
for
is?
York. Dude. Honestly though, good run. That's
I'm
you
assuming
guys
that's a no.
for what?
Concord, what's their esports?
Oh, it's CU Esports 23 or something stupid like
Thank
that.
you.
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean
Concord
York made it
Esports
against
Twitter.
Cleveland
So that's
State.
Cumberland.
Esports Concord. There it is. That's
Who's
what
even
it is.
on Cleveland? Lobo Obotics and Cypricate. Okay.
Yeah, I want to say
You guys could do better.
That Cleveland State. Honestly, might grab this lower semi. Unfortunately, just started on this. God, these brackets are so lopsided in terms of start times. Like, Syracuse already 3-1 James Madison, and Leslie in Southeastern just started. Like, it's like,
Yeah.
why are they so, like, flopped?
Baylor GCU is underway, so is Mizzou, so you might want to keep an eye on that. Borregos beat University of Mount Union. Yo, Borregos,
I'm assuming Bepic is probably going to keep on that Baylor thing.
Yeah.
Although I don't know how
He's doing
far
Mizzou
gonna be-
right now.
Yeah, but I don't know how far he's going to be able to go because he was streaming St. Clair earlier in Northwood, so I don't know if he's obeying the team streams or not because he's not going to be able to stream Ball State Black, but I guess we'll find out.
He's dual streamed a couple of things. He did LCU versus St. Edwards earlier too, so he's definitely covered some stuff that's already technically being covered.
Orvo, hello!
we
Congrats
could.
on your grand final, by the way. I will
There
hydrate.
it is.
Nice.
That was really solid. I'm not
Could
sure.
also do at one point if Conestoga make it to loser semis. Could do Indiana, Conestoga.
Can't
Make
do
it be fun.
Indiana. Because they're doing their own thing.
Right. I'm
Are they,
getting a
are they
copy.
live? Honestly, I'm going to check. Because sometimes...
I'm
Okay,
getting a
so
copy.
again, we are technically allowed to cover them. We just have to like get permission, basically.
Yeah, we might have to go into chats and whatnot. Looks like they are indeed live, sad. All right, well, yeah, we can cover them, I guess. I'm only going to do that if there's, like, literally no other good match or like, they're starting late or they're starting whatever, and I'm like, okay, got to compete one more time. Yeah, Morvo, I got to ask, how are you guys going to be spending the next hour and a half? Do you guys take a break? Are you guys, like, getting lunch right now? That's how I would do it personally. I feel like you'd be like, just get a small little snack, not like 800 calorie, like, or like 1,000 calorie thing. Just get like a, you know, quick like 500 calorie snack. Keep yourself topped off. Use the restroom. Wash your face a little bit. Undisclosed. Okay. Is there advantage for going through Opers? No, unfortunately, you just have a bracket reset. I actually wanted to put that as a poll, potentially as feedback. I don't know if it'd be more or less popular because this is kind of a long-ish day. I would say not the longest day, but like long-ish day. So I'm like, I wonder if teams would prefer just having a one-game advantage in Grands instead.
I don't think they would want a one-game advantage. I think if anything, they would prefer to just be 4 pools instead, so that it's a little bit more like if you make it through Uppers, you're guaranteed.
That
and
is
let the
that
lower
is I
teams
would say the
fight out.
biggest thing about that is that you have a longer, in quote, bracket with the pool 4 pools. But I do like the idea that if you're the winning team in the upper bracket, you're done. You don't have to wait. You're just like, cool, we did it. Moving on, and then you have a 2-hour day or whatever, 2.5-hour day. But I do think it's a little rough because I do wonder how many times you win in upper finals and then have to wait, and it just kind of cools you down. Because yeah, you're gonna be on the game still, you're gonna be warm, but I feel like it has to ruin you a little bit unless you have like some scrim planned or some, you know, you're keeping yourself adequately locked in. As opposed to
Trying to
players
figure
who
out-
lowers who have to do it the entire run.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, again, fatigue is a thing though as well, so I do think that's a factor that should probably be added as well.
Well, fatigue is like I think different because like at this point I think we're still in like the good range because it's only been, well, granted I started 2.5 hours ago. These players
I was gonna
probably
say,
been
they have
live
not,
for
yeah.
probably 4. I would say for most players, once you hit about 5.5, 6 hours, that's where I think I start to see like this used to happen all the time when I cover the old opens with the huge brackets, and they would take forever. Like I was doing like the grand finals of like Akron playing after like 7 hours of qualifier, and they would just be dead. They'd be missing balls constantly. They're just like, I can't
Yeah,
focus.
exactly.
Like it's just not possible. We do have Kennesaw State and Cleveland.
I was gonna say, I see Kennesaw versus Cleveland. Just
Oh, they
started.
started.
Never mind.
Well, I could probably still hop in there, but I don't know about that.
I'm tempted. I'm gonna be real. I'm kind of getting to the point where I might just call my stream because there's not much to cover until like, well, yeah, but I want these grand finals to have at least some coverage, so I kind of need to stay.
Just take a
alive.
break, dude.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
what
it's
I'm doing right now. We're
it's-
just watching
yeah.
brackets and stuff. Like, yeah.
I'm literally having a bowl of cereal. Jeez.
What cereal though?
Hmm?
What cereal though?
My girlfriend got me this like Wicked cereal, like the special edition movie Wicked cereal that basically is like if you took you guys know what Nesquik is?
Except, why is every time
Yeah.
that we ask you what you're eating never a normal answer? It's always like the most out of pocket thing we've ever heard.
I thought it was gonna be some boring.
That's
like
because you guys
fitness-
are American. And
I thought it was gonna be some
uncultured and
boring
don't know
There
fitness
is
guy
no
thing
way
where
you
we're
are
like,
trying to say
protein
that
flakes.
American food is the less diverse of the two. There's no way.
You've never been to Toronto.
Brother, you've never been to most of America.
Actually, he's
Give
pretty
me
well
5
traveled.
states.
Give
What?
me 5 states.
5 states. 5 states you've been to in the last 5 years.
In the last 5 years, Michigan, Indiana, Massachusetts, California, and Texas.
There you
Okay, 3 of those are valid. Indiana and Michigan are not.
Wow, all the Midwest getting called out. Wow. You heard it right here, Bass.
Well, if we're
has
going off of
officially-
diversity of food, those do not get to get
If you guys
added
have,
into
if
like
you guys
the
have lived in
conversation.
Indiana or Michigan, you unfortunately live in a desert of culture. There's
I'm
absolutely nothing
I'm
for you.
telling Michigan State.
yeah, Ball
Look,
State's
man,
coming in here.
I
Indiana
love
slander
Michigan,
is
but I'm not going to
overrated
sit
at
here
all.
if like we're trying to compare like diversity of foods. There's no way you're using Michigan and Indiana as bargaining chips.
Jesse's like, we got everything. We got fried chicken. We got fried steak. We got fried fries. We got.
I mean, listen, all I'm saying is this is basically like Nesquik that's been dyed pink using radioactive food dye.
Hell yeah.
Okay, brother, we can. There's no. What are we doing here? Wait, you're just trying to brag about cereal that's probably going to give you colon cancer? Like, what are we doing?
Bro,
Actually, you know what? Something I was really disappointed by.
Bought it from you.
Have you guys seen the? And I'm sorry for slandering this brand. I just called it out because I was really disappointed. Have you guys seen the brand like the Magic Spoon?
Yes, it's so bad.
I was blown away by how bad that was. Like, it's okay for anyone who's not sure what it is. It's like the smallest box in servings you've ever seen, and it's like $9 a box. But the upside is it's like low carb, high protein filling cereal. It's supposed to be like the healthy alternative. The thing is, I've had a lot of healthy stuff that I kind of, you don't suffer through, you know, but you just eat it and you're like, it's good for me. I don't mind this. I have never tasted a cereal more. And when people say, oh, this tastes like cardboard, I genuinely mean this tasted like you're eating cardboard with milk.
Dude.
Mind-blowingly bad. I'm like, I cannot legit. I literally had one bite and immediately looked at the box, looked at my my roommate, was like, do you want this? Do you want the rest of this? Because I will not eat this ever again.
You definitely need to accept that when you're having anything, especially nowadays, because it's such a marketing term, if you're having like a protein quote unquote meal that's like a cereal, a pancake, or whatever, you have to accept that it is going to taste like cardboard in one way or another, because most people don't put the effort to make it taste good.
I was gonna say, caveat there is that if you are buying something pre-made that has like the protein like thing on it, yes, I would agree with that. If you can make dishes that are protein heavy and like protein focused, that are delicious, but you kind of have to like make them yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's called steak.
Oh, wait, hold on. I just
There's
tuned into Cozy P's stream. He's Maryland versus Ole Miss in lower bracket right now. Maryland just won a game. I'm trying to see what the score is. Series score chat. Wait, Lunar just left my. Oh, never mind. I thought that was game. I was like, okay, well, hold on.
Dude, wait. What is Lunar? Is Lunar playing from the States?
I didn't check his ping.
Who knows?
Yeah, shout out Cozy P. Honestly, I think people really underestimate. People are talking about Garrett. That's huge. Blah blah blah. If Cozy is gonna stream all their CRL matches, this guy's like 360K subs.
Yeah, he's
on
huge.
YouTube. Like quietly one of the larger YouTubers. Definitely one of the larger like YouTube streamers for Rocket League. So the fact that he's bringing this many eyes, I mean, that's gonna be huge. And he plays for University of Maryland, which is like a legitimately big school. Shout out Hexy as well and Turtle.
Are you yelling at me because you want to get out of the room? Okay.
Yes. No one's answering me no one's answering me on what the series score is, but he's also super locked in right now from what it tells. Actually, he's still reading chat. Look at this man. He's in lower semis and he's still gaming like that. He just made it insane safe.
Will Starbucks new protein drinks be any good?
Probably a lot of sugar.
If Starbucks is making a protein drink, odds are probably not going to be great. Or it's going to have so much sugar you're not going to want any.
It's Starbucks. The bar is already low for them, so it's kind of like, you know, they can do any better than that. I believe in them.
Aren't they like closing like 900 stores or something?
They're closing 56 because they're unionized and they want to try and siphon more money from the American people while giving their CEO a $100 million bonus in 4 months last year.
Hell yeah, brother. Love it.
Corporate America.
Can we just make this like go from CRL to the capitalism redefining life?
Whoa. Hold on, chat. We are currently in Game 3 of Ole Miss and Maryland in lower bracket, and Maryland is up. Apparently, according to his chat, is up 2-0 in the series.
I like that Bepic grabbed the Michigan State versus whoever makes it from lowers rematch. He's like, no, that's the grand final I really want. You know what? Respect.
You gotta pre-jump those matchups. So, you know, there's so many times.
Wait, have we pre-jumped any matches?
No, I think all of us here are just trying to figure out like when these are actually going to happen.
Yeah, Boise in their lower final looks like something I want to grab, especially if they're able to go to Game 5 against St. Clair Green. That seems like they're on it today.
Yeah.
Maryland might sweep Ole Miss out of this bracket.
That's funny.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Bepic grabbed the Mizzou versus GCU or Baylor game, and then he's taking the grand final. So he's probably also got a lower final, I think, reserved somewhere. Is what that means.
Yeah, George Mason Boise is looking like what it probably is for Pool 3, A3. Andy says Baylor, but I don't think we can grab the Baylor one. Oh, Bepic is doing that. Yeah, he grabbed the one I was going to grab.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he grabbed a bunch of them.
And Baylor. That'll probably be, you'll probably get that one. We can't cover Ball State Black or that grand final of that pool, unfortunately. So Baylor might have to you just have to watch on the Ball State stream for that.
And you want that Q's match? I might take that if not.
I was considering that, but I've already covered them. So if you want to grab that potentially, I was thinking maybe winner of University of Maryland and Ole Miss versus Borregos. I feel like that could be.
I was gonna tell you guys to grab the St. Clair versus BPC match.
I mean, yeah, we'd have to check with the St. Clair if we chill with that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the stream.
T-Grace just 3-1 to Conestoga. Hell yeah, Mexicans making a run. Actually, yeah, that means within these pools we have 2 Mexican universities that are in like the top 4 based on these results. Hell yeah. Well, not 4. But I don't know how it works out across all pools. But top 4 in their pools. I mean, hell yeah, not something you often see. Also, shout out to Shawnee State playing with basically a GC2 as their third, and they're in lower semis against George Mason, but still. St. Clair Gold is still going against North Dakota.
Yeah, these are last in a while, man.
Yeah, the brackets are so lopsided. It's making things really weird. Kennesaw and Cleveland. I don't know if Flitz is streaming that. Feels like he would, but maybe not. Maybe he wants. Actually, no, he's playing from the facility. I don't know if he has it set up. Oh, wait, hold on. Ole Miss is playing with the sub. Because it's...
Sub for who?
Stealth, Lunar, and Bryson. It's BRSN.
No C money?
No. That might explain things, honestly. Because, yeah, I was watching...
What's happening
and
in the
I've played
program,
with
man?
Bryson before. And he's a pretty solid player, but he's not like... It's not like he's like a rank A player or something. So I'm not really sure what's going on there.
All right, I'm gonna take that Syracuse-Leslie match because why not at this point? Like...
Yeah, it's probably the best of the ones remaining. That was the one that I was immediately eyeing. Honestly, I don't know how Drexel and Indiana Tech's going. I'm assuming Indiana Tech cleans this up, but I guess I could also check in on that. But that's insane. Why would I do that? Indiana Tech, Bubs. Boop. They are showing me ads. I love ads! Anyway, Indiana Tech's currently up 4-0 in Game 3, it looks like. So it looks like they are going to take that one.
Unsurprising.
Okay, I'm gonna make my coffee real quick, BB.
Yeah.
Yo, ads? Yo, Borderlands? I mean, what is this?
No, that was
Borderlands?
Borderlands. You were correct.
Dude, I've heard it runs terrible.
I heard it runs terrible, but it's like the best game they put out in years, like in terms of like quality of like overall gameplay.
Yeah.
I haven't played a Borderlands game. I should probably try it out.
Oh,
I used
so
to
fun.
love playing
So good.
Borderlands games,
Hypothetically,
bro.
and definitely not on emulator or anything like that.
I used to go to my buddy's house, like I'd walk over right after school and we'd just play for like hours and hours and hours just playing Borderlands.
Is
just
it a
like a-
co-op game or is it? I thought it was a
Yeah.
PvE.
Yeah.
No. It's a looter shooter. You literally just go around an open world and just shoot a bunch of stuff and then see what the reactions are from like all of the weird ass
You
NPCs.
do quests and stuff. It's fun. You get gear and then you beat Cromrax 15 or whatever they're at right now, and then yeah.
St.
It's a
Clair
very
Gold, Super
crass
North
like
Dakota.
mid 2000s humor game, but it is really good.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so Drexel not winning this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm running up against the buzzsaw that is Indiana Tech. They've kind of been slapping everybody. Baylor University's wrapping up their sweep over GCU, and now they're playing Mizzou on Bipic stream. Yeah, honestly, Borregos might be our best matchup of the ones remaining. So I'm going to shag that. Also, it gets me
I'd
cozy
love
be
to
on
see how
stream.
Cuse does here because they look good, but I don't know how good they actually look.
University of Florida and Boulder playing LCU. Shout out the Texas representation in Pool A1.
What is that setup for Indiana Tech? What am I looking at?
Oh, I didn't see it.
They got a dude in just like this blank room with a singular trophy. Like what? What is that?
Cold. Yep, UMD, I think just I think they just pulled off 3-0 over Ole Miss. Granted, with a sub, but still.
Oh wow. Ole Miss more like did miss.
Nice, thank you.
Wow. Flamed. Crazy.
Yep. That's what the big books are for. Big brain
Leslie
for.
University, Southeastern Oklahoma State. I forget who's on this squad, but they've always. Okay, yeah, DJ Landon and Crimson Chin. Those guys are ranked. They're demons.
Have you guys seen? Only because apparently Eagles just won. Have you guys seen the meme of like, oh boy, am I excited to watch my favorite team play? Oh, I'm going to Rome. Oh, nice, we won.
Yep.
I would say the only someone posted that after the Ravens Bills Week 1 series game of like watching the Bills, and I'm like, that's legitimately the best usage of that meme I've ever seen in my entire life. Because most of the time it's just fans being over dramatic, you know. But like that was literally the exact thing, because it was up till the final like minute of that game. It was like we were definitely gonna lose, and then suddenly everything starts going right. It's like, oh nice, we won. That's literally exactly how that meme works.
I think that's honestly every Maple Leafs fan I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Anybody who's interested in just to recap for everybody.
Okay, yeah, coffee.
St. Edwards is in the lower finals in Pool A1. They are doing their own stream, so you can watch that all there. So long as they probably win in lowers, you'll probably be able to watch that pool. Concord University is not being streamed, but Indiana Tech is. If they're able to pull off this win, which I expect they might be able to, and probably will, you'll be able to watch Concord there. Boise State, they are going to be playing the winner of this. I don't think anyone's covering that, but potentially this is going to be on
Boise
Saints
not
Gaming
streaming?
CA. No. So that's another broadcast that might be something to look at. Bruton Parker and St. Clair. If St. Clair wins that, which I don't know if Gold beats Bruton Parker, to be honest, then Davenport will be streamed. Kennesaw State and Cleveland is going to be wrapping up. I don't think anyone's taken that with Akron, so that might actually be a pretty nice matchup, especially with how Akron just got 3-0'd in uppers, so who knows what their confidence is at. Bass has got Syracuse and the winner of Leslie in Southeastern, probably Leslie. And I think you might finish out that bracket, I'm assuming.
Probably not, to be honest, just because I already covered that, what's it called, that final before this. So I'd honestly prefer the OC versus Akron one, if anything, just because OC and also just like, you know, I want to see the conclusion of that.
Okay, well, Maryland and Ole Miss just wrapped up, so I am going to be grabbing with Seb, Borregos, and Maryland, because I'm a big fan of Maryland. These guys are good dudes. Also, Borregos is making a crazy good run right now. They dropped 3-0 to East Tennessee, and Maryland dropped 3-1 to Cumberland, so I think Maryland might still be taking this one, but you never know. Always like to see the Mexican players making a good run. It's good to have the truly all of North America getting involved.
Still waiting on Leslie in Southeastern Oklahoma, because these guys are taking 8 years to finish up what is, I believe, just a best of... Oh, no, it's best of 5. I was going to say best of 30, but never mind. That makes more sense.
The Death of the West was greatly exaggerated. I love that. Did you write that one?
Oh, hell yeah.
That's pretty great.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of... I want to do Shoe's job, but also I don't want to just post every result. Like, I'd rather just post, like, the upsets and, like, the big ones, you know?
Just gonna post this to everybody so they know what to follow. Cough, cough. If you guys like Collegiate Rocket League and you want to stay up to date on all the memes and hot takes and results, we tend to be pretty good about that. Try to stay on top of stuff. Okay. Then I'm going to try to lock in on Borregos and Maryland for this one.
Oh, somebody is streaming the Leslie matchup. One of the players has got a perspective.
Oh, good. Okay. Well,
Oh, great. Awesome. I'm glad that you have no overlay and it's going like 30 frames a second. Sick. Okay, dope. What the heck, man? I don't know what the series score is here. It's 2-1 in favor of... I think Leslie.
So here's a unfortunate result coming in here. Turns out, due to the logistics of being at a LAN, St. Edwards in lower finals is gonna have to forfeit in Pool A1.
What?
Yeah. Apparently, yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to rebook flights.
Oh, no, you're kidding me.
Yeah, so they said we aren't quitters, but unfortunately flights are not available, and we have to get home by tomorrow, and we can't stay another night on hotels and whatnot. So, yeah, unfortunately, St. Edwards is going to be thrown in the towel, and it's up to University of Florida, CU Boulder, or LCU to beat Northwood for pool number 1.
Well, that's it. All right. Well, that's upsetting.
Wow. Sad St. Edwards. I mean, stuff like this happens when you're trying to stretch out whether you're playing at an event and you might have to travel back. Like, it's tough to be like, yeah, my flight's at X o'clock, and it's like, well, these brackets aren't short. So I think the argument that they were taking was like, well, if we are able to like do well and like beat through uppers, that's great. But the thing is, like, you had to know this is going to be a long day, you know? Like, I don't know if they understood just how long these brackets are going to be. The explanation is also they wanted to see how they matched up against Northwood, because they were like, if we were in that series and it was close, then yeah, maybe we can like try and, you know, push it back or be a little closer. But I think they understand, like, it was a kind of tough one. We also have to wait in lowers, and if their flight's at like 6 o'clock or something, it's already they're in Tennessee, that's Eastern time, I think, 4:30. Like, they're not making that flight if they have to play these series out.
Yeah, there's not a chance. That's
They have to wait for a
kinda
best
the
of 5 to
worst
conclude with the University
ever.
of Florida and Boulder. They also have to wait for best of 5 with LCU. They also have to beat in the lower final, and then they also have to play then 2 series after that with a bracket reset assumed to be able to actually make it in. It's like you're going to be here until at least like 7. University of Maryland is reporting all their wins, and it's taking forever because Ole Miss left the servers, so they're not confirming it. So I have to wait for them to auto verify. Cringe. Anyway, Maryland and Borregos.
I think Leslie's about to wrap up theirs. I'm trying to figure this out. It looks like it's still going on. And I believe their final game, I think it went to 5. Which doesn't give me a ton of confidence in Leslie, to be quite frank.
Pool B3, lower semi.
Oh, Mizzou and Baylor started. Okay, sick.
Sick.
And JT just missed an open net. Okay, all right. That's the worst play of all time. And it's only even worse because of the fact that somehow Mizzou missed an open net. This is not a good series already. Please, I believe in you two teams. You're both very talented. And Hawkser just saved his teammate's shot. What is happening in this game?
Gaming. Gaming is happening.
Getting my first eyes on Baylor, this team might need some cleaning up.
Oof. Yeah, St. Edward said in order to rebook, it was $500 to rebook.
Yeah.
My God.
That's upsetting. Well, now what? I guess we just... Does that bracket just kind of get forfeited to Northwood? Like...
I mean, who knows? LCU, if they just catch them napping, I could see, you know, a world, but like in 99 of those 100 realities, that's Northwood. They normally cakewalk in their way into league play there. Man, that's sad though for St. Edwards. It's such an irritating way to go out. It's just not even be able to compete because you just logistically can't fathom it.
Truly.
It's weird that it costs them that much to rebook. Like I fly almost exclusively Southwest for work, United, or American, and every single time I've ever had to rebook, it was free. You kind of just be like, "Hey, do you have a flight?" And then they're like, "Yeah," and then it's just ding, like they just give you a new seat.
Depends on the airline and what their policies are. I know Southwest and United are usually pretty good about that. United, especially if you have status with them. American sucks for that. I have tried to multiple times to rebook with American, and it's like usually.
I think for me, it's usually the time limit. Like if you do it within like the last minute, they're normally like, no, you're gonna have to pay. But I've rebooked a United flight within like 2 hours of my flight, and they were like, yeah, sure, that works. You're available here.
Yeah, you know, United's cool about
like,
that. They're really good.
Dope. Yeah, United has come a long way since they beat up that passenger and dragged them off the airplane.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I
United
remember that
is
so
still
vividly.
not great, but to be fair, none of them are great, so there's not really
I don't
much
know.
to
People
compare.
are kind of prissy about airlines. I always thought it was kind of funny how people get so up in arms about like about Spirit, and I've never had a bad experience on Spirit. Spirit's
Yeah, me
pretty
neither.
chill.
You know,
the only thing
dude,
that's irritating about Spirit is how nickel and dimey it is. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, you want to stretch out your legs a little bit? That'll be $15 more. Oh, you want snacks?
I
That'll be
will-
$10. Oh, you want internet access? That'll be $15. Oh, you want
I
to take a bag? That'll be $70.
love-
It's like, it's a little annoying. But like, if you're just traveling like me, like for work, I have mastered the idea of like packing 3 days of clothes, rolling them up, and like pressing them into like just a backpack. You know, so like I can take just that and have no carry-ons, no checked luggage, and it's like cheap as hell. And I'm like, the service is fine, the flight's not like super bumpy, people aren't annoying on the flight. Like I've never had a bad experience.
I love Air France. Air France was a joy. The food is actually really good,
Yeah,
and the people are
France.
really nice. And the planes are generally really nice. And if they like have any change of plans, they're super apologetic and like do everything they can to help you.
No, that's because Europe has to do that. If they do anything like that, they get charged for it by the government. So it's like that's European law that they have to act that way.
I love Europe.
There was
Well, it was supposed to be law in the United States, and then somebody messed it up for everyone. I wonder who.
there was some Scandinavian flight or like some airline that I flew when OG flew me out to London. That was my connecting flight. It was like Cancun to London was my connecting flight for some reason. But they served some like chicken and mashed potatoes and like a roasted green bean type dish, and it was delicious. Like legitimately like mind-blowingly good for airline food. I took like one bite of that. I was like, ooh.
American Airlines are so bad in comparison to European airlines, man. It's like actually
They
astonishing.
were popping off with that stuff. I don't know when they prepped that food or how they prepped it, but it tasted fresh. I was like, you must have like cooked that in the terminal, like legit, like you have your own kitchen or something. Because I don't know how it was that fresh. It did not taste like
All
we
right,
ate it or
Leslie
anything.
won. Let's go.
Let's say whoop. Bruton
Not
Parker,
surprising.
St. Clair Saints, gold, currently playing in lower semi. I believe that is on Saints Gaming Ka. Kennesaw and Cleveland State, unfortunately, no one is streaming that. I thought Flitz might be, but I don't think he is, I say as I check. Nope. Not even Kronovi's streaming that one. Come on, guys, lock in. That's just free content. You don't even have to be reading chat. You could just stream. I know some people just stream and then mute their Discord. So you can get game sound and not their mic, but that's it. And I'm like, that's kind of like a cool way to like follow along, even if you don't get to like see the person playing. Cozy P's doing the full thing. I think he's just sharing his comms like live. Okay, cool.
He
I
is,
finally
yeah,
have my match.
Yeah, same. I think mine's just about to start because Leslie just wrapped up. So
Howdy, gamers.
All right.
Seb has been making his coffee for 15 minutes. Is he coming back? Come on.
probably not. It's Canada. It's gonna take him 80 years to get anywhere.
Yeah, they
All
have
right,
their milk in bags. Their coffee, they have to hand grind it.
Knowing Seb, even despite that probably being a joke, I bet you he's got a hand grinder somewhere in his house for his fancy coffee. I'm gonna almost guarantee it. All right, I'm gonna dip out, get ready for this match. Good luck to the two of you guys. Let me know what you're doing for like finals and stuff. My preference is definitely that OC Akron match, just because I think it'd be really. I want to see my boys try to qual, but I don't necessarily have like a guarantee either way, so I'm cool with whatever.
Oh, there he is.
All right, well, good luck.
Are you waiting for? Oh, hold on.
All right, I don't think he's talking to me about hold
He's
on.
yelling,
Goodbye.
he's yelling. Yeah, he's yelling.
Yeah,
about
peace.
Yeah, Cheryl. Oh, Jed, I'm just setting up the lobby info so I don't leak it live. So sorry if you're on my face, real quick. Seb's back from making coffee. Just messaging Seb real quick so he can get in the lobby real quick. Yeah, this is going to be Maryland versus Borregos. Borregos is pretty much the same as you've expected. It's Absorbent Karma, Decay, and Triarlito. We also have Cozy P, Hexy, and Turtle. That is a brand new Maryland roster. hopefully Seb will be back in here in a little bit. He's taking his sweet freaking time. I think him and his girlfriend are chatting about something. So we'll figure that out whenever he actually gets that together. I'm going to probably try and recall him a little bit later. Either way, looks like everyone has pretty decent ping. Again, Borregos is a Mexican university. I believe they're from Monterrey, which is in central-ish, I guess you could argue. Center in terms of like north-south. It's a little bit like right before you get to like the Yucatan kind of like peninsula. So they're pretty south. Central is probably the best ping they're going to get. Nope. No, is that wrong, Gamma? North. I thought it was like if like Mexico's like that. I thought it was like here because like there's like here. I thought it was like here. Is that not like more central? Northern Mexico. Am I mixing it up with another city? Am I mixing it up with Mexico City? It's a Nuevo Leon. Okay. I think I'm mixing it up with a different city. All right, well, these players are ready to go. I'm not going to check. I'm not going to check the map. I will check it afterwards, though. But Maryland Borregos looks like we're all good. Ping good? You're mixing up? All right, well, American schools don't teach me enough about Mexican cities. Maybe one day. Tigres is from Nuevo Leon as well, but in San Nicolas. Okay. All right. Looks like that's all good. Best of 5. And I'll be able to reset lobby. Seb is, I don't know if Seb's coming back, so I'm just going to end this call. If he wants to come back, then I guess I'll call. But for right now, we're just going to be doing Borregos and Maryland for the lower semifinal of Pool A4, I believe. We can make it even and turn this into a BO3. Seb says, okay, I'm coming. Okay, he's coming back. I don't know if he's going to be able to get into the lobby in time, though. I think I'd prefer him kind of waiting until... Oop. He's in the old lobby. Oh, there he is. All right, cool. He's on everything. Call him again. Seb, you here? Seb? Seb? Seb! He's in the game. I don't know why he's not joining this Discord call. He's literally chat in the game. Anyway, what we are in the thick of it. That's KSI reference, chat. And we do have our game ready to go. It is Maryland. It is Borregos in the Pool B3 lower semifinal winner. Moving on, obviously, a little bit further into their bracket and being able to play Eastern Tennessee State, which just actually came in second at a LAN earlier. Fell, I believe, 4-2 to Concord University. Maryland sporting a new look, by the way. Cozy P, one of the bigger YouTubers, actually, outside of kind of the usual suspects that you'd suspect among creators, joining Maryland. They're a program that also features, I believe, GC in Disguise, everyone's favorite poster. I was going to say the correct term, but... yeah, on Twitter, I believe she is also helping out this University of Maryland program. So hopefully they can peak and hopefully they can get something going. But unfortunately, off the bar to start this one.
So do I need to explain why my coffees took so long?
No, I think you're fine. But if it comes with a strange story, then go for it.
It's a very involved process. To those of you who know how to make a pour over, it's a very involved process. But I also had to take
coffee snob.
Yeah.
Freaking espresso machine. Oh, nice little Cozy P first shot. Be able to put that one back in, but try hard Dito. Able to get that clear through. And Zorn Karma almost just dimed his teammate with a direct 50. I don't really know how this one's going to go, personally. Ole Miss getting a smackdown a little bit from Maryland is one thing, but they were playing with a sub. So it's kind of hard to know, like, coming into this lobby, like, if Maryland is, like, the heavy favorites, technically, or if Borregos has really just been super warm all day and they're going to play just fine.
I mean, yeah, I think, you know, with the addition that Maryland's made, I think it's interesting. I mean, I think we've been relatively low on Borregos for like a decent amount of time now. Please don't go in. Please don't go in. Oh, okay, all right. Understandable.
Well, Mexico's had like multiple really high-level teams. We had a point where I think during Summer Series we had like 3 different Mexican universities make it into those plays. So those plans. So I really do like those events and being able to see like a huge myriad of talent. But then even when we've gotten a bit more exclusive, we still see, I would say, typically Borregos and Tigres make the deepest runs out of those universities. Like, they play phenomenally well. I know I play Tigres. They're full partying and ranked a lot. They are hyper annoying to play against. They're super organized, really demo heavy, all mechanical. So I definitely understand why they're giving a lot of these teams a run for their money. But it's nice to see that, yeah, it is a North American circuit in collegiate, and Mexico is very much part of that. So I'd be excited to see them keep going forward. But of course, I always like it when big universities like Maryland do make changes up in their rosters and make deep runs.
Yeah, I mean, beating Ole Miss is especially no joke, considering how high we were on Ole Miss for a period of time. I think, was it someone that said they were playing with this up?
Yes, and also I do want to give credit, as Gamma mentioned, Borregos did actually 2-0 Ole Miss earlier in the day. So both of these teams did actually beat Ole Miss. I just kind of wanted to mention that Maryland was playing them earlier, did have a longer series to go at it with, but still, definitely a very good series by both of them.
Washed.
I mean, it's not even that. I mean, they were playing with a sub, but even still, you have Lunar and Stealth, which are 2 rank X players. Like, they're still very good. Borregos, let's say, accidentally helps out Cozy P a bit there.
Turtle, I thought he was actually cooking, but he kind of whiffed it. Decay, actually, honestly, I'd like to believe that Turtle intended for that to happen, that Decay almost own-goaled it, but it didn't result in that. So, either way, the goal in the hands of Maryland, potentially one here for Borregos. Won't be able to find it, though.
Yeah, what happened to C-Money? I am not entirely sure. I could probably DM and find out. Lunar's been pretty communicative
he
with
graduated, if I remember
No, he's
correctly.
in grad school. He is currently doing his
okay.
graduate degree. So he was supposed to be a sub, but apparently he needed to be subbed out. So instead, it is going to be this match, and it's going to be a bit more even now as Charlito not making a mistake on his first real opportunity.
Not at all. We'll see. A bit of a closer score. Why is my overlay continuously just like flicking off? I'm so confused.
Also, I did a shameless shout out to Juvee. I just got an email. Shout out to whoever just bought a pack with my code. I just got the email about that. So you just
Wait, you get an email every time someone does?
Hell yeah, I want to be alerted to that. And I want to be alerted when Absorbent Karma is going deep with these clears. Maryland caught in transition.
That's a brilliant way to go out. Lido didn't even need to do anything.
How did he not
Probably was
steal
just
that?
looking
That
for a
ghost
demo.
touch.
I actually have no idea. I didn't see it on my screen, but I think in the replay it showed it.
That is about as
But
close
either
as you
way-
can get to a fake and going for the bump without stealing it.
Having a Lido there just for the safety bump in case anyone tried to aerial challenge, just like that as well. Works out in their favor. Karma. Demos being traded across the board. Where will we see this going? A tie score line and already so hard fought in the offensive zone. You can see that Maryland, they're trying to scramble, trying to get out of their zone, playing these close 50s. Cozy P breaking ankles.
Cozy P, no stranger to 1v1 on his streams. SSL for several seasons now, and it's plays like that. Ooh, that's brutal. You don't want to watch that one back if you're the defense.
Not at all. Gosh, okay, I might have to restart my Rocket League client, I think, after this game. Or maybe it's my it's definitely my overlay. Yep, that's why it is. I had my actual stream overlay on, that's why it's messing up. Apologies.
That's that resource hog. I've noticed that too, especially on like certain like screen grabs. If it's like a window capture, it'll just be like absolutely not. just throw it out the window.
I also think no, because it's my lander overlay, right? So it basically, I think it probably just automatically shuts it off. Also, that looked like it was a heater for a moment. Nice bump from Lido, but back past Decay, they might be in trouble with the demo coming through. Cozy fakes again, dude. Fool at once.
I think
we can't get fooled again.
I think that might have been just a 50 attempt, but then Charlito knew he had to get back as fast as possible, so he played for the read. So Cozy, I think, was just playing the 50 and none was needed. That's a really tough one, but also really good awareness. I want to pay attention to Turtle turning upfield, understanding that situation and getting that bump immediately.
Yeah. I think with how they're playing this, they're trying to play a bit more intelligent. I mean, listen, you can't rely on individuals all the time, but if you have a ones god in there, it can really work out in your favor. Hexy Is it straight to Decay? Bit precarious. Karma straight into the loving, warm, summery arms of Cozy P.
Absorbent Karma gonna keep it alive, but really not much else to be said here. This has been Maryland looking impressive, being opportunistic, and therefore seizing game number 1 from their Mexican competitors. Although there was some fight there, but I definitely feel like Borregos, this felt like a game that they lost more than Maryland won.
I know this is very much, I think, Borregos leaving themselves a little bit open, but I mean, no. I mean, let's be clear, 844 for Cozy P.
9 shots.
That is a lot, and frankly, 2 of those goals were just straight up solo plays, like
Yes.
which is harder and harder to come by nowadays, at least in Big 2-5 Rocket League. But Cozy P just breaking ankles and taking names.
Yeah, definitely under a lot of pressure. I just feel like it's always really disappointed when you lose by a deficit basically equivalent or greater than the number of mistakes you had. And so you have like these moments where, yeah, we probably couldn't have given those ones up, but like it's a pretty neck and neck score line. I will say the shots definitely favoring Maryland. I mean, 9 shots by himself is absurd from Cozy P, but he's opportunistic. He is a player that at least anyone who watches their content or stream, you'll know definitely will be keeping you on your toes, hyper aggressive player, and so therefore that's only natural that the score line is or scoreboard is going to reflect that.
So we'll be getting into. Wait, did I miss a game? Or are we in game 2?
No, this is game 2. Yeah, you joined just before game 1.
All right, perfect. So perfect, just in time. Game 2 underway. Borregos working from behind as Maryland see if they'll continue to play with their food, or are they just going to run away with this one?
Cozy P just going to get the heavy touch forward, but mostly just trying to drive out that first touch. As Lito is going to try his own to just be able to go all the way back down. Out of boost, but did open up a gap. Temporarily looked like something that could develop further, but ultimately no, will be a clear, and Turtle will gladly send that one to the backboard.
Lito actually has a good amount of boost again. We'll see if he can get away with it. Cozy P says, nah, not twice, sir. Hexy gets off the side wall. Karma will get ahead of it in time, but Hexy's able to take the midfield boost, which will mitigate some of the pressure in the long term. See? Play it low. Try to play the 1. Decay, straight to Cozy P. Long way down the pitch, but nothing too threatening.
And good demos by Maryland as well. Being able to dispel pressure and then be able to capitalize on it with a double tap. That's a harsh angle. Absorbing Karma. Not taking any chances on this one. Lito taking his time. Simple jump over the first defender. Oh, underneath the second one in Cozy P. No more boost, but I don't think he needs it. He just needs one more dish. He's not able to get it. Decay rescuing the play with a low cut into the low 50. High lob above the goal. Cozy P is going to get beaten to it, but actually fakes out Karma. He goes too high. Counter. Miracle save. And we're still dancing around a 0-0 scoreline.
Patient defense all across the board for both these teams right now. Cozy P not overextending. Same with Karma, just waiting for that shot to cut through. Easily could have tried to challenge that, but it would have resulted in disaster. So, minute and a half in, both teams having their chances, both playing pretty methodical at the moment to try and just net some control around the pitch. But despite that, Maryland getting closer and closer despite Borregos' best efforts.
That was a little awkward. I think Maryland thought one player was backing off and the other one was aggressing on the ball. Bit of a double commit. Looked a little bit like it could be open, although Borregos not able to capitalize. Maryland seems to be reorganized, so maybe they can look for a dish near post, maybe even just a direct shot. Cozy, light lob. Decay has more than enough to not only get the first one, but I would say get the 50. Instead, it's Hexy getting the reset and the dunk. That should be wide open, but nobody in Maryland in striking position.
See, trying to be a nuisance, but I think sticks around a bit too long. Cozy P having to rush back. Lito waiting for the midfield challenge. Karma gonna have to follow up. Decay in the back end. Turtle looking for the side pass, but Decay's gonna challenge it first. Turtle, that's a bit precarious. This could be dangerous, especially as no members of Maryland have boost to work with. Lito, go for the challenge with Cozy. I was gonna say Crazy P, I don't know why, but Turtle. Over to Hexy, and this again just continues to bounce back and forth. Certainly some chances have become threatening, but I feel like that Borregos, they're not reacting quickly enough when they know they have the opportunity to actually get something on target.
I think the one thing for me with Borregos is I don't mind the more subtle play, especially when you choose your chances. Little pocket of space, Charlito, not going to flip into that one, just the single jump top shelf.
Sometimes you just got to get in there and just get that aggressive. Don't worry about whether or not it's going to be a 50 or where it's going to go. Just get in there, find your mark. Sometimes you will be rewarded. Borregos showing that here with a 0-1-0 scoreline. Hexy, though, good amount in the tank. Tries to get over to K, but he'll get a touch on it.
Cozy, nice touch. And the problem is he was looking for the recovery and was not able to get it. I would say maybe a tactical whiff on that one, but Hexy was not going to bite on that one. He has only so much boost, and he has to avoid that demo and get a clear. How about a pass? Turtle, skim, on target. Karma, more than capable, but now he is off the pitch. Turtle, flick, and angle is not what he's looking for. Maryland, it's looking a little scrappy on these shots. They're not really getting behind with a lot of venom. It's mostly just trying to put it on target and really try to hope for a follow-up.
Cozy. Not much to work with. Going to try and get it over to Turtle, but now, oh, that was a bit of a fumble. This might actually be disaster, but a good cut will allow Hexy to rotate back, preventing any more damage. This one's all over the place. This should miscom all the way around. Lido given one to give Borregos the insurance goal.
Turtle got almost too much on that. That's a touch you want to be able to keep a little bit closer so you can follow, especially with the amount of boost he had. But Charlito is exactly where he needs to be on the sidewall. He can go to the sidewall if he needs to, but if it does spurt out, all he's got to do is make sure it's put on target and well to the back post. 2-goal lead, under a minute to go. Maryland looking worse for wear, especially with a lead blocker coming, and Hexy somehow manages the save and spares them from going down another.
Turtle over to Hexy. Tries to get it out, but at this point, need to start to rush. Need to get your head in the game, foot on the gas if you want a chance at this one. 30 seconds remaining, and they have the mechs to do it, but with how early these challenges are coming through, time just being wasted, boost being wasted. Hexy doing what he can to just immediately send the transition back, but it's too little, too late. Lido puts this one away.
This is just pure inertia coming in from Borregos. Every single touch they take, getting better and better. They get their first goal, and then it's kind of like opening the floodgates. All their shots after that are solid. That one isn't necessarily a laser, but Triadlito does the best part, just trying to make sure it's on target, hit with a decent amount of pace to be able to force the defender into a save. They weren't anticipating it going right at him. It's like shooting at center mass in tennis. Sometimes you're just going to foible and not be able to get it away. And much like this one, this game, too, really got away from Maryland. Was close in the beginning, but this is not going to be a repeat of game one. We truly got a series in this lower semifinal. This bracket is weird, double elim, but no benefit to upper bracket winner. That's literally how quals have always worked. I don't think we've ever done in CRL speed one game advantage. I think it's always been bracket reset for upper bracket.
The quote unquote benefit is usually that you get like a break, like you don't have to play as many games.
Which depending on your view, might be a nerf, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I personally think to cut down on the
really
day, it should be a game one advantage or one game advantage, but I also kind of think some teams probably like the idea of having bracket reset. That's what I'm saying. There's no bracket. No, there is a bracket reset. You have so the team from lowers has to win twice. It just doesn't show on start because start doesn't just show it unless it actually happens. I can't see bracket website. Well, because start doesn't display bracket resets. Only when you go to a bracket reset does it actually produce another round.
I miss would start. It's called Smash GG.
I thought there was literally no benefit. Yeah, no, it is. There is a bracket reset. It just start only auto-populates it once it actually happens.
How do you guys feel that Smash literally invented esports?
Yeah, well, it's a shame to see how much start has been, or like Smash scene in general has like done for esports, and yet has like no support at the highest level. Like it's crazy. When we talk about grassroots, it's crazy to think like the entirety of the fighting game community is basically grassroots.
Do you know like how much I kind of like giggle in my head? Okay, that's nice redirects as well. You know how much I giggle in my head whenever like I see like Leth or like Musty or whatever like complain about Epic or whoever treating like Rocket League as a game, and then I giggle in my head and I'm like, oh, you sweet summer child. If only you knew the absolute hatred Nintendo has for its community.
They had that Panda series that was like a world championship, like global tens of thousands of dollars thing. And it was like, yeah, Nintendo signed off on it. I'm like, how long until this somehow blows up? And what a surprise, it blew up. Much like the defense, Decay creeping through. I didn't see any danger here, and then suddenly this is just in.
The Danger Taco did not see danger because he is the danger.
Yeah, I mean, that was just several really clean dusts to the ball in a row from Borregos. And I got to say, that one got to be a little bit leaving you gobsmacked if you're Maryland, because it seemed like everyone was in position. Everyone was that near post. They were in goal, and then everything just fell apart. Just shows sometimes you got to keep the ball close and maybe not lose some of these 50s. That one's a little dangerous, but Hexy going to go right to him, only down to Absorbent Karma. Won't be able to get that first touch, so Hexy's going to look for that pass. Turtle is there. He's going underneath and getting the equalizer.
Beautifully done. Equal up. 324 though. At least we're showing that Maryland, they're not out of it just yet. They're finding their form again, considering they got absolutely blasted in the previous game. I mean, that's what we wanted, right? Like, we want both these teams to be able to showcase a good series. I think it is a bit more surprising to me because, like, I'm not going to lie. I was almost entirely sleeping on Borregos. And they're showing me why that was a mistake. Almost would have been amazing if they're able to make that work, considering the 2 solo plays plus bump attempt. But the fact that they're able to hold it to Maryland, who is a pretty solid squad in themselves, showcases, no, okay, Zeb, you're dumb, you were wrong, and fair enough. That's fine.
I think the biggest thing for me is just the kind of rebound effect that I'm seeing from Borregos. Granted, they're not out of the woods. They still got to defend. Cozy P is going to miss out on that double. In fact, Maryland, they put all their cards into that one, and that's going to be the easiest finish of the day.
That might be this one. I mean, first of all, a fantastic pass, actually, though, but very odd to commit so hard, especially when you have little to no boost to speak of.
Well, and not even that, but like it's 1-1. You got 2.5 minutes. Like, you don't have to rush. You don't have to get that goal. I think it was really just dependent on Cozy P getting that double down, but because he's not able to actually redirect that, I think everyone kind of moves up, expects a different read. Defender chips it over one, and then everyone's out to lunch. But ultimately, not anything that Maryland needs to really freak out about. Honestly, tuning into Cozy P's perspective on his stream, he's been pretty jokey, kind of, it seems like laughing in comms with people, so I don't really know if it's that big of a deal for them. I'm sure they are going to be able to march on back. Granted, every team that's taking it easy has to lock in eventually, and it seems like they're coming to that point. Pass down to Cozy. 50 goes straight in.
High game between the two. Okay, just, I think, wasn't expecting such a speedy pass to him to actually have to process and get a good defensive touch, so just sent it the best way he could, unfortunately, which we've seen already. Maryland taking advanced positioning, really aggressive positioning in the offensive end, which we've seen has kind of bit them in the butt a little bit, but in this case, Turtle, banger of a shot off the crossbar, can't find the mark. Incredibly close, straight to Cozy P, who's going to put that low, doesn't get the touch on it. Hexy's going to go in now, off the crossbar again. The 4th Borregos player survives.
That's going to be Triadlito downfield. He has no boost, but he doesn't need any for a bump. Hexy's still going to outrace him to it and get the redirect back post. Absorbent Karma now into a lob down the corner to Decay. He doesn't get boost, but he's got 100 already. Cozy with no boost goes for the shot.
Wow.
And he was trying to finesse it too much, but he had nothing to adjust with.
Oh, passed over to Lido, but Turtle is there in time. Demo, this might be dangerous, especially because that 50 does not work out. Hexy has nothing to work with. Cozy and Hexy going to try and duo this. With how little boost there is on Cozy's side. You need all members to be able to fight back. Cozy able to take a full tank. Hexy taking off the back wall. Last minute remaining. Borregos inching closer and closer to this deadlock-breaking goal.
Pass middle, Triadlito going to get through that 50. I don't know how, but not going to harm Maryland too much as that lob comes right back in. And both teams not necessarily going for the direct passes now. I think they're just trying to put it in weird positions and hope for the best. Kind of like Turtle on this backboard. Triadlito needs to get there and does.
Not done yet, though. Decay overextends just a touch. Lido, someone needs to collect that mid boost. I think Borregos need to be careful. They're low on boost, and with how prepared Maryland look to be, Hexy trying to keep that midfield under control. Absorbent Karma is going to put a shot on. It's going to go wide. Decay isn't in time. The last few seconds will wind down, potentially seeing an overtime unless Borregos, who are fully loaded, ready to go, Good to go for the transition. Not the best touch. Demo's trying to come through to actually stop the momentum going. Hexy taking Lido out of play, absorbing Karma. It's going to go off the back wall and to the ground, and we will go to overtime.
Landon, not gonna lie, we are so tired. Oh, I know, Eastern Tennessee State, you guys have had a long day. These guys woke up at, what, 7 a.m.? Maybe prior to that to be able to play in a LAN. This is exactly what I was talking about on stream about Champ League. I mean, this is going to be hard for those players who had to wake up that early. And also hard on these players for giving up an open shot to one of the best players in Mexico. Absorbent Karma, top shelfer, match point.
Turtle immediately stopped, had no momentum, and of course, absorbing Karma. He's a shooter. We'll put it top left, out of reach. That will be it as Borregos. That is game 2? Or is that game 3?
That's game 3. Yeah, they're up 2-1 now. That's 2 straight wins here. Maryland, I don't ever want to claim that that was like a thrown away game, but that is eerily similar to how Borregos lost game 1, where it looked like the offense was doing pretty well. Like the gameplay flow was like, okay, kind of leaning in one direction, but ultimately it's Maryland just kind of getting over aggressive, going way too far up, not having enough boost, getting dusted to certain reads they probably shouldn't. And just well fought by Borregos. And at the end, ultimately, when you have a shot that open in OT, it has to be buried. So the fact that Absorbent Karma does not waste it means he's doing just fine in this series. Maryland making a good run, but got to be real careful with the next 5 minutes. That game 1 seemed like a blip, and after that, it's really been Borregos really taking names out here.
Taking names, and with it, I mean, it feels like Borregos, they're taking a lot of the fancy kind of mechs that Maryland is throwing, or they're trying to throw. But I feel like that Maryland, some of the creativity is just falling by the wayside. I feel like we're seeing Borregos get more creative with their offense, and even when you could see the possession is firmly in Maryland's favor, they're just not doing much with it. They can't get set up.
Yeah, to clarify, because everyone in chat seems to be tripping over themselves, the advantage for getting through the upper bracket is that it's double elim, so you get 2 chances at getting through. You have, if you lose in grand finals, since that's technically still your first loss, you get another series. The lower team has to bracket reset. What we're debating was whether or not that'd be more or less ideal than another format in which you get a 1 game advantage. And 1 goal advantage, I guess, if you're Maryland, because that somehow flicks all the way through.
Well, I mean, this is how many solo goals here, basically, for Cozy P?
Oh, wait. Landon is referring to a 1 game advantage in the LAN finals that he played in earlier today. That is different.
Oh.
That is different. That was a best of 7, and they got a 1 game advantage. Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to make sure no one's on the on a different wavelength here.
I never understood the 1 game advantage thing. I always thought it was just messy and didn't look nice.
I think it was same, but I also like that it does shorten the bracket a little bit, but it does give like a demonstrable advantage to the team. I do think it's a little weird to, at the end of the day, you're playing double elim and then a team loses once and they lose, you know? Like, I always thought that was a little weird. Like, if you go all the way through uppers and then you lose once, suddenly your bracket's over, it feels a little weird. Like, everyone else got an extra life and you didn't. That's the one thing.
Your extra life was that you got to win.
I don't know if an entire series win or loss is equivalent to 1 game.
Was that it?
I think Cozy has it. No, he has got it.
Yeah. But, a little scary. Hexy. Bad 50, actually. This could be disastrous. Turtle's in position, but Lido needs to get these good 50s. Turtle having to go back. And I will give credit where it's due in that I think Borregos, the child game has been phenomenal. The way that they're approaching the ball has been so good. That shot comes so quick, but Hexy barely gets there in time. We'll allow Borregos to try again. Ooh. That one is just in. Speaking of challenges.
That's a solid one. Ozorm Karma trying to just put that one on target, but not only does Hexy get the clear, but he gets a perfect layout to Turtle, who is ready for it. W comes from Maryland. That's a really hard to... One thing to be able to just counter that one directly, but being able to put that one right down the middle is a whole other thing. Borregos definitely on notice here as game number 5 is starting to kind of creep up on him.
See, that's just another one that goes through for Turtle. The brother is, in fact, shooting. Great bump, though. Kind of took Lido a bit more to set up. Wasn't sure how to approach it, and Turtle took full advantage.
And being able to see that play go through, definitely giving Maryland a lot of benefit mentally. I think it's hard to go down in a series, but being able to now really return to almost game one levels of offense is one thing. Granted, holding it is another. Who knows if Borregos can get some back, maybe sow some doubt in the back of Maryland minds. Off corner, for example, with a double, not going to work, but how about a demo and the open net for Karma to start up the comeback?
3-1 here, half a game remaining. Good. I actually thought that was going to be a double tap, though, from Nato, to be fair. But fantastic fake with a beautiful bump or demo to add on. And someone is blasting really loud music outside my apartment and shaking my whole apartment right now because of the bass. Love it.
There was my apartment in Chicago before I moved to Texas. There was a cafe across the street that would play merengue music every single Saturday and Sunday in the morning.
Nice.
So I would never be able to sleep in. I would hear only like the beat, just dum, 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 dum.
Oh, I would lose it. Oh, I would lose it.
Just
oh,
that
I'd
for like
lose it.
4 hours straight, starting at 10 a.m. It was.
Oh, I'd crash out, man. Dude, because we have so much of that in Toronto. I went to a bar the other day where like a month ago, where I'm like, oh yeah, it's gonna be a great time, guys. We're going for this guy's birthday, and I just heard for like 4 hours, and I'm like, this sucks, guys. I'm into electronic music. I will listen and sit to Psytrance or some random 138 BPM beat for like 20 hours, dude. No worry about that. But if I have to listen to with literal to no variation at all.
Well, there's like other stuff in there, but like the thing is when you're listening to only when you're listening to only the bass, that is all you hear. That is all you hear.
It's like some horns or whatever, but there's legitimately no variation at all. At least compared to when you compare it to how it's okay, whatever. I'm crashing out. Sorry. Okay.
That was a deep cut. Almost like that pass, but unfortunately that shot is not going to be able to live up to the incisiveness
That was smooth,
of its
Taco.
setup.
That was very smooth.
Tried Lito keeping it alive. Turtle, clean touch, saving the boost and the pre-flip. Perfect bounce as well, and maybe even all the way back down if not for Karma's recovery.
Beat asked, what's this 2v2 looking like for CRL? Is it worth playing? Brother, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I don't know if you're winning if you're trying to play. Dude.
I think Hoxer, it's going to be Hoxer and Andy. Everyone's like, they made it for Baylor. No, they didn't. I think that would probably be a good one. I think probably Cam and Brock would be a really annoying team to play against for Davenport. Oh, Cozy P tucking another. These goals just popping up out of nowhere.
That's just a dime. Also, I think completely caught Borregos off guard. I mean, dude, they're all like right there staring at the ball.
And at the end of the day, I mean, sometimes those are situations where you're like all kind of equidistant. Even in comms, it's kind of like a situation where it's like, wait, who has that? And in that moment, that's when someone's got to immediately chow. Granted, that being said, I don't really know if that would have really made too much of a difference. Still a 2-goal margin, now it's 3. And with 40 seconds remaining, it seems like Maryland, they have got all the momentum going into this game. I mean, they look super composed, not stressing about anything. Even with low boosts, they're pre-flipping, they're getting in front of things, winning 50s. I mean, Borregos definitely maybe want to take the extra couple seconds in the post-game lobby, kind of plan out how this is going to work, because the series going the distance in the lower semis.
Yeah, a little bit. It's a testament to just both these teams and how much they've kind of worked to develop these rosters, but also that the previous series were no joke. Both of them were skill checked, gate kept. Decay puts another one not on. But they were both skill checked, gate kept from Ole Miss. They both won. They both beat them. Now we get to see them together, and with it, a game 5 on our hands.
This is exactly what I hoped it was. When I was picking this game, I was like, I don't 100% know how close this will be, but I feel like they're both playing well. They're getting good dubs. Ideally, they both beat Ole Miss, which is like, as you mentioned, I would say one of the more definitive, granted with sub, but still, like, you're playing 2 rank X players. That's like a good skill check. If you can't beat them, you're not going to be able to go much further. So,
exactly, yeah.
Obviously, still a lot riding on a game like this. But they also have to win this and then immediately go play East Tennessee State. And if they win that, they have to go play Cumberland right afterwards. So to say that you have to make sure you are locked in for this entire bracket is no joke.
Yeah, no, it's why, like, we wanted, I mean, originally we wanted to just have like the 4-pool system so we could, like, all right, well, you know, you lose to like Winthrop. All right, that's not the worst thing in the world. You could still theoretically make it back, but it's not how it went down. So right now, it's just seeing who is the second best in this pool. No, please, no. I have a deep hatred for that music now. It's hard.
Oh, I have a deep love.
The best example of that song is Shakira, and that's all I care.
That's fair. And I have a deep love for a series like this, especially high-stakes elimination series for whoever loses this one. And Maryland might want to take the plunge on that one, but you can see Cozy P, he thought about it
boost.
and immediately half flips out.
I mean, why would you? Like, realistically, why would you? You have no boost. You can assume that someone else does. That's a shot that will not go through. What a bounce and save.
Honestly, I feel like the Taxman comes to collect at one point. I was watching Cozy P's stream against Ole Miss. There was a couple of plays where Ole Miss had 3 or 4 bars, and it was just lingering on the goal line, and Maryland would somehow scrape them out. So maybe they're just going to suffer on the far end. Turtle, though, knows that has to go in. Posting out, and then he buries it on the back post.
Turtle indeed avoiding the IRS, saying, nah, no taxation here. Just puts it through. Cause I'm the tax man. I'm the tax man.
No.
Any Beatles? No Beatles?
Not good. That's old music. No one listens to that anymore.
That's old music. Yeah, you.
It has not even a single song where it goes. How can I respect it? Triadlito going to be able to take that one all the way across, and unfortunately not able to get that 50, so it's going to go to Decay, and please, clip for me. I want to see a skim, and it's not able to get that one. But Karma's able to get the rebound, even with a partial save. It's going to go through.
Again, dude, this is Karma just putting an absolute dime. Perfect accuracy, perfect placement. Even with Hexy in the way, he was just too strong.
And that's almost like a predictive jump at it, because we saw Maryland able to react to that ball, but they touch it slightly too far in the middle, and then suddenly, as Armin Karma just on top of it, puts it top corner, and as I mentioned, like the goalie, you're almost in the right position, but almost is not usually what ends up getting those saves. Deflection to the side wall might be a little bit dangerous as Turtle was thinking about it. He will dive in, but a bit too late. Off ceiling, Hexy, one more touch. Karma more than ready.
Be a fight again for that midfield possession. Cozy just recognizes it, has to dive in. Little boost to speak of on the side of Borregos. Absorber Karma just carrying that weight. Turtle can't get the demo in time. Karma in position. It's still so dangerous. Turtle needs to knock it up high, and he does. Decay tracking it, following it off the post. Lido going to put one on. Hexy, patient as ever, going to make sure he's sticking with it. Cozy, no boost to speak of, makes this an even more dangerous affair, especially as all the Hornets are circling around, but still no shot lands.
Oh man, on the backboard he bumped the one player in the way, and it looked like it was guaranteed, but instead it's still being denial after denial. Maryland gets an easier preview, and then maybe even more on that. Cozy steal in the corner, top shelf off the bar and out. And man, the fourth defender for both teams coming in pretty clutch.
I mean, that's the thing. We're seeing not only the net get crazy involved, but frankly, a lot of just mind games, like a lot of mind games from the defenders coming through to make sure that they're not taking the easy shots, or at least they shouldn't be. Lido baking off this one. Cozy keeps in the midfield, straight to Karma's hands, but Decay will take it instead. He's going to go off the ceiling. He's cooking. He's looking for the pass, but it just doesn't have the angle. Lido straight to Turtle. Karma needs to follow this. Not the best touch at all, and now it's going to be essentially a 2v2, 3v2 coming in. What a beautiful challenge here from the side of Borregos.
Triadlito going to be able to, I think he meant to put that one maybe a little bit higher for Decay, but either way, it will be a bit of a counter coming in from Hexy. Doesn't get that first flick off, and that's going to be a leave into Decay. Low shot, Cozy, half flip, Triadlito trying to provide some coverage. As we learned from Gamma, he's got some ones experience, more than capable of playing on low boost and playing for those 50s, like that one to Decay. Karma also getting met, and Maryland sometimes holding on by a thread, but they're doing it well.
Cozy. Let's get the challenge with Triadlito. Turtle. Double commit, though, from the Borregos side. That will kind of stunt this one altogether. Someone needs to go for the demo here, but Lido will be able to actually make it around 2. This is crazy. Cozy doing what he can, but at this point, last minute remaining in this best of 5. for this qual. Both these teams have played phenomenally, but who will take it?
It's getting real spooky. I gotta say, Borregos playing fast and loose, but you could also see the kind of doubt creeping in on some of their reads. Like this one, they're overthinking how far they had to go up for this one. And now Absorbent Karma needs some help. Decay, only one with real boost in the tank. He'll throw it away to Turtle. Lurking upfield is Cozy. Is he looking for a pass? Double commit on the near side. Still getting that clear down. Decay, no deflection. And it looks like we're just playing long ball simulator at the end of regulation.
20 seconds remaining. Whoever scores now surely will take the series unless we go to overtime. Turtle trying to play for the pass. Hexy puts it up the side. Karma sends it downfield. Cozy needs to keep it in the midfield. Decay, good touch, but he has no boost to work with. The last few seconds winding down. Trilito going to try and keep it to the ground. He'll still be in play. Turtle, the challenge, puts it to the ground.
Oh, so those players on near post are like, if they can pre-flip that, who knows? But no, of course, it has to be an elimination match in the lower bracket. And it's going to be an overtime as well. Skull going to take it. And honestly, I have no idea how this one's going to go. Both these teams looking the most even we've seen them.
Lito tracking this one. Hexy, no boost to speak of. Turtle in the waiting, though. Requires a lot of boost from Borregos to actually make this defense work. Cozy doesn't get the fake, but Hexy. Again, we're seeing both these teams fight for different kinds of possession right now. This one's disaster. Karma still sticks with it. Cozy's just ahead of the ball. Lito does what he can to try and scramble, keep it out of the defensive zone. But now you can see Maryland. They've reset. Decay, a lot of boost in the tank, able to make this one work. The demo comes through. Flip reset. Can't get the pinch. It's still so tough.
Cozy dusts one play. Trilito has to slow that one down. He does have the boost, but he's going to miss out on the shot. Turtle top shelfer. Got a recovery. Hexy winding around. Wanted that boost, but instead we'll just opt for a ceiling read for Turtle to put down. Unfortunately, it's going to go to tryhard Lito. Good touch by Cozy. Follow-up shot. It's the captain. Not able to put it past that first challenge. And Cozy going to get another extension as well.
Cozy getting those touches is actually so important. It allowed his teammates to keep the boost that they have so they can go immediately on the attack. Now we're seeing a bit of a comp fumble. Bit of confusion as to what's happening here. Cozy's just left completely open. Maryland will be able to take this one in 5.
Oh, Decay got bumped on the landing. I didn't see that. I thought he rotated out, but no. It's the physical play matched with some 50s that are going to propel Maryland further into their bracket. They will be in the lower finals against East Tennessee.
What a way for that one to wrap up. The physicality needed. Did you notice I almost said Maryville?
A little bit.
I miss you, Speed. That's why.
All right, we gotta report that, but man, solid game there coming in from Maryland.
That was good.
Borregos,
That was really
I had faith though. I was a fan. I always loved that roster. They were very fun to watch. All the Mexican universities, Tigres and Borregos particularly, are super fun to watch. So
yeah, I would love to see them more often, to be honest.
Gotta dub out Maryland. That is a 3-2 submit result. Baylor making a crazy comeback right now. Comeback, you say, buddy?
Come back. Yeah, what do you mean, dude? Should not be just like...
Concord and Indiana Tech, by the way, on twitch.tv/Indiana Tech, I believe. I think it just might be twitch.tv/Indiana Tech. IND Tech Esports, if you guys want to watch that. LCU got the DQ against St. Edwards, so they're going up immediately to play Northwood. Boise and George Mason's 35 minutes in, and right now it is... I can't fetch scores. Davenport, Bruton Parker on Bepic's stream. They went down 0-3 before half of the game, and now it's 4-4 OT.
Oh, boy.
Concord lost to the opposition bomb. Yeah, Speed, you saw that? Michigan State peeking. Oh, my God! Kennesaw State 3-2 Akron Blue in lower final. Oh, dude. Akron actually not in series play. That's
so much to talk crap at Bass.
Yeah, that one's pretty. And Bass has the final. He has OC Kennesaw right now. Whenever that starts. So,
do you know which one you want to do?
Man, that's wild. I kind of want to claim West Virginia Fisher. because I think that's well, that just
Ooh, that should
started
be fun.
unfortunately. Fisher and Syracuse like just
fun.
started.
Well, also Boise and St. Clair are gonna probably
Sorry,
go
Chad, I'm
again.
not showing you brackets. You're not seeing any of them. So now you can see them. Yeah, I'm looking through what games to grab. Unfortunately, Pool B2 is pretty much all taken by Ball State. I might ask if these are the best matches to play, because it could be Baylor and Ball State, or it could be Ball State Black versus Ball State Maine, which is kind of funny. Akron was a reverse sweep too. Dude, the mountain. The mountain, dude. The freaking mountain. Look at this man go!
You guys doubted him. You guys doubted him so hard. Oh my god, this next podcast would be so funny.
I might grab Etsu in Maryland. That might be the best match, or the only matchup we can grab right now.
No, I mean, can we not like pull rank for one of these and just be like, hey guys, like,
Hey guys, listen. I mean, all the games have already started. That's the thing in lower finals. So there's some upper finals that are just basically waiting for that. Yeah.
Well, if there is a grand finals match that you want, do you know which one?
I feel like
Like
Fisher and West Virginia.
Fisher,
are the most
yeah, I mean,
interesting.
that's probably
it was
the
a
best
best of
one.
5. I think it was game 5 overtime as well.
Probably
and
the
that
best
one,
match we're gonna get.
I'd have to think that's probably the best one.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
Ball
dude,
State
one
bracket's
of
the easiest.
Kennesaw or OC is gonna make it. Oh my god. I'm down for WVU Fisher if you want to do it.
Yeah, Cumberland is going to be streamed by their. I think Somber is actually doing that stream. That's going to be the winner of these two. Excuse me, I am the danger. Well, it's more so just going to the stream and being like, hey, do you mind if we're in the lobby too? And that 90% of the time it's fine. But I just like checking on people because I don't like intruding. I know some schools don't want the viewer split, you know, but most of the time they don't care. They're just like, oh, cool, more coverage. Baylor lost that game, kind of bums. I'm not gonna lie. They just lost.
But Baylor lost? No. Baylor
It's
lost?
29
No.
minutes in, unless it's a sweep. I don't think they lost yet.
No.
To Ball State. To Ball State.
If they lose to Ball State, I might crash out because then
Hawks with 900 points. Christ almighty.
Bass will never let me live it down.
Yeah, Christ almighty. That was it. Yeah, they did lose. It was 5-4 in overtime. Alter with 2, Yag with 2. Wait, Variety isn't even playing on Ball State Black? Dang. Look at the depth. Look at Phoebes and Yags go.
That is crazy.
They lost that game, not the whole match. Okay, but it is match points. BSU 2, Baylor 1.
I mean, JT's holding his own, right? Like,
well, that's the thing. I just haven't been able to. I wanted to stream them just so I could do
my
that.
goodness. Jeez, BSU. Okay. All right.
Yeah, and this is why we mentioned, guys, like, as good as teams are, you need every player to be elite. Like, there's no, like, oh, like, back in the day, if you had a pro in your team, like, singular, you could probably make league play. Like, you could probably do that. That was literally what happened with, like, J-Russ in Florida back in the day. And yeah, and for a little bit, Kennesaw, before they... Kennesaw's funny because they don't even recruit. They just happen to have a bunch of rank A players that happen to go there. Like, it's so funny to see
Like,
how that team
what
developed.
is that, man?
That's
Like, how does this even find its way?
That's a weird goal.
Like, you guys should know. You guys should know. Come on.
Yeah, I think...
Well, you know what? It's fine. I can clown Bass for sleeping on Kennesaw, but he can clown me for gassing up Baylor.
I think for me, that was my biggest thing with Baylor is, like, I know plenty of players are like, well, JT's like a 2K player. It's like, well, there's a lot of 2K players. Like, like almost every single finalist is at least like a 2K2s player. So it's like, it's one thing to be that way, but like once you're in these matches and you're playing against like ridiculous grinders who've been together for like semesters on semesters, and you're doing your first semester of Team Chem like workouts and scrims, it's going to be very hard to lock in like that. Is this stream
Dude, I
sponsored by
swear to
Omen
God.
World Tour? I wish. Dude.
Swear to God. I swear to God.
And Worth. Okay. Epic has Davenport and Bruton Parker rematch.
Ooh.
I did that numbers. That was a 3-0
That's a nice
for Davenport, but for Kennesaw 3-2 over Akron in reverse sweep. That's so brutal, dude. That is so brutal. I gotta wonder how much of that was also the land's fault with Akron, because they were also at that, Tennessee Chattanooga, or at least 2/3 of them were. Personally, if that was the case, I'd be pretty ticked if I was. Well, then again, Kennesaw was too, so you can't even use that as an excuse. Like, Yeah, just stuff didn't go their way. I would love to see those replays. Might ask Flitz if he has some ball chased or something.
Would this be a reverse sweep, or were they tied for this game?
I don't know. I haven't tuned in until now. I'm trying to look in chat, see if any reactions to it, but I don't know if they're updating it super consistently.
My neck is so sore. I was golfing last night for like 2 hours and just like cooked.
I think they made a custom lobby because it's not auto fetching, so I don't think they're using the lobby that they're supposed to.
Supposed to?
Yeah, I think ultimately Baylor probably was going to be, in my opinion, my pick for the best team in CRL if they got their third. I think the plan was they were trying to get Royalis, and then potentially as another one they had Cosmic, but I think both of those fell through. And personally, I would love to know what Royalis's thought process was. Granted, I'm not really going to doubt that living in Boston versus living in Texas as an immigrant is probably a way different optic to it, but at the same time, it's like I feel like with Baylor, Royalis would have been such a ridiculous fit. Well, Cosmic also. I mean, just any rank X level player would have been disgusting. So might have to wonder what if they don't pull together.
This is completely irrelevant to Rocket League, but Riot just announced that LTA is going to be rebranding to LCS for next year, and I'm very happy about it.
Wasn't it? Oh, what? Okay, I'm confused. Wasn't LCS like always the term? Why?
No.
What is LAT now?
LTA was like the rebranded LCS
League something tour.
I forget, and I don't care, but it was one of those, hey, we're gonna rebrand for literally no reason at all.
Love that.
And it sucked, and everyone hated it. But now they're going back to LCS because LCS just makes much more sense. I mean, I still don't understand why they wanted, in the first place, to split from EU LCS to NA LCS and all that stuff, and then just have LEC versus like, yeah, whatever that whole thing. Riot's a very confusing company. Mm-hmm. Baylor, all right, come on now, just get another goal. Just get another goal.
They're doing fine.
I believe. Taka, you want to send me one of those juvies, dude?
You can use my code and buy some. You know, I'm kidding. Maybe.
Does the code apply to Canadians?
I think it applies to any purchase made through the website.
It's kind of nice.
You get 10%, I get 90% commission.
Cool. Wait, what do you mean 90% commission?
No, I'm joking. Imagine though, get 90% of the cost of your purchase. That'd be such a crazy deal.
Just like Wolf of Wall Street right there. It's like,
bro, I would be hawking
90%?
juvee like my life depended on it. If I had 90% commission, I would quit my job and just go full-time juvee salesman. Holy crap, that'd be per purchase like $20+.
Yep. Yeah, what is operational costs? I don't know.
Okay. That mean the markup is stupid high. Yeah, I'd be suspicious putting any drink in my body that's like, yeah, what's the cost to manufacture this? About 4 cents. What? No, I mean like labor and everything. Yeah, 4 cents.
High key, you're probably not far off. Like per unit, I could probably actually see per unit being like 5 to 10 cents probably.
Alrighty, there we go. See,
per can? No, per case.
My biggest issue with the Carl overlay for analysis is that you can see the game score technically in the goals column or row, I guess. But it's like the game ends, and if you opened your eyes to just now and be like, what was the score of that game? It'd be like, wait, 2-1. It just like takes a little too long. Also, there's no series score because it's only game analysis. So it's just a kind of like weird in between where I'm like, I really wish I could tell what is happening right now in the series. Like you have no context for anything.
What I'm saying is I think my custom overlay that Lander made is goated with the sauce and better than everyone's.
I joined the Juvee Partner Discord and they did a giveaway like a week before I got there for a free Juvee fridge, and it's pretty lit, and I was pretty pissed that I didn't get into that. because there's not that many
Oh.
people in the Discord. So I was just like, damn, my chances were actually kind of high to get that. Ooh, Andy. Okay.
I think I'm behind. Or I'm watching your streams, so
Yeah, you're watching.
now I'm mega behind. Oh
Bad
my
behind.
goodness.
That's what I like to see. from the two
I will
front
say
guys.
that I usually have terrible luck with raffles, but I actually won a raffle over the weekend, or not the weekend, last Thursday, when I went to a TFC like gaming night thing where like I got to hang out with a couple of players or whatever, and I won a raffle of some TFC merch. It was neat, with a scarf and a hat and a shirt.
I remember. I think it was Amanda. Yeah, the Lando's a buddy of Lafui, who's in his stream a lot. Good dude. His girlfriend apparently she was like holding a ticket for someone else for a raffle for like an ultra wide curved monitor or something at DreamHack, and our friend was like, oh, I can't come. Can you just like hold on my ticket and check? I'm like, yeah, sure. There's like hundreds of people outside this tent, and they announced the one winner. it's our friend. And we're like, oh my god, we FaceTime her immediately, like, your ticket won. She's like, what? She starts freaking out. I think she still has it. It's like a really nice, like curved, like 32-inch wide monitor or something like that.
I never understood curved monitors, but I respect those that use
I think
it.
it's like a fun little twist. I played on them, and I don't think there's like an advantage. It does feel a little bit like interesting to play on. I don't know if it's like better necessarily, but it's like this is a fun change of pace. I'm more of a fan of just getting like a high frame rate, like give me like a 244 hertz like 144p monitor, and I'm good. That's all I
I
want.
really want to try like super wide monitors, not curved, but like super wide.
The doctor plays Rocket League on that thing. It's really irritating.
Is it?
Yeah, plus he plays a wide out camera, so he can see like so much of the field. It's like ridiculous. It's like kind of a cheat, low key.
Well, I mean, I think Gumayushi did a clip where like with LG or something like that, where he had to play on like the super massive monitor, and like in League he could basically see top lane from like bot lane, and it was like, okay, well this is like, oh nice Andy, this was like actually cheating because like you could see literally the rest of the map without like having to do any clicking or whatever.
Baylor starting to do it? Question mark? Are you casting us? What's your game again? I think you guys are already on a broadcast. Yeah, you're playing with... Oh, with Winthrop and Davenport. Oh, no! Ah, man, honestly, we were doing West Virginia Fisher. I was thinking I was going to wait out on.
I think we did Winthrop Davenport. We can do us Virginia Fisher.
Hurry up, lobby's up if you are. But there's not going to be coverage on this. I don't know if anyone else is going to get West Virginia Fisher, though. I want to make sure these games are covered, and I don't like double covering, but this is for quals, though. I don't want to dox that lobby. Well, if lobby's up, I don't think we're gonna get there in time. I don't want to join in mid-game and screw someone up. Last thing I ever want to do is join a lobby and it lags and someone gets scored on because of that. Man, that's rough. I didn't even realize that was already over. I thought you and Fruit Parker were still playing for like another 10 minutes.
Wait, what happened to GMU? Hold on. Tihan just DMs me saying, GMU! What did GMU do? What did GMU do? Hold on.
George Mason and Boise are playing right now. So far, it looks like Boise's up 2-1 based on reporting. They're 50 minutes in. They're 50 minutes in. Has to be a game 5.
What?
That has to be a game 5. George Mason won game 4. No way. Did George Mason beat Boise State in lower final?
Bass in the mud!
Yo, that's
Bass in
actually
the mud!
wild. That's
Oh,
a
dude.
wild run back.
Oh my god.
Boise 3-0'd them in uppers, too. Oh, no. Is this a... Oh, no. I think they ran it all the way back. I mean, I don't know how they shape up against St. Clair Green, but hypothetically, if you beat the team that almost beat St. Clair Green, then... Baylor's up 3-1. I think they're doing it. I think they're going to go grand final, potentially. Yeah, I think
Yes,
I'm gonna have to-
I believe GMU did in fact win.
Bepic claimed Concord versus Michigan State, so that should be covered. Yeah, I think Fisher. I think West Virginia Fisher is probably the one we should probably grab. I'm gonna go with that. Davenport Winthrop is good. I don't like doubling up, but that's a shame that no one's gonna stream that.
So funny, bro.
That was on me. If I was more alert, I probably would have grabbed that, but I also not sure how that timing was gonna work out. Fisher is up so far in Syracuse. Good on Syracuse for getting this far, though. I mean, I put him as a
Yeah,
put him as a long shot, but like they're going farther than I thought they would. I thought they'd lose probably like a round or two ago.
When is Fisher WVU up?
It's going to be a little bit just because Fisher they're starting to report games, but they're only 18 minutes in, so I'm assuming it's like game 2, maybe start of game 3.
Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Just like text me if you get it.
Yeah, George Mason just yeah, Boise, GMU, like type of thing. Dang. Just gonna confirm that. Just gonna push that through just to make sure that's faster, so we can speed up these brackets. Dang, dude. Why is the... sorry, my brain turned off. I was like, why is that out there? I'm like, well, I guess October's tomorrow. Spooky, or not tomorrow, but like soon. So, kind of spooky time. Well, these guys have the best possible setup because Ball State Black lost, but they don't have to change it anything at all. They just go into the next lobby because Ball State's waiting in the grand. So, credit to Ball State Black, though. They're third in their bracket. And then their potentially first or second is going to be Ball State. So, A. Northwood currently cleaning up against LCU, it seems like. Michigan State and the winner of Concord, Indiana Tech. I wonder how this is going, low-key. Like, Indiana Tech's very good, and Concord has not had a great day today. So I guess we'll find out what's going on. East Tennessee, Maryland. I guess we can check in on Cozy to see how that's going. God, dude. Oh no, they're down by 5 right now in this game. Yeah, it's just very good, so not super surprised by the struggle here. Saints is, I think, still on break. I think they don't have anything else to do right now. Yeah, they're just chilling. they're just chatting. We got nothing else going on. Epic's also waiting, I think. Might be watch partying something. Either way, Fisher and Syracuse still waiting on this one. I don't know if anything new has come up. 22 minutes in, they're only one game. I'm really lost on that one. Was the game 1 overtime? Was it just that long? Oh, I forgot Kep is watch partying Ball State. That's really funny. Wait, what happened? Did Indiana Tech lose? They did lose. Okay. Who's streaming Winthrop? Unfortunately, no one, Nathan. I was actually locked into a different series, and I did not realize that Davenport ended their series that quick. I thought they still had like 10 more minutes. So they started their game. Per policy, I try not to join in. Cam said, like, oh, the lobby's up, you can join. But it's like, just in terms of like competitive nature or a competitive aspect, I don't like joining any lobby that's already started, because if you join in mid-game, as in like join a lobby, sync in, you lag the lobby, which sometimes can create a competitive disadvantage, especially if you're trying to get a save and then suddenly your car goes and then like wiggles or whatever. Which is the long answer to say I am very regretful to say, yeah, I am not covering that game. I already covered Davenport Winthrop earlier, so I didn't want to double up, but unfortunately I don't think we have anyone covering that match. I don't know if we have a POV stream of that. I don't think anyone is streaming on either team, so that's highly unfortunate that we're not going to be able to get a POV in there. Cumberland patiently waiting for Etsu, Fisher, Cat. Are you guys just not? Are you guys just like not playing? That's so weird. Anyway, hate how that didn't load properly. Yeah, we are a little bit in delay mode. So honestly, I might just throw you guys to a break just to rest my voice, because we are going to be waiting for a little bit, and a lot of these games have not started yet. So I'm going to give a quick break. You guys are going to enjoy some duck, and hopefully we'll be back with a match and some coverage a little bit. Hey, might as well come back after a raid. Hello, Bass. Hello, everybody. I'm currently waiting for these freaking Fisher Syracuse slowpoke pieces of crap. No, I'm kidding. They're updating it slowly in start, so unfortunately. But it looks like Syracuse University, top 2 in their pool. They're playing West Virginia. That timing? No. I came back because I heard your raid. I wanted to make sure you guys aren't raiding into a BRB screen, you know? Hi, Kitty. Do you want to say hi to camera? Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. This one always likes to play chase. She always likes to run away, so I'm trying to grab her. Hey, come here. Hey. She's looking at me like... She's got this, like, stupid look. She's literally just like... Come here. Come here. Yeah, she wants to be chased. We're not gonna get Bella on stream. But hey, who is not playing on WVU? Angel is coaching, so it's Matter, Gyro, and Tool. God, this game's taking forever. Oh my god. Yeah, I think Syracuse might have won in game 5. I don't know. It's a 46-minute long set, so I'd have to think that probably went pretty close to 5. Out of that or some overtimes were going crazy. Concord, though, in this this Michigan State series starting to come back, but granted, they have to win 2 in a row. If any team is going to be able to win 2 in a row in a bracket reset to get into league play, it'd be Concord, I have to say. They got to be tired as hell, though. They won a tournament earlier today, but they had to wake up like dead ass at like 7 a.m. to do it. So I'm blown away that they are still conscious. They have been awake for almost 10 hours. Is game 5 Kamikaze? Good to know. Let us see. Oh. I'm trying to keep it on camera because I might have to set up the Syracuse game soon, so I didn't want to leak anything. But yeah, this is Bepic's stream. Joe's going to miss his hoops tourney at 7. Hey, listen, it's $60,000 CRL league play. He's got to prioritize. What? Okay. I mean, he might be able to make it, to be honest. Like, best of 5s aren't going to last, like, an hour. The thing is, like, we have to actually make sure Syracuse is, like, locked into their stuff. Because they're still updating. I'm trying to auto-confirm things just so we can move the reporting along, but... Shout out MSU, but when Concord is on, I don't care who you are, you're losing. Well, that's the thing, is, like, Michigan State is looking pretty good, but Concord is slowly starting to, like, get open looks like this, and that's where I'm, like, a little nervous. Because all it takes is... for Samas and Crispy to start playing 2s, and it's over. Like, they're so good. Like, they're so insanely good when they're playing like that. Hi, Chili. Congrats, Chili, by the way. I gotta say, we were, I guess, not on the OC train, and you guys actually do it. How'd that Akron series feel? We saw that reported on the start, and everyone was like, oh! All right, guys. I think Bepic's headed for a bracket reset in his, to be honest. Man, this would be so disappointing for Michigan State to get such a huge upset and then not be able to pull through. That's another one. Yeah, that's another one, chat. All right, one more. I gotta auto confirm. They're not reporting it yet. Ugh. We gotta get an easy 3-0 and then we're good. All right. Let's see. WVU and Fisher were 3-2, but then Syracuse just beat Fisher. I don't know if WVU and Syracuse played yet in this bracket. Hold on, let me check. No, they didn't. So yeah, this is in a completely organic matchup. I don't even know if they've played in any tournament. I'd be curious to know whether or not Syracuse has won. But this is also like a crazy tale because Syracuse is a big frickin' program. If they're able to actually make it into league play over West Virginia, like, check CL. The Akron series was a perfect sweep? Christ. That's... Damn. Damn, that's actually pretty wild from OC. I don't think I've ever heard of Akron being perfect swept, even against Northwood. OC was on today. Yeah, I kind of want to... Chili, if you got any of the replays, I would love to watch some of those other matches. Because that's kind of wild. In fact, you should have the replays because it's match history thing. That's a feature now, right? All right. Syracuse should be pretty close to ready by now, right? Did they report this yet? All right, we're going to confirm this, and we should be able to launch in... I think my setup is all good. Yep. Oh. Me of little faith. Syracuse. I will say I might switch teams just because it feels wrong to have Syracuse as the blue team. They're literally the orange men, so I'm just going to do that. Anyway. Okay. Because I am also doing this, I'm setting up lobby and sending info, I'm going to go POV. Just so you guys don't get the lobby info and ruin everything. I don't know, man. Concord is like... honestly, this is looking spooky. Before, I was like, I don't know, Michigan State's got 2 series, but like Concord looks so good right now. I would love Michigan State in just because they are... It's kind of 2 minds. Like, if we have league play and Concord isn't in it, it feels like we're missing out on like such an obvious addition. But also, I love the idea of big frickin' schools being able to be in there. Like, Michigan State is a big program. So it'd be... sick to be able to get them in. I wish MSU could win over anyone else. Yeah, that's kind of my thought. If they were winning events, like whatever, it'd be like cool. But Concord's like the winningest program of last year. It's insane to even fathom them not making it in. I think they run back in the relegation tournament. There's going to be a lot. I mean, Akron's going to be in that relegation tournament. Like, it's wild to think that. Also, shout out to whoever bought a juvee pack with my code. I just got notification about that in my email. You guys are so kind. Supporting a small local danger taco. Oh, that's Luna. She's black haired, but she looks like brownish reddish in the sun, as you guys can see, like right there. Oh. QS1, I know. I was literally looking. Does come in second and pool do anything for you? No. It is literally winner take all. That is the rough part. They might be legit. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, I'm gonna set up lobby info right now. You guys are gonna look at my cat's butt, I guess, because that's like all. That's all she's a little show. Let me set up the lobby in advance just so these guys have something to look at. Private match, create. We're gonna put this on Champions Field because that's only natural. Champions Field, U.S. probably East. They're West Virginia. West Virginia in blue, which makes sense because they're blue and yellow, and then we have Syracuse in orange because that makes sense. Mutator settings. Let's do a test lobby. Oop. And create the password. Wait, Ball State is down! Ball State is down against Baylor right now? There you go. So I'll give you even the even better perspective on this. Ball State is Ball State Esports. Ball State Esports. Exclamation point streams. STREAMS for all the broadcast POVs. It's also where you can watch Cumberland. Okay, I'm going to keep Bepic Stream on the background, but turn his quality down to like 160p so he doesn't soak up my bandwidth. DU lost to Winthrop. Winthrop's in. I mean, that's a really stacked teamer, but that's like a really unfortunate pool you guys got. I had to check on Ball State, though, how they're doing against Baylor. Baylor's up 2. Oh, my God. Wait, no. Not only is Baylor up 2-0, they're up 2-1 in the series, and there's a minute left. Oh, chat. Yeah, Ball State University at the Twitch. Oh, chat, we might have to be watching that a little bit as we wait for Syracuse and everyone to get in. Oh. Never mind, chat. We might not be able to do that. You're going to have to watch on your own, all right? You're going to have to watch on your own. Instead, watch my cat sleep. Just realized I completely forgot what my username and passwords are. There you go. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Oh, her sister's below the cat tree. She's staring at her. Just gonna pounce on her. Did Ball State just lose? Did I miss it? I think Baylor just locked in their spot. That's crazy. Good run back by Baylor. Congrats. Congrats to them. Very well deserved. Talented team. I doubted JT a little bit when they dropped, but they brought it all back. Beating both Ball State teams is really crazy. Just the reset, though, not that spot yet. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, because it has to run back. So, yeah, they do have to do the bracket reset. I completely blanked on that. My brain. I agree. It is kind of weird that Start doesn't show the bracket reset as a just in case. It makes me blank whenever I'm thinking about it. Okay, we got Du Bois in the lobby for West Virginia and Syracuse, though. Looks like, wow, I'm so... Oh, my cat's a little off-center. There you go. There you go. Jim Boheim is coaching Syracuse. Hell yeah. Been good. All right, guys, we're going to have to watch chat because I'm also going to be admin on this one. So looks like we are all good. Best of 5, West Virginia and Syracuse getting at it. Let us just reset the mutator settings so those are all good. And we got a best of 5 for league play. Look at Luna all hype. All right, and it looks like we are all good to go. Say goodbye to Luna. Say goodbye. Hello to Pool B1's grand final. West Virginia and Syracuse. The top seed in this pool in West Virginia, Gyro, Matter, and Tool, up against Syracuse, a team that us on Champ League thought that they were a long shot at making it, and yet they're grinding. They're up and above everybody. Tiz on 110 past 2 gets the first. Oh, my word. We didn't have to wait long for that one. 14 seconds in, the very first shot of the game for Syracuse. And I suppose it is well and truly game on. This is a matchup, chat, that I don't think has ever occurred yet in CRL. I do not believe this iteration of West Virginia and this iteration of Syracuse has played each other this entire season so far. So this might be a truly organic first look at both teams. Leisure, don't do it to him. Almost getting that one, but Baby gets the follow. Hello, hello, the Orange Men. Coming out fast and fierce. Lesher. Decent touch along the sideline. Gyro looking for Tool. Bit too high, but it will have at least a decent amount of pace for Baby. Get the first touch. Roll up. Baby cut down. Gyro. Delayed pass. Will find Tool, but there is someone in the way. A little bit of reflection. Baby's going to be harassed on that near post with a double commit. No follow-up by WVU. You're going to have to play for 50s. There's not much better of an angle you could take on that 50 to get that clear. Syracuse, you can tell, hounding the goal. Unfortunately, Matter still getting a quality 50. Gyro opening the account for WVU in this grand final. As a reminder, chat, it's not just that Syracuse has to win this series. They have to win this series and another one. As West Virginia coming into the upper bracket will have a bracket reset in their back pocket. Off kickoff, Tiz not going to fool Gyro. He's immediately back. Gyro. Healthy deflection. Syracuse running into each other a little bit, but Tool overshoots his approach. And back into the blue half we go with Tiz lobbing it up. Leisure, that's a lot of boost. Tries to get the reset and does not time his descent properly. Also, whenever the camera is on Tiz, you might want to cover your ears. Worst engine sound in the world on his car. Matter looking for the bomb downfield. He saw an opening and he will take it. Eagle-eyed from the defense. Man, what an unfortunate 50. That rolled not only right to him, but in perfect pace as well. No bounce. All he had to do is get solid contact. And Syracuse likes to rotate aggressively. That is the detriment to that play style. Because sometimes you really do get burnt on the simplest of touches. Now how about something more complicated? Air dribble bump past one, not two. Tool. High flick back post. Matter shouldn't have that one, but keeps it at least competitive on that near side. Syracuse, after getting that first couple bouts of offense and that 2-goal lead, has since been pretty much under fire constantly by WVU, settling into what I have to assume is their more comfortable play style that they're more inclined to play. Matter. Dunked down in the midfield. Gyro should have a double. It'll be a light one, but just enough to make Tiz have to side flip on it. Lesher, low 50, Gyro. Not bamboozled yet. Baby will get part of it. Tool follow-up, pass middle, Matters there, but saved away, still even. Boost starting to dwindle for the Orange Men. I think it's pronounced Russell. Well, that's his name backwards, but I don't think if he put it backward. That'd be like calling Reddles Slater, I recall. Maybe if he wanted to be called Russell, he should have spelled it Russell, you know? He wants his full name pronounced despite it being spelled backwards. I'm sorry, but I refuse. If he wants to be called that, he should change his name. That's ridiculous. Cope. Baby, great save. Russell gets the touch away. As Baby will follow up, and Russell. God, it's going to be so hard to change mentally every single time I look at this gamer tag. Thank you for the comms, guys. I don't want to disrespect the players' wishes.
60 seconds left on the clock.
Not going to go through for Cuse versus Leslie because the chat actively hates us bass. They hate us commentators. I remember saying Leisure and I remember he was saying, hey, like, thanks, good pronunciation. I was like, oh, good. And that was it. So I feel like it's probably one of those things like Samas where no one can actually pronounce his actual Lithuanian pronunciation, so it doesn't matter. So he's just like, yeah, whatever. I always kind of assumed it's like that. Either way, it looks like this game, I would say it was leaning towards WVU, but I don't know. Syracuse getting some decent looks. We just got to make sure their defense holds up as well. As Russell's going to lap around his half and then start going around the track. Gyro, though, has enough for one more flip reset. Little deflection, top corner, going to be wide. Tiz holding that flip, not going to use it. Gababy and Russell both the middle. No one goes. That could be a problem. Except Gababy is late, but still just enough there to get the clear. OT in game one. It's funny sounding, though. I like it. I think it sounds cool. Tiz, honestly, I think bailed on that one early. WV didn't seem to really care. Tiz is actually going to Tony Hawk himself off the inside of the goal. That scared me. It might have also just completely fallen off. Either way, Lesher, 50, straight down into the corner. Gababy, hard cut, and I do like not challenging that. Many a game has been ended by trying to 50 from the outside, and it goes right down the middle of your net. Tiz, lobbed up for Gababy. Doesn't have the head start he wants. Gyro knows it. Boost to be able to stay around it. Matter in the middle. Tiz, you got to get there. Gababy will say, how about you do the follow-up instead? Russell. To Gababy. Inside track on the 50. Ledger actually hits that to the side, unfortunately. Gababy's going to deflect that one corner. Tiz, I think, was thinking about two different options. Maybe could flick it high. Maybe could tap that one. Ultimately, will back off. As Matter, no boost, leaves to Gyro, near post, double commit on the 50. Tool is gonna take that one low. I think didn't want to commit to the full aerial. And WVU more than happy to just rotate back and play passive and wait for their opportunity. Kinda like that. Tool getting it to bounce on in, getting the lightest of deflections to take game one.
And it's back to the garage.
West Virginia on their way, just 2 more game wins away from league play. And speaking of, they will potentially join Cumberland, apparently, getting on in through their groups. Not necessarily a massive surprise, but at the same time, Syracuse is a team of pulling off kind of interesting upsets. Definitely shot heavy from West Virginia, but not necessarily out of their wheelhouse. Definitely had that 2-goal lead. That's going to sting, knowing that you were not able to keep it. So this West Virginia team, I mean, this is, we've been high on West Virginia before as analysts in the community. I think this is really the best version of this roster. And that's not to say anything about Angel, but Matter has had probably the best part of his career in the past year and a half in RLCS. Gyro, obviously, always high level. And Tool has just been like a monster. He has always been such a ridiculously solid player on the WV lineup. Gyro. Reset into the Musty, into the other reset. Oh no. Almost an absurd setup for an opener. Demoralizing, if nothing else, for Syracuse. Now Syracuse trying to do the rest of B+ proud. As Russell takes that one. He should get that pass off. What a passing play by Syracuse to open up game 2. The delay flick, the last second adjustment, and the trust in his teammate to deliver it right onto that front bumper. Absurd coordination on that one. I don't think any roster is taking that one down, as Seb will rejoin us in the booth, it sounds like. But not in the lobby. What a bum.
Long bathroom break. My fault.
Bro,
you know what's funny is, well, yeah, dude. Isn't that what old people do? You know, is that what the unks do? Yeah, it is. Come on. Anyway, all I get is probably in the span of while I wasn't in chat, T-Hod. He's like, for America, links the matchup, and I say, F you. He's like, Al Mao. He's like, just like 20 minutes later, yeah, never mind. St. Clair's still very good.
Yes, but you have missed a decent amount, at least for right now.
OC is currently in. Beat Kennesaw.
Yes.
That's great. Bathroom Breaks, indeed sponsored by Omen. And Juvee, apparently. What else did I miss?
Well, right now, West Virginia and Syracuse are playing in Grands. I'm in lobby. I can let you know.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. I actually thought this was bait. This is Grands. Syracuse beat Fisher?
Yep, they beat him 3-2.
All right.
Yeah, so we're currently in the middle of game. I'll let you know. I invited you. I also can DM you lobby info real quick. If you want to join in between goals
I'll
or
join
something,
it.
that'd
Let
be
me know
sick.
when it's. Let me know when it's good to go. Anything else crazy happen?
Concord is currently trying to bracket reset, I believe, Michigan State right now. And they're doing a pretty good job of it, I think. I'm not entirely sure how well they're doing so far.
What in the?
Whoop! Another save actually coming out right in the middle. Gyro, keep that in the middle. Good baby. Actually, he's probably going to get to that first off corner. Gyro, no more boost. He's not going to get the best of clears on this, but stays at least close enough. Tiz. MSU close to forcing game 5. Man, that'd be huge for them, dude.
Would that be probably the biggest upset?
Easy.
Like ever?
Oh, Tiz bar down for his second of the game.
Oh, do you want me to join?
Yes, go, go, go.
Clardy is no longer available.
No, to join the lobby. I sent you that. Yeah, whatever. It's too late. You're going to have to wait till next goal. I sent you the lobby info. Just type that into private match and just wait. Oh, almost an immediate goal off the kickoff. But no. Looks like Tool has that one. Matter will get not the best touch. In fact, Seb, you can join right now.
I am joining.
Hat trick off 4 shots from Tiz. Syracuse reaping the benefits of some sloppy defending. This would be the biggest upset.
Right.
I mean, the thing is, West Virginia
No.
is not like a top 2 team. That's the thing. Like
Yeah.
I know, like the reason why Concord I think is the bigger upset is just because they are the winningest team of all of last year across all competitions. So to see them lose, especially not to another top 10 team, is kind of wild. I would
Yeah.
say this is
Like,
probably pretty
they-
close to second if Syracuse wins this.
How many even top 16s did MSU make last year?
Michigan did not make like any. They always the
Yeah.
thing is they would
They were
play
on
against
the
like
cusp,
they would
but
play against like OC in like lower quarters and lose. Like that was like as far as they went like every single time. So they were good, but just like they were always not ever getting over the hump. The fact that Drewy has elevated them that much is really impressive. Gyro, that's an
what a
easy one.
shot.
As he's just gonna find that pocket just in between the 2 defenders.
also gotta say, love his preset. I noticed a lot of people was rocking this preset at Worlds, and I asked about it, and I still don't know what preset it is, but it looks good.
It's something liner, right? No, that's a lie.
Something
That's
like that.
else.
Whatever. Something. Whatever. Either way, back into it now. We are game 2 between these two. Shocking turn of affairs with Syracuse. Again, I was saying before how I did absolutely get baited. I thought this was like, I don't know, some other match. Tiz able to make it 4-1 against WVU.
Stat padding by Tiz. 4 goals, 6 shots, and he's just reaping everything. And not even all of them are like crazy goals. It's just him like poaching near the goal, doing everything the right way. According to Turret, it's called Affluenter, sky blue painted. Thank you, Turret.
Someone
In the know.
send me that, please.
I will screenshot it
trade it
for
to me.
you. Don't worry.
It's
Hopefully
actually
that
kind of
didn't
nuts.
freeze.
Tries to play the 1v1. Doesn't get much out of it. Matt. Is it just Matt now? He's just dropping Matter.
Yeah, I think he's. I kind of like Matter because it's his first and last
I like
name.
Matter.
But
I also think Matter as a name, it has like the Korean like League of Legends StarCraft vibe where they just take like a random English word and just make it sound cool. Like Matter sounds cool.
Gyro pass down. Tool ready and waiting.
Bang.
Gonna bury that one. Cutting the lead again.
Definitely not out of reach. 49 seconds. And if you can keep it going with beautiful passes like these and good placement as well, this is within reach.
Yeah, but we have Michigan State way higher than Cuse on all rankings. I mean, they're higher, but I wouldn't say they're like, it's not like a 30th seed versus a
Yeah.
12th, you know? Like, they're,
Also-
I would say they're like in the same region.
Yeah, WVU are like very, very upset prone. They have gotten upset in the past by random teams. That was a brilliant shot, just a touch short. Using as much time as possible, last 30 seconds. If they can get on the board with another one here, no boost to speak of. Gyro, looking for the pass. It's going to go down to Matt, but no, this will basically be done.
In my mind, this is really going to how this series is going to be decided. How quickly Syracuse can get on these 50s, and more importantly, not collapse to the goal and make sure they're watching the middle. Because it seems like WVU is really trying as hard as possible to throw these balls into the midfield, bait in challenges, and then just get some open slots. And they've been pretty good at that, but this game, Syracuse shut it down, and also doesn't help, or doesn't hurt rather, when Tiz has 4 goals to be able to seal up game number 2.
Also, I don't think you can strictly go off seeds either, because I feel like there's a lot more context that's required here. Like Syracuse, we've seen like, you know, play okay in the past, but
yeah, right now this matchup is a
like
7th and 23 seed.
Wow.
According to our finalized Start GG seeds across all pools. So definitely really impressive by Syracuse, but also we do have the effect. It's a little different based on how quals work now, but Zeta, shout out Zeta, he used to collect the stat where basically when you looked at all the teams who would qualify in for league play, it was almost always like all the top seeds and then occasionally a random high teens or low 20s seed. Like for some reason it was like a super consistent thing that there was always at least one like much higher than the other seed getting in. And maybe Syracuse is that team. Problem is, this is just step 1 of, at the very least, a 4 like multiple step journey in that they have to win this series and then pull it off again against West Virginia.
Yes.
And you know they're going to be pretty peeved after dropping that last one.
Again, this is the WVU roster we looked at as being the successor, right? Tool, trying to play around 1, gets the demo. Gyro, looking for a teammate, gets bumped. Tool, looking for the shot, brilliantly cut off. This is the team that we were expecting. This is the next level of WVU after Angel taking himself off the team to coach, if I remember correctly. This is a fantastic team, one that I think we all have high hopes for.
Being able to see Tiz try and lead his way through. Everybody was saying like Tiz is on a lot of hours. I thought they were just memeing and saying he's playing a lot. No, apparently he has been like psychotic prepping for this. And I love to see that because Syracuse has been putting a lot of faith in this roster. I would say I was among them when I saw this lineup and said, with all the cash that Syracuse probably has for scholarship and funding, and like, why are they throwing it at B+ players? But they're living up to it. But my goodness, I don't think anyone predicted that bounce pass.
No, what was this bounce pass? Over 2 defenders. You can tell that both Syracuse players were like, what the actual, there's no way. So it will be WVU opening things up after a minute of gameplay already. WVU, I believe, I don't know if you updated series scoreline, but I believe they're up 2-0 at the moment.
Wait, which series?
This one? Or no, am I cooked? Did Syracuse win the previous one?
Yeah.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
I was like,
yes,
no, this is auto-tracked. I'm not manually doing that.
All right,
so.
my fault.
No, that's 1-1. We're chilling for right now. It's still in the first series of our grands. And so Leisure able to come on in. Also, apparently Leisure goes by Russell, according to everyone, even though it's spelled Leisure. It's kind of like we're calling Reddle Slater.
Oh, yeah. No, that's actually, that's cool.
What did that
That's also
bathroom
very
break
cool.
do to you? Yeah, a lot of brain drain there.
High key, that's coffee. Anyway. Leisure, Tool, trying to challenge in the midfield. Double commit in the midfield, but still kind of works, but it still gets just a touch away from them. Matt, not the best challenges in the world from WVU, but if they can keep it work. However, Syracuse starting to swarm, circling around. The offensive rotates come through, even a team bump, so they're just going to bring this back around. Look to reset on the offense. WVU not willing to chase it too hard. Good baby, off the sidewall. Leisure, over to Matt. Gyro, seeing if he can at least create an opening. It's a bit too slow. Tool's going to have to solo play this. Doesn't get around Tiz too much, and it's a bit too soft.
Yeah, we will see Leisure be able to get that read down, but the problem is Gyro, he's looking upfield. He's got no boost. Maybe none needed, but he does need a little bit more to get past Gababy. Tiz can actually miss that one, but more so tactically, taking that one into the open space, letting everyone respawn, and potentially start up a counterattack. Matt, not a lot of boost. He's going to get 50'd by, just past the near post, into the middle. Tiz on the follow. Who else going to put Syracuse level?
What the is this positioning? Lesher already making it a perfect opportunity. Gyro just not a good touch at all, but Tiz is already up and away, ready for that rebound, ties up this game. Syracuse taking it to West Virginia.
And man, he is not only playing well, he is playing the best for his team. He has basically all of their goals, although Russell might be able to add to it. If only he was able to get past Kababy off ceiling. He's got a reset. He had another one. He's not going to use it, but will at least stay close enough to the ball to bother Matt.
I think he needed to recognize he needs to recover as quickly as possible, especially in this meta of Rocket League. Recovery time is so peak. However, Tool takes advantage of the no boost, gives WVU the lead once again.
And WVU has the lead yet again, and it looks like based on qualifying, Concord has done it. I believe they have just completed a bracket reset win to be able to qualify into league play over Michigan State.
Michigan State, though.
Great
Shout
effort.
out, man.
Yeah.
Legitimate shout outs. I think that is a team that can be proud of themselves, and one that, frankly, we need to keep our eye on.
Yeah, they're going to be demons in the open bracket for sure. They'll be really irritating for a lot of players, much like WVU is annoying, because any shot they get is going top shelf.
It must be frustrating for Syracuse, because it's not as if the positioning is too bad, but it's just WVU, the angles of shots that they're putting in, the placement is so strong that it's just outside of reach. You can feel this game slipping away as every second ticks on by. However, it's not done yet. We still have half a series left to play. Lesher, good baby, trying to create some space. Tiz waiting patiently, but Tool is just muscling his way through with absolutely no boost in the tank, just doing what he can. Gyro looking for a second touch, but won't be able to.
Matt looking for a reset. Won't be able to get it, so he's just going to fake low. Tiz gets the flick high. Gyro still keeping it in the attack. This is where WVU is really scary, because they're just all over these reads. And Syracuse is nowhere close to being able to get all the boosts that they require to get the proper defense. Some fakes go a long way, as Russell's trying to prove. Tiz, he's got to turn around, but he's got nothing.
Listen, I get it. Get your opponent's boost, sure, but you need to have some awareness on the ball. Some pitch awareness is so important here. See a lot of teams, they won't just immediately go for that boost. They'll stick around a little bit, see if there's any opportunity that plays itself out. That might have been the last chance for Syracuse to get back into this individual game, especially as Tool makes it 4-1.
Tool being able to solidify another one, but again, just great recovery and boost usage. Flawless diagonal flip. That ball is really far away from that sidewall and still able to get all that power. I think that's part of why Syracuse was not fully prepared for that, thinking that they had a little bit more time to grab some pads and wrap around the back post, but WVU showing that this is going to be a hard-fought series. It's going to have to take apparently a 4-goal effort from Syracuse to be able to really hang in here.
I think it's showing that WVU are indeed at that level, and I think if you want to take it to them, if you want to beat what is essentially, you know, in its own way, a professional team, you're going to have to think differently. You're going to have to be more reactive, especially speedier. West Virginia taking the lead in the series once again.
And being able to see a win like that come through from West Virginia has to fill them with a bit more confidence. Again, Syracuse backs against the wall. They have to be able to win the next two to be able to reset this bracket, be able to go back into a fresh BO5. And it's got to feel really weird, because it's not just like a simple 1 or 2 mistakes. It's like they get a win in a solid way, and then a game like this happens where they're giving up a similar amount of shots as that they're taking, but West Virginia, they're just so lethal. I mean, it's like any opening they get in front of the net, it's going straight in.
Seriously, because it is, I think one is the setups are really strong. Like they're getting these really high setups with just like such good placement that even when Syracuse, they're putting themselves in these positions, they're playing back wall, they're playing back post. It's just out of reach no matter what they're doing. Even if they double up on the defense, they just still can't get it through. West Virginia has just pummeled them time after time. Baby, the bottom of the scoreboard, not something we're used to seeing, considering the skill level of the player. Either way, WVU on match point here. Will they be able to put in the upstarts in Syracuse away, end the dream run here, or will Syracuse prove there's more left in the tank?
The pride of B+, trying to make sure that they can take some of the best players in all of Collegiate Rocket League and beyond to their limits, and it's going to start off the rip with a kickoff from Russell.
It's exactly the kind of shift you need, baby. Perfect setup, Gyro. A little bit too early to the punch, and Leisure with the perfect timing to be able to open this one up off the kickoff. Syracuse be able to get into this game with a game or goal lead. Kababy maybe look for another as well. Tries to get around it. Tiz, it's going to be into Leisure, but this time WVU pays it back in kind with an open net of their own.
And I was scared of something like this happening where it looks so tempting. It looks perfect, but not only does Tool get a perfect 50, but this is the second time this series it's happened. The 50 not only goes away from danger, but it goes directly to one player, the only player on their team that it can get a goal. You could say it's somewhat fortunate, but it's just solid positioning. They know where to be, and of course, any open net, as we've seen from WVU, is going to be scored.
Cool. Demo comes through. WVU wanting to bring in some of the physicality here. I think that's a good, conscious decision, especially if you see a lot of Syracuse playing back post for these saves. Gyro, no way. You're absolutely bonkers. Oh. This one's a little bit awkward, all over the place. Gyro given a lot of room to make this one work. I understand trying to go for the squishy save, but this is the classic, hey, a little unnecessary, but fair enough.
Honestly, if he committed to that, I think he might have actually been able to get a better effort.
Potentially. I think it's just the timing was a bit early. That's why he didn't really stay too long.
It's a tough one. Epic, thank you for the raid coming on in, as we are currently in the first set of a potential two. West Virginia coming from the upper bracket, trying to avoid getting upset by Syracuse, who was able to pull off a 3-2 victory in lower final against Fisher. And right now, WVU starting to heat back up. I feel like they can smell it. Still got 4 minutes to go, but they've not really been a team, I don't think this entire season, that have lost the lead when they've had it. But of course, as I say that, Tool, a rare mistake on the handle.
Very rare mistake. That is something really, at least in 2025 Rocket League, you just don't see too much of. That's something that a lot of these professional players will lab out for 1,000 hours, just getting these retreating saves. So it will be a tie game once again. 4 minutes of gameplay left to play. Syracuse fighting for their series life, and WVU fighting for that qualification spot.
Matter free-flipping it, not going to grab. Instead, it's Tool trying to wrap that one around. Baby. Into the middle, well, not necessarily a giveaway, but not really someone you want behind the ball is Matter. Someone uncontested for now. Late challenge comes in, they're gonna miss. Tool might not, so Gababy had to come in. Russell, minimal boost, but just enough for a 50 to the corner.
That's actually so good on Gababy to get up early for that challenge, because that is the exact kind of shot that WVU was punishing Syracuse with, and they'll even try it again, but Matt can't get the angle. Going to be able to get around one. Lesher, just no one there for the response. WVU playing a much more passive offensive angle this time.
I don't really like that flip forward from Tiz because he needs support back necessarily. Offense isn't really what their main priority. I think the biggest thing is holding back WVU, especially as opportunistic as they have been. At least with a 50 like that, they have a chance to reset the rotation and get some boost, and then maybe capitalize on touches like this. Doesn't get the ball more than man, but that's why Matt is there to collect.
Tool. No boost to speak of, but maybe able to get a pass. Going to play this low. Still no boost, but Lesher able to read it. Gyro chasing it down. Actually straight almost ball chasing at this point, trying to mitigate any more damage. Matt, full tank. Only has Gababy to deal with, but it's way too wide.
Yeah, it's a heavy touch. I think trying to get that off the bounce, but instead he got it right as it bounced. So therefore, Gababy might be able to go back down, playing for a 50 at the wrong angle and the wrong player. Either way, Tiz going to continue. Lock down that far clear. That means Russell can take over. Wall dash bail. He's not really confident that he's going to be able to immediately get back on this one, but a missed touch means a lot of confusion in the corner. Syracuse tried to play it cutesy, but Gyro looks like he's just going to muscle straight through.
Tool using a lot of boost for that one, committing so hard for little to no gain. So Gyro is going to have to play this slow, especially as two Syracuse members are going to try and challenge him. This is exactly what he does. Professional as always, so experienced. Syracuse you'd be able to take away with that one, but Tool just comes up in time.
Russell trying to roll that one for Tiz, and he does so well. A little bit in the middle, but he has enough to go for the bump, and that's a lead play. Maybe the double. He can't get back to it. A deflection prevents the breakaway, but Gababy only has got to grab that corner and then immediately come back and win a 50, which he does so superbly.
And the setup was so perfect too, but WVU giving a bit of a break here. Straight up whiff on one. Tiz gets the demo. No boost to speak of, so he's going to try and slow it down the midfield. Gababy's going to cut in instead. Matt goes up high. Lesher with a good read. Tiz will be there. A minute remaining in this match. It is getting very dire here for Syracuse.
At the same time, I really feel like Syracuse needs to keep in mind it is 2-2. It is not important to rush this and force a goal. You just have to make sure you're staying in this game. Your passing has been pretty good. Your defense has been a lot better than the previous games, but I am a little bit worried how much nerves will kick in. The experience of WVU, maybe not collectively as this iteration of the roster, but in the competitive sphere of Rocket League in general.
That demo was actually so important. It actually took away so much boost. I was just going to put one on. Lesher uses every single pixel of boost that he has left to make this one work. Matt trying to go in for the aerial bump, but Gababy will be able to cross him up. Gyro forces the 50. It's a bit awkward. It's a bit dangerous. Tool's going to put this off the corner. Still, WVU swarming, stalking, trying to end this one.
Excellent comms by Syracuse, deciding who's going to go for what read, because you can't just always commit on the player that's closest. You have to get a better angle on it, and someone needs an angle on Matt. Otherwise, he might get a pinch, or last-second deflection off corner. That's readable by Tiz. He's got support coming up. If that bounce was able to go through, who really knows? But it's into OT for their bracket life, for league play chances. WVU 1 goal away.
So much for this upstart Syracuse to fight for. Showcasing, what a second touch, what a shot, and goal! Syracuse will stay alive in this series.
And Tiz is in the center of it a lot. The skim straight down, unreadable by the defense, but it needs a finish. Russell will provide. Bangs into the back post. Syracuse take it at the distance, trying to force a bracket reset.
They are so close in this one. West Virginia just falling apart at the last second. Syracuse taking the placement and out of WVU's book and implementing it perfectly here at the most clutch time.
And being able to just come on through. And that's the biggest thing I'm looking at for Syracuse is, I would say the biggest sign of inexperience at a high level for collegiate play or otherwise is when they're in scenarios like that and you see players diving in on stuff where they don't really need to. How many series have we seen ended by basically an open net or something like that because a player is like, but it's right there. It's kind of like the first goal they got scored on in that game where everybody collapsed on the goal, it got deflected and went straight in. I think they learned that lesson, condensed it down, and were able to find their way forward into that game. But you got to do it one more time. And then you got to do it at least 3 more times after that. But let's focus at least on the first step. Syracuse, Game 5 with West Virginia in the first of potentially 2 grand final series.
Yeah, let's remember, this is only for bracket reset point. This isn't even for qual, really. I mean, for WVU it is, but for Syracuse, you have a whole other journey ahead of you if you're able to make this one. Tiz tries to angle it perfectly, will get scooped out from underneath. WVU, they're going to want to wrap this one up. I don't think they want to give a chance to give a team like Syracuse any momentum, or at least any sort of hope in this one.
Great touch. Russell trying to get a 50, and he's going to get it just a little bit off. Gababy on the follow. Syracuse starting off every single game flawlessly.
Team play to its maximum. Look at how Gababy rotated, stuck with the ball, made sure Tiz wasn't alone, was able to stick with it. Syracuse, again, like a repeat of last one, able to earn an early lead here. Now it is on Syracuse to maintain this lead. Can they hold WVU at bay?
I would love for Gababy to also be able to hold some boost in their tanks. He was a little scared there as Tiz was the only one back out of the 2. As you see Gababy on that last camera, kind of waiting for that corner to spawn, and I don't mind it because apparently it looks like Tiz and Russell doing more than good enough to be able to play some 2v2. More 50s on the sidewall. Gyro looks like he's going to have that one, but a delayed flip means that only one player has to go up. Temporary double commit from Syracuse got me nervous, but no harm, no foul.
WVU, good demos to clear things up. Tiz, last man back. Gyro's going to try and play around it. Good 50, straight to Tool's hands, but Leisure, nowhere near close enough. Gababy just so aggressive, though, doesn't care. I mean, this is what I love to see, is because usually, you know, when you see at least some difference between these two teams as stark when it comes to professionals versus just rank X or whatever, second touch, Tool does it beautifully to tie up this game.
And he held that flip about as long as physically possible within the mechanics of that game. And that was necessary as Russell was pre-jumping it. Tool never going to make a mistake. If you don't have that backboard locked down, you know exactly where that ball's going. 1-1. And it seems like Syracuse can never truly escape. West Virginia is always just a little bit of a reach away from taking back a lead or tying things up.
That's the thing, is you're never going to catch WVU resting on their laurels. So you're never going to, you cannot afford to, if you're Syracuse, just chill out and just try and stall the game. Because WVU, I mean, this is a high caliber team. If you're going to hunt down for this upset, you have to make sure you're being proactive at every single point. Triple commit, double attempt. Tool's going to put it up high. It's going to go off the crossbar. Gyro can't get ahead of it in time, and Tool's going to back out.
Matt going to be probably heavier touch than he wanted with 100 boost, but either way, it's going to force at least a deflection to the corner. And West Virginia's playing predictively around that. Demo, no follow. Matt,
no
slow
boost.
play into the air dribble. Tiz has to take a 50 and does so supremely well. Looks like Russell should have that 50, and indeed he does, as Tool is not able to gather.
Off the sidewall, Tool going to play it 2v2. Flick up high. Don't like that at all. I mean, you have a teammate right there, and I think at that point you're just giving possession away.
What a flick.
Waiting for a teammate to make a mistake. Tiz is going to peek all over, but he puts it slightly too low. The soft touch comes through. There was such a good idea there, but it fell apart.
Man, that flick up by Russell, I know no one expected that one, and maybe no one expected his pass. Russell back across,
Whoa.
Everybody committed for it. It's over the backboard again. Matt is too late to it. The bounce shot, it's open, but there's a demo on the field. No one there. A clutch play by West Virginia to make sure nobody had that finish.
Tiz is about to load up these double touch training packs like immediately after this, like during between matches, between series, whatever it might be. Leisure. 90 seconds remaining. Syracuse, this is for your tournament life. This is a shot to Gababy, but again, it's too high. The crossbar gets in the way again. That was your opportunity. Will you get another? We will see. Tool puts one on. WVU still stalking, still looking for that chance.
Oh man, my hands are on my head right now. I'm so distraught for how close Syracuse has been, but they can't hang their head yet because it is clearly not over. As those of you just joining us, this is Syracuse trying to force a bracket reset. West Virginia is really just this one game away from league play as they came from the upper bracket. And Syracuse has been valiant, but you get that sense that the games like this can change at a moment's notice. Just one slightly sloppy touch, and that's it.
Or one sloppy double commit, especially with no boost on either Tiz or Leisure. This is so dangerous. You have to play this so smart. Matt has a ton of boost to play with, 43 seconds remaining. Any goal here could end it all, and this might do it. Tiz able to get down enough, but now you need to make sure it gets out of your half. This could be so dangerous.
Baby doesn't want to go for that one, but I like the delay, especially because that Russell, that's an open shot. He's not able to get that past two defenders. Granted, few players would be able to win over the top. Open shot, it's Tiz, that's his moment, but no boost for the power. Intercepted with a demo is Gababy, and Russell has to get called into action in the last second.
This is still so hard for WVU to even get through, though, because Syracuse has played this defense perfectly. Both of them have. Frankly, are we going to see another overtime? The last second is winding down. I think Tiz letting this one drop down. Game 5, overtime to qualify for CRL for WVU and for Syracuse just to reset the bracket.
Tiz, not the cleanest touch. That means Matt with a demo, he has it open, but Russell on the recovery. Follow through lob. Tiz and Gababy gonna wait that one out, and I like that decision.
Yep.
As WVU not really able to get anything else on that. Russell near post off of that post.
WVU saw their CRL chances flashing before their eyes. Matt looking to dive in, but misses, especially off the bump. It was perfect, Gababy. Can you do it? The second touch is off the crossbar, pinched. That is what training packs are for. Tiz, Syracuse fighting away, smashing at the net, saying, get in that net.
That was the double tap equivalent of a penalty kick. All you had to do is just make sure you put it on frame, and it wasn't able to drop. Syracuse missed opportunity after missed opportunity. That is the narrative that's starting up right now. But it doesn't really matter if at the end of the day you get the dub. They have to remain focused.
The flip reset actually came through. Maybe tries to just cut it off and go for the bump, but Tiz gonna put another shot on. Syracuse I need to see their shot totals after this. Kababy looking for a pass.
Oh, no.
This one's dangerous. Tool's going to turn. Sis has no boost. WV, you do it. And they will be qualified for CRL League play.
No reset here, Syracuse. It was a valiant effort. It's a journey that felt like 1,000 miles. It's going to end in disappointment for fall split number 1. West Virginia earning their seed, getting through with a little bit of funny business. But my goodness, what a series. Congrats to the Mountaineers. They will be yet another addition into fall league play.
Dude, that is what was an incredible series, but Syracuse was so close, man. Like, dude, I think the only time I've seen a team just struggle to put a ball into a net more was this Carmi Corp Falcon series we saw at Worlds. Like, I think that might be the only time, because the amount of shots both Tiz, Gababy, every single member had, whether it hit the crossbar, whether it was just off, or whether it was saved, was ridiculous.
That last one from Gababy, it hurts me because I know exactly what's going through his mind. He wants to follow it through. He's got minimal boost, and it's hard for him to actually catch back up to it. But I will say he is not the only team that has to suffer through something brutal. We've just gotten word through that Baylor has bracket reset Ball State to be able to qualify in for league play. Man, oh man.
Wow, that's funny. Oh,
beating both Ball State teams back to back, by the way.
Yeah. Was Ball State the one on land, or was that no, that was ISU. Never mind. Sorry. Well, I'm certainly going to have a very good podcast.
we have a lot to discuss. I just realized my camera's man, what a day of CRL, chat. This is...
Jeez.
I got to say, I felt like we deserve something more from that Syracuse, West Virginia, but again, that's just, I think, I don't want to speak for Syracuse, but I got to say, like, that just felt like nerves. Like, they knew they were so close, and I think that mental that they got into, that psychology, it was just a bit too much to handle. That is brutal, but man, what an effort by them.
That was legitimately a fantastic effort, considering, where they started. We didn't even have them. Where did we put them in our chart? Like,
I think they were long. I think we downgraded them to long shot because I was a little doubtful that they would be able to get this far. The fact that they were one game away from bracket resetting is, I have a lot more respect for the Syracuse boys. They were looking like hot and cold through some of the other show matches I had or league play matches in different leagues and whatnot, but they looked phenomenal today. Honestly, they're going to be demons in the open bracket. Definitely like dark horses if people are still going to doubt them on seeding. Really
Dude, imagine all the teams that we have now in like open bracket though. We got Ball State, both Ball States, Kennesaw, Syracuse, who else? Full power GMU, ETSU. Like, dude, it's looking kind of rough. I'm not gonna lie. Also, St. Edwards. I don't know, why did they DQ?
They apparently were playing at LAN. I think one of their I'm not going to dox them, but like one of their players had a flight that they could not change without paying like $500. So they were basically playing through the bracket, and they were like, if we play St. Ed or Northwood really well and like keep it really close, let's go for it. But then they got 3-0'd, and I think they were like, okay, well, even if we do wait all this time and miss my flight and play Northwood again, like, are we really going to be like at their level? I think that was kind of their thought.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Also Davenport. Yeah, dude, the open brackets are going to go insane, man.
So
insane.
yeah, as they're looking through, it looks like Northwood in Pool 1, Concord in Pool 2, St. Clair Green in Pool 3, Winthrop Pool 4, OC Esports in Pool 5, West Virginia Pool 6, Baylor University in Pool 7, and finally Cumberland in Pool 8. Those are your CRL League Play finalists here for the fall, at least for Split 1. Keep an eye out, obviously, for all the ridiculous amounts of talent we have in those open brackets, including, I would say, in my mind, probably one of the bigger shocks, Akron not making it in for the first time that I can ever remember. I do not remember the last time they did not make the league play.
It might be the first time.
I remember a long time ago, Akron lost in a bracket, and I don't know if they made it in, but I can't remember if they made it in through lower. Or I think they actually lost in Qual 1. but they made it in qual 2, so it ultimately didn't end up mattering, you know. But that was way back when. That was like Buzz and Reticence like era of IAC.
Yeah, like the early.
That's
early.
That's how late it was. Like absurd consistency. So the fact that not only did they lose, according to OC, a perfect sweep against them in upper bracket, but then when eventually Kennesaw beat them in lowers, like they didn't even make to the finals. Like that's such a it's so hard to fathom even like that happening. But honestly, kind of want to see like just give ourselves a grade or something for Champ League real quick, because we looked through this. Let's see. Blah 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 blah. A lot of results. So this was our tier list. Oh, hold on, that's not gonna work. This is our tier list that we used. So based on who we qualled, it's looking like Concord, check. Northwood, check. St. Clair Grade, check. Winthrop, check. And looks like Baylor, check. West Virginia, check. Cumberland, check. And then OC all the way in long shot, check. That's so insane. We had no faith. Well, I guess technically long shot isn't no faith. It's just minimal faith.
Yeah.
It's like a little like hey, you guys are good.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I mean, we definitely got shown up a little bit. LCU made final, OC made final, and Syracuse made final, and then St. Edwards was a 1 series off from Grands. G-Men dunked on us for that. Yeah, honestly, I bet. Let me check. Let's see what's going on there. It's oh, whoa. Zoomed in a little too much there.
To be fair, all these teams did pretty well. Also, we put GMU at nope, and they make Grands.
Long shot made top 8 GGs. Damn.
That's pretty good. I should just add Tihan on that post and be like, hey, where's G-Man?
Yeah, but a really solid end to the day from all these matches. Winthrop making it makes sense. Northwood makes sense. St. Clair, they were a little shaky in the first Boise series, but it looked like they cleaned everything up when it actually mattered, which is very St. Clair coded to be able to see that. In fact, based on the grand finalists, I kind of want to see like we mark those in yellow or something. Michigan State made final. GMU made final. Syracuse made final. LCU made final. Kennesaw made final. Ball State.
St. Edwards, I want to put like an asterisk on because they DQ, but they could have easily made final.
Yeah, I mean, any long shot. I mean, the fact that these long shots made, honestly, league play potential really. Well, it didn't let us down. They got pretty far as well. Davenport was, I think, final against Winthrop. So yeah, they were second. I would say, like, for the most part, we kind of got it. This is like such a shocker though that we didn't even get a grand final out of them though.
What?
Devad is so behind. He just added Seb. Like, Baylor won. Yeah, buddy, we know. We were talking about it. I don't know. Man, like, good series of CRL. Honestly, really pumped to see how league play works out.
I'm so excited for next week.
It's also like big universities that I was hoping would make it in. Like, even though I was doubting Baylor a little bit, I was like, this would be huge for like the biggest new announcement for like a new squad making it into league play. That'd be sick. OC getting in is going to be definitely, I would say, the underdogs among all these teams, but Akron can hang with all these teams historically. If you can beat them and do it handily, then you know what? Maybe you guys are just goated now. Definitely I'm the most surprising mention, though.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see the transition from this to like league play, because like we've had some bracket merchants kind of before, but then how you're able to transition to that into like a regular kind of league play thing is going to be very interesting to me.
Yeah, it's a decent amount of, well, I guess decent amount. I mean, there's some time to prepare. CRL is going to be starting next week, I believe, on Sunday. So these teams literally just have to relax. For some of them, travel back home and then just have the rest of the week to get some rest, get some scrims, get some league play in for across NECC, NACE, whatever, and then lock right in because it's just going for it.
Yeah, dude.
Slayer apparently playing with a sub or not the intended third. You took St. Clair to game 5. They beat us in a 5-minute overtime. What a time to be alive. Slayer, I mean, we'll pull you guys again. You guys were it's gonna be the last one I check. Yeah, Shawnee State. I mean, you making it all the way to lower semifinal. There you go.
That's good. That's good.
GG's on a positive note. I have my weekends back. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, BK. Buddy Kinkado, thank you for the $5 super chat on YouTube. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's a brutal one, BK. I mean, that was an incredible performance by Baylor down the stretch. I'm gonna have to watch back those VODs just because they were not looking super convincing in the beginning, from what I could tell. It felt a little bit off, and I was like, ah, man, like dropping in this fashion to the B team. I mean, let's see how that goes. But then 3-0, you know, just barely scraped by Ball State Black at a reset 3-1, 3-1, like, thing. That's what we can do. Tiz, super great series, man. I mean, that's a rough way to end that series, but you guys played phenomenally. I am super excited for you guys to how you guys improve and how you play in opens. I definitely expect you guys to be a top contender for relegation based on how well you just played.
Dude, I could feel the pain like from comms, man. like the baby shot, your shots. I'm like, oh, dude, they're actually like their fist is through their monitor.
Yeah, I don't. That's not the hardest part about playing a game where you're just like you're dinging it off the bar or missing shots just wide or something. Better be up there now. I mean, you definitely shot up a lot in my personal rankings because that was absurdly good. My biggest concern was if you guys were going to get a little too squirrely. That's how we play in scrims. We finally translate it. Good, because I've been talking to people who've been scrimming you, and they're kind of like hot and cold on you guys. They're like, yeah, these guys are like fast and they're kind of annoying at times, but like ultimately, like I feel like we can figure them out, and it's not really that big of a deal. But I feel like lately I've been talking to other people, and they're saying like, no, these guys are they're organized and they're getting off like interesting shots, interesting angles. So I'm glad to see that execute against WVU. They're a very hard team to play against because WVU is just usually pretty consistent about their pressure and what they dive in on. So the fact that you guys are taking him to the brink and probably have that baby doe that he barely missed made me want to die. I mean, yeah, but I also have been there before where like you have minimal boost and you're trying to time out how close you can get to the backboard to make sure you get the double versus not being so close that you have to spike it at this angle versus like that angle. And I think he just mistimed how close he could really get. On top of the fact that you're already traveling at a certain pace, like in order to back off, you'd have to literally boost away, and that's just not always something you can really do. That's brutal, man. That's really brutal. I wanted a bracket reset on that. I have no idea how that series would have gone if we took it there.
I honestly don't know, but I feel like I'm imagining like, well, Gyro's like, sorry guys, I gotta go do homework right now, but dude, that baby double that he barely missed made me want to die.
Well, it's tough because like it was just. I don't want to linger on it, but it was tough, particularly because he knew he was the last guy. Like he beat the last guy on that aerial, and then he's just like, "Oh, there we go," and then nope, not really quite. So that's brutal. No justice for fall. What? I mean, Justice wasn't even playing on Fisher. What do you mean? I'm lost.
I am probably gonna go grab a bite to eat.
I am also. I've saved my Uber Eats funds for right now, so I could go eat after casting because I know I'd be exhausted.
Ooh, I also got to go get a light bulb, so go do that as well. Yeah, all right. So before I head it, go watch CRL next week. It's gonna be sick
on the Rocket League channel. I believe I think we're doing it at 1 o'clock, same time. I believe
1 to 4. Yeah.
Juvee sponsors you. W sponsor. Yeah, guys, ! Juvee in the chat, by the way. Someone literally during this stream actually bought a pack with my code. I got an email that said, "Hey, someone just used your code and bought a pack of Juvee." So there you go. And then they showed me my little commission. I was like, yeah. So yeah, if you guys want to use my code, if you guys love Juvee, then you're helping me out personally, and also, every time you buy that, I get free Juvee. So that saves me a lot of money, which is good because I haven't got my pay raise at work yet. So very cool.
Yeah, I got to get that. All right. I will see you guys later.
All right. With that said, ah! I forgot. I forgot I zoomed in the camera to be able to show my cat, and now I have to. Zoom it back out. Man, look at those wrinkles. God, I'm so old. Look at the smile lines.
Bro, dude, you literally have less than I do, or more than. Yeah, you have less than I do.
Anyway, peace out, everybody. I'm gonna find a team to raid. This has been a really long day. I might stream a little later. I don't know. I have a little work to do, so I guess we'll find out. But this was a really good qualifiers. Like ups and downs, some expected teams, but a lot of upsets, and that's what we like. Because the best thing as analysts is like, if we're gonna be wrong, it better be wrong in an interesting way. Like, it's boring when it's just like a toss-up and we choose wrong. But like, if it's a team that we did not see coming at all, that's a great narrative. I love that.
Yep. All right, boys. Peace, peace.
Alrighty. Peace out, Seb. Thanks for popping in. Anything for y'all? I don't know who to raid right now. The problem is like everyone who is in CRL has gotten off because obviously they're done. They've been playing for 7 hours. Trying to see if there's like a league. I want to say there was a hoops tournament going on. Wait, Rocket Rivals is going on. They raid me all the time. I'm gonna send them over there. But yeah, love y'all. Thanks for popping in. GG's to all the teams again who made it into league play. Just as a reminder, that is Northwood, Concord, St. Clair Green, Winthrop, OC Esports, West Virginia, Baylor University, and Cumberland. We're going to be putting out a post on Champ League. I'm going to try to put a graphic together right now just so we can get the summary of, you know, who's actually going to make it in. But either way, I'm putting a tweet for right now. Going to pin it. Excellent. Okay. But yeah, thanks for popping in. Thanks for Seb for being able to co-cast, be able to preserve my voice. Already had you. Okay, if you want a graphic, then let me know. But other than that, peace out, everybody. Much love. We're going to throw to Rocket Rivals because they raid me all the time. They're good dudes. They're putting on some league play stuff. They got a decently cool little colors and custom ball and whatnot. So show them some love, and we'll catch you on the flippity flop. All right. Peace, peace. Tune in to CRL. Follow at Champ League. Bang. And yeah, we'll catch you maybe tonight, but most likely tomorrow.